Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Challengers Elite EMEA. Today is final day. We have 3 teams, but only one can walk away our champion of Stage 2. My name is Bryce. Joining me here for all the action in the games, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Very excited to get into our final day here in EMEA for Stage 2. Still 2 more stages to go. Still plenty of lands. Still plenty of things up and coming for a lot of these players. But what means the most right now is winning this championship here at home to set yourself very nicely up for Birmingham in a week's time. But we've got a couple of games to get through today, Brycey. Let's delve into the weeds.
We certainly do. Well, this is how we're going to start off with just the one stream just up today. But our ELIM final will be Rock Esports against Orgless. A big showdown with these two teams. Rock Esports, the sort of favorites for this one. They have had a very good run recently. But whoever wins, they will move forward to our grand finals, facing it off against a revitalized and very strong looking Project 7.
Yeah, Project 7 have been fantastic, beat them through the winners bracket final and looked flawless to a certain degree. They should have probably won that one 3-0, and that's what will give them confidence in the grand finals, whoever they are going up against. But we got our ELIM final to get through first. Brycey, Rock taking on Orgless. This was pretty much last season's winners bracket final. A lot between these two teams. Anything could go down between them with the way that their form has been as well. It should be interesting to see how things do play out. But as mentioned, it was Project 7 up against Rock in that winners final. But look at the run that Orgless have been on down in that losers bracket. It was a surprise to see them drop down up against Able so early, but since then they've knocked them down one by one by one. And not by any more just yet, because we've got to take on Rock Esports. I was trying to set that up very, very nicely, but I haven't. Either way, it should be a really interesting game when we do delve into it, Brycey, but it's a hell of a run either way for Orgless to get this far.
It certainly is, and this is what they're playing for, as well as the teams that have currently dropped out. So far, an awful lot of dollars been winging our way to our teams all the way from 4th outwards. But today, $36,000 will be split between the 3. Third place will get 6,000. Second will get 10. And first will get 20,000. So an awful lot of money up in every single one of these games. And I know what you're thinking. This all sounds fantastic, and it is. But if you want even more Call of Duty action, you can jump on and watch North America right after we're finished as well. So double the champions a day from 2 regions. So make sure you stay tuned later for that one. But while we talk about later, let's talk about now. We're going to jump into our first game and introduce you to Rock Esports, a team that won Major 1 just a short while ago. Domex. They always get me confused with these names. It's Domex, Kicks, Dom, and Rixold. Yeah, I know they always going to be a little bit wild here, but this team has been looking very good, Tom.
No, they have done. Look, honestly, until the winners bracket final, they really hadn't been tested. And they truly did get tested by Project 7. A couple of close rounds here and there. 2-6-5 Search and Destroys. I mean, look, so many different ways that their game could have went. But what I will say, they could have quite easily been 3-0'd. They clutched up massively. And I kind of said that as... in yesterday's game as a negative for Project 7, they absolutely should have closed it out, but you've got to give props to Rock Esports for shoving it that far. They shoved it far, weren't able to get it over the line though. Today might be a different story. Let's see how they're going to manage if they can get to that grand final though. They're going up against Orgless. Last season didn't necessarily go too great for them, but at the same time, we know this team have evolved, and Orgless may well just... well, it got a little bit worse. However, yesterday it looked fantastic. We're going to talk about them in a second, but Rock Esports kind of have the pressure on them today. But going up against Orgless, they've been such a strange team this, Brycey. It's Cobra, Lins, Brezzy, and Malco, formerly Clutch Rain. Last season went so close to, well, a decent performance, of course, over in Dallas. But our champions from last season, they managed to take it down. Can they do it again? They're doing it the hard way this time around.
They certainly are, but the truth is, between these two squads, Orgless have been looking good, but not flawless, and that's made me a little bit worried here. I think this is probably one of those games that doesn't end in a 3-0. Rock certainly don't like ending games in a 3-0, and they're the favourites coming into it. So it should be a bit of a scrappy one regardless. Whether or not you think that the Rock team is going to do a little bit better here and come top 2 and get back into it, or whether you think Orgless can maybe find some form of what has been an exhausting campaign for them.
I think for me, Orgless had looked relatively poor up until yesterday. I thought they were fantastic yesterday, honestly. A really, really solid performance at the kind of results that they needed. I don't want to say they walked through teams, but they looked very good doing it, didn't they, realistically, when it did come down to it. A lot more convincing. But they're going up against Rock. This will be their toughest challenge so far. They played up against P7 in the groups. They lost that one. But since then, it's only a loss to Able, and then beating everybody through the losers bracket. But let's see how things are going to go down between these two teams. And we'll try and maybe allude to that previous winners bracket final from stage 1. So you've got Den Hardpoint coming up, Raid Search and Destroy, and Den Overload will then be following. We may see Blackheart Hardpoint, we may see Den Search and Destroy. Honestly, it really wouldn't shock me at this stage, Brycey, if we do see those maps in particular. I'm going to have a quick look at, as far as both these two teams went up against each other last time, of course my Google Chrome is just entirely freezing right in this moment, which is never ideal, as we were just about to have a little peek through the results. But it was a 3-2 in the favour of Orgless in that winners bracket final. Can they do that again against Rock Esports? That's got to be the plan.
Well, you'd hope so. And one of the benefits we always talk about with this is not only are you well practiced going into these games, Ton, but at this high level, you already know the game plans, right? You kind of have this idea of no matter what gets into this, the ban and pick phase, you already kind of know it ahead of time. But not only that, you know how they play. You are absolutely going to have a game plan for every break. You know where these players will be sitting. And when Call of Duty gets to this level, that's when it becomes a bit of a chess game, because players all have their traits. You know this player might sit in this corner. You know the way they're going to hit this rotation. And it is about, at this stage, working out how to counter it like a chess game. And both these two teams are more than veterans enough to make those adaptations today. But the truth is, only one of them can win. And we're going to find out right now.
Having a look at these results, eventually my PC kicked into gear. Pretty much a bit of a change-up, to be honest with you. We're not seeing Colossus Hardpoint. We're not seeing Scar Overload. That is a very typical one that these two have went up against each other on. We are not seeing Exposure Hardpoint, but we're seeing plenty of Den. We've seen that previously. There's a lot new on the line between these two teams as far as this map set goes, so it's about who plays best on the day. Orgless are definitely getting better as time has went on. They had a really poor start, but yesterday they looked a little bit more like the Orgless we were expecting to see over this season. And Rock are yet to really hit full form for me yet this season as well, Brycey. I think the expectations, the realm of where they are now has changed. They're not just the plucky underdog trying to prove people wrong. They are the so-called best challengers team on the planet because of their result in Dallas. And with that comes a little bit of expectation from either the Org fans like me and you. We have that expectation that Rock should be doing this at the same time online. And it's never that easy. It is never that easy to live up to those expectations. But not a bad start for them. P1 has been locked down. P2 rotation is there. And Dom will find 4 in a row. Just about to clear that one out. Nice start from Rock.
Yeah, pretty good to be fair. Didn't get all the time they would have wanted as a P1, but the P2 rotation was basically perfect. Richard's on the corner. They know he's going to be here. This is what I talked about. Like, this is the counterplay. They knew he was going to be there, and somehow he still walked away with 2 kills. That's kind of insane. A little bit of a misstep from Orgless. But Cobra finding 2 out towards the back spawn. They're going to try and take couches and the stairs at the same time. Well, Rock Esports stream over the roof.
Trying to find a way through if you are Rock. This moment in time, Orgless doing a good job of just trying to fight from the backside, but a little bit of a struggle. Dom will find a way through. 6 and 3 from him. Had a bit of a quiet day yesterday. Like to see a little bit more from him. So much talk of so many of these other Saudi Arabian players that Dom will want to be at the top of that conversation. We've chatted about it as well. You hear a lot about the guys over in NA who are competing in that region. Sometimes you don't hear enough about some of the guys on Rock who quite literally won Dallas Open. So really wanting to make sure everyone knows exactly who he is by the end of Birmingham in the next week's time. Right now, it's a decent lead here for the Rock Esports team, 55, and, well, not quite rising, as Orgless will have the rotation over towards P3, but a nice start nonetheless.
Fives. What Orgless want here, you can see the pressure mounting through Dojo. And with a big 3 wipe here, they're just going to make sure they've got the right spawns. You can already see Brezzy just go back to check it. Some players coming through the middle here, but they'll be happy as long as this keeps streaming through. They might end up with a little bit of an issue if too many of these bodies manage to punt into this hill, and it will split almost evenly, Ton. You know, they had 30 seconds of good hold. They're going to lose the last 27.
Yep, not the end of the world if you can try and find a break on this rotation. Rixel's now on his way over. Should find this gunfight and does. That was slightly shaky. Linz, not shaky at all. The second from Linz. That's outrageous. And now all of a sudden, Dom's going to miss a couple of shots, and Linz is going to follow up with a third. That's a wonderful break from the side of Orgless. As you say, they lose the final, 20, 30 seconds, but it doesn't matter if you can find this rotation. And that wasn't a rotation that was guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination. It's all about Linz. 4 in a row from him. It's taken till the 4th hill for him to start to heat up, but heating up he is. And can Orgless now make the most of this rotation that they somehow won?
Well, a lot of pressure here. Cobra knows he's coming under the gun here. There's too many bodies and too many players in the way, and out they get pushed. Just too easy for them as well. Look towards the back here. Brezi's trying to hold it. I think they can also see that they've got Dom watching over him, and this pinch eventually does hit. If Brezi can find something, but I think he's going to be double chowed. A lot of pressure coming in here from Orgless, but it's difficult positions. A couple of gunfights. One, though, does put this hill into turmoil.
Trying to find a way around the back, just trying to keep them up there. Right now, it's going to be Rixel. He'll find 4. Incredible work from him. And that will be some decent time for Rock Esports towards the back end of things. And that's going to be the difference, to be honest with you. Look, it's kind of 50-50 to a certain degree. Okay, P2 worked out more so for Rock Esports. August didn't get a great deal there, but recover towards P3. You think the rotation towards P4 is going to get it done, but Rock break through. And that can be the small differences. You think 20 seconds here and there is not the end of the world, but 20 seconds is like a 40-point difference to what you could have been if you hold it down. That's you not getting 20 seconds, and the opposition do. It could change very, very quickly. And Rock have done that with that first rotation. Now trying to get some... a little bit of posture over towards P1. Can't quite get it done. Bit of a split spawn coming through here. It's going to be number 4 in kicks, causing so many problems over towards the backside. Frankly, with how the outslay is kind of going here for Orgless, this isn't that bad of a scoreline. It's not looking too bad right now. They're around 50 or so behind, but 2 of your players are currently double negative.
A little bit of a rough time for them, and doesn't spell greatness, but you can see already this big push into P2. It's opportunity that beckons here. You can already see both teams posturing towards the back here. Kicks will be the player here, and he's 17 and 10. Going to be a very difficult player to stop in its tracks, but Linz finds 2. Their big gun swinging into action.
He's the one that really does have to be the catalyst for this team. If he can start to take over, Brezi and Melko can just fill in the gaps. They were doing more than that yesterday. Honestly, Melko had a really good day yesterday. Cobra and Linz are going to be ever present, no doubt. Kicks over towards his backside, though, just trying to distract as the rest of his team on the way through the rooftops. Now Kicks is going to find a little bit of an angle. The rest of the team are going to try to find a way through, but honestly, Linz is doing a great job of just slowing them down and doing a little bit better than that. It's Malco who finds the kill, but Linz is the one that slowed them, did the damage. Can they find any more Dom? There's just no way that Dom X should be able to pull that one off, and Kicks is there to pick it up. Incredible work from Rock. They find a break, but only for 15. They'll have to forego the rotation over towards P3 because of it, but a nice break nonetheless.
And every time you think Orgless might have an opportunity to really shrink this lead down with a rotation, they, well, get blown out completely. And that's another perfect example of it. Orgless looked like they were trying to set up, but if you don't win the gunfight, it just doesn't work. And right now you can see Orgless, a couple of players still not on double digit of kills, and that's a huge stop there. Domex finds 2. Kicks is going to try and hold this down, and well, they're wiped out. They're on the other side, and this is getting worse.
Yeah, that was an opportunity, honestly, for Orgless. It was a little bit of a staggered setup, to be honest with you. But it's one that you kind of have to take. You're still around 50 behind. It's not the end of the world. They have definitely started to heat up a little bit more in the kill feed. Melko with a nice one there. Up against Kicks. Brezi, great shot. He's done really well through the middle of the map, but now all of a sudden Rock have got to defend with only 2 players towards this backside, succeeding so far. Cobra living on a wing and a press. Somehow Brezi will find 2, but then Dom is there to pick up 2 of his own, challenging that, no questions. But 10 seconds will go over towards Orgless. This is a lot more of a free rotation for Rock Esports than the last time out, and that's because of the pressure their 2 players were able to put on towards that backside. Orgless now going to try and have to find a break. Yeah, they need to find a break here.
Dom all the way towards the back. Really sunk deep into this one. They're not going to know he's here. They've got 3 clear. Eventually they will find him, and you can see the spawns come in. The rest of them try to get that block forward as well. Cobra's going to cut down by kicks. And this is massively falling apart here. Lindsay's on a 4 streak, but that's not going to last too much longer as down he goes. And one play from Dom puts the entire Orgless team out of control.
They've kind of went bar for bar so far, though, over the last few hills with Rock. It stayed at around 40 or 50 point difference, and you may well be able to close that gap now as you find the breakthrough. Cobra so well to find a couple of kills there. 20 seconds still on offer. These are 20 seconds, which could be crucial for Orgless, and those are the kind of gunfights sometimes you maybe just pull out of. Cobra, dead to rights. The nade from Kicks is perfect. He's got one more gunfight to come up, and of course he wins it. 3 from Kicks to find the break. It's only a few seconds to find a way through to stop Orgless mounting that comeback. But it could be crucial time. Orgless far from out of this one. They just need a good rotation and a good hold somewhere. But it just seems very, very difficult to come by.
Managed to get a couple of kills here.
There you go.
Some time to soak onto P1. They have lost the spawn. It does mean they're going to overextend themselves and go through. Already you can see 2 players going through the cut. We're actually seeing Dom X throw a massive haymaker of a flank. 2 of them going for it. It's all going to be on Cobra. Cobra's not even going to find one. Pressure now going to mount on the hill from every single angle. Presley finding 2 as well, though they're holding okay at the moment. But Rixo!
Malco!
Oh no! Melko shuts him down.
Oh, and he found another as well. Help with Cobra. They've done so well to hold down on this P1. Honestly, from Rock, that's a greedy flank coming through. You're thinking about trying to find the break over towards P1. Prevent as much as you can. But on top of that, you lose the spawns for P2. We're heading there in 7. They may well be able to force their way through, but that was one of those moments that you sort of think to yourself, did you need to do that if you're Rock? Maybe they trust their ability to find a way through over towards P2. Also trying to shut that down as quickly as he can. Brezzy is there to pick up their pieces. One more player in the corner, and it's going to be Orgless in. It's about a 10-second difference now. That gap has been closed. And they hold on here and try and take a lead.
Well, both teams trying to get those bodies through here. Rick's out towards the back. You know the player's going to be waiting. He's trying to play his life as long as possible. They do manage to get him. We could be seeing a lead change with the kills flying towards Orgless. And for the first time in this game, they will now get the lead. 30 seconds left onto P2. It will not end here, but Orgless have struck a dynamic blow right towards the end of this.
And this is kind of part and parcel of what we see from Rock. They start to go behind and they start to panic just a little bit. They're a team who live to lead. They do not like to chase. That time is going to go over towards Orgless. It'll be a 1v1 gunfight. Could be massive. It will go Dom's way. That will stop the bleeding, but it's about this rotation. It's momentarily going to be a 2v2. They're now on their way. Rick's up far too easily. Going to find that kill. Cobra, he can find one, but Dom is there to pick up the pieces. Rock will be here for the rotation, but Orgless have a 20-point lead. They've got to hold this down to Rock. They can win it here.
Couple of bodies, couple of setups. You can see some pressure coming through the mid here, but that's a big couple of kills, and Rixel now fighting to keep them at bay from Dojo. More points coming towards them here. That's a massive fight to lose as well as Orgless try to just bully their way through this. Rixel finds 3! Prezi gets a strike back here, but all it's really done is made sure that this is going to the next hill.
Yeah, we'll be heading there in a second, unless Orgless can actually find a break here. They've got 20 seconds. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get there in time. So we will see another hill, unless Orgless get in the next 2 seconds. They are not going to. Rotation though here from Linz. Oh my word, Kicks! That's one of those gunfights you gotta win if you're Linz. And now the rotation belongs to Rock, and Orgless are flopping.
Opportunities, you don't get many like that. Linz had the flank, knew where the player was going to be, and Domex, a hard kill at the best of times, is just playing with his food. A full wipe, but the spawn towards the back has been opened. They've got one, but only one. Not a kill to be found. The rest of the team now streaming over the rooftops, trying to get into this one, but it is an absolute fortress to break, and they are not finding the trades. They are not finding the kills they need. Melko would have to go God mode, and while he finds 2 ton, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Can they find a way? They're just trying to contest. They're all getting cut to ribbons. Rock Esports eventually will get the map 1 win. That was scary. Orgless showing they absolutely have fight in this series. Absolutely have fight up against Rock. But it's the man on screen right now that makes the difference. You thought Linz had him dead to rights. Absolutely spits on him. Huge kill to find. And that is just the kind of talent that this man possesses. Kills you don't expect to fall their way. But that is the Rock way, if you like. I mean, how many different occasions have we seen where maybe they get outplayed or maybe things aren't going their way, and bang, somebody will find a 3 or 4 piece. It was Rixel actually on the point to find 3. But it was Kicks with the important one towards the backside. Linz had a ridiculous flank and may well have cleared out some players over towards P3. They may have got some time and they may have got rotation. But because of that one gunfight, Rock keep a hold of that rotation. They keep a hold of the hill. I mean, we don't know how things would have obviously transpired, but it was a big gunfight to lose. And that will be the game. Rock take it by 17. Honestly, guys, Orgless really did keep that gap pretty much the same all the way through. As soon as Rock were ahead by like 30, 40, or 50, it never really went past that. They kept themselves within touching distance. They made it interesting. And a very, very mixy end to the map. An entertaining one at that as well. And go Rock's way. Really, really good map number 1.
Certainly was. I mean, going into the dying stages of that game, P3 Orgless are going to be kicking themselves. You felt like not only did they have that first rotation, but even when they lost it, the Linz rotation himself to hit that flank could have been a game changer. If they'd managed to hold it down, get the spawn, then potentially this game could have gone very, very differently with how narrow the margin actually was. 17 points separated them. And that will be something they will probably have to worry about tomorrow, because for today, Orgless really are going to want this S&D under the belt to bring it back even.
Yeah, just a small mention of it. Maps 1 and 3 are on the Rock host. Orgless really pushing them quite close, all things considered. Just bear that in mind as we go throughout the rest of this series. Raid Search and Destroy is going to be incoming. And Orgless will need to find a way back into this one. Den Overload, we're going back over towards the Rock host, as mentioned. Makes it difficult for Orgless. The maps 4 and 5 will very much be in front. Back on Hardpoint and down Search and Destroy. Again, we don't like to mention it too much, but it is important in the grand scheme of things with this region this year. Rock would have expected to take that map, and they did. They may have expected to take it a little bit more comfortably than they did.
That certainly will be a bit of a shock to the system. We'll see whether or not they can continue it, though, as we go into Raid. But we did say coming into this, Rock are the favourites. They are the team slightly ahead of Orgless. Just based on previous results, that major has weighed very, very heavily. Not only do people want to see them win at Stage 2, but they're very much looking forward to their trip to Birmingham.
Yeah, it should be really interesting.
Nobody's ever said that before, by the way.
No, nobody has
Nobody
ever said
in
that.
the history of the world.
I love the tweets that were on the timeline. Chris was like, what can we do in Birmingham? And everyone's like...
Everybody told them to leave.
Honestly, for me, quite a decent amount of good golf about. So that's okay for me. If you're a golfer, you've got a few different spots, mate. But, you know, not many as sophisticated as I am.
I've been to Birmingham a few times. I mean, I've had...
it's fine.
I've had mixed... I've had some really good times in Birmingham.
Yeah,
Really good times in Birmingham.
Sometimes that we
it's
can't
been
actually
wonderful.
speak of on live broadcast, I would imagine.
No. Generally, just a very nice city.
It's fine.
Once you get into areas, I mean, the NEC, the convention center is top class as well. We've had Call of Duty events there in the past, and they've been fantastic. But it is a bit of a meme. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a meme sometimes for it. But I'm sure all the competitors traveling over are going to have a wonderful time in around major number 2. So should be a good one for everyone involved. I know the Americans are very much looking forward to trying some more British cuisine.
I need to convince them to get away from normal local chicken places and go for a good curry whilst we're in Birmingham. That's what we want to do. Anyway, into the Search and Destroy. Orgless have taken mid-map control and will benefit from the kill onto Rixod. Rixod maybe just a little bit deep. This guy's dangerous though with this thing in hand, and we're peeking him and he's missing. Apparently I've jinxed him either way. A little bit of A control now for Orgless. Rixod trying to do some things on the map, and great shots. He'll manage it. And the first blood there for Rocky will eventually get taken down by Brezzy. 3 versus 2 in favor of Orgless. Can we answer some shots, Domax, please?
Well, no. And Orgless take a round that they so desperately need to get their S&D up and running. As Brezzy goes 3-0 on the final kill on Kicks.
Yeah, Yeah, nicely done from Brezzy. He was really watching the flank through hotel and then just wraps back around with his through bedroom and wraps through around with his team. Nicely done. And that's one of those moments, though, where if you are Dom-X, you sort of say to yourself, there's at least one of those shots I would expect myself to be able to hit. Not like me sniping on Blackout before. That's a different conversation entirely, to be honest with you. This guy actually can shoot. And you would have expected maybe a little bit more. Somebody who else can is very much Melko. Oh, he gets pressured so quickly. And the gunfight will fall their way. It's Kicks to take him down. Now Lynn's trying to look for a little bit of control in mid-map. He's done so well to find that. It's 4 in a row from him.
These would get a bit difficult. Find a player, and he actually picks the right corner, but ever slightly too high, and goes down to a 1 versus 3. And Rock Esports do strike back. And we have said this a million times, and we'll probably say it a million more times. Always close games with Rock.
Uh-oh. They're just not perfect, are they? They are shooters, that is of no question. But when it comes down to, you know, sometimes they're fundamentals, if you like. There's still some learning to be done. Some people would say that's a good thing. Some people would say, well, do they really need to figure it out? They won Dallas Open. Either way. They're obviously still there to a certain degree, but there is room for improvement with Rock Esports. There is no question about that. But we're now having a little peek over towards this A side, which is typically where Dom-X is, and here he is. Sniper out, just trying to find some picks. So hopefully we can do the shots this time. I tell you can, though. Kicks in the middle of the map. How are those 2 kills that free? This has just got some ridiculous timing. Yeah, there's the shots being hit now. Dom-X. That's a little more like it. Rock Esports should be going 2-1 up, barring a 1v3 from Brezzy.
Well, Brezzy might be able to get the bomb back here, and does so, but that is just one small step. The giant leap is going to be taken on these 3 players, who are all conveniently around this position, and oh, a little bit of a toe shooting, just can't get him down, and a player already looking to cut him through, and down he will fall. Rock Esports take another round.
And just, I mean, how has Kicks found this? Melko slides around and maybe they thought he was in the corner. I don't know if he repositioned. He does so well to find a couple, though. This guy. For me, genuinely one of the best ARs in the world. That's not just challenges, by the way.
Wow. High praise.
Mate, how long have we been talking about him?
Quite some time, yeah.
He's ridiculous.
Now, the pressure does start to mount here for Orgless. Oh! Getting away with that one was crazy, but everybody's throwing themselves into the blender here. Now a 2 versus 2. Ritual's found a sniper. Oh, doesn't go for the slow peek. Slides out and just stays alive here, but I'm watching with the sniper. A back-to-back for Rock Esports. The other side of it, Orgless also don't exactly know where everybody is, so they've also been careful.
Wild set of interactions, to be honest with you, on side over towards B. Both of these 2 teams look to gain control. Great shot from Dom-X, to be honest with you. Kick's still on the 3 spree. He's alive and kicking. Rixel alongside of him. Honestly, I think Lynn's just kind of got caught in no man's land. You can see trying to make a bit of a dive for the pool, but here the move is starting to materialize for Rock Esports. This bomb will go down. They got bedroom control. What does Rixel choose to do? Probably Tiki, I would imagine. Yes, it is. Sniper in hand just scouting out. But a 2v2, Orgless have to retake. It's about the timing from where Kicks is here.
Rixel gets 1. It should be pushed down, and there it will be. Cobra in a 1 versus 1, but he has no information and no idea where this player is going to be. And Kicks say, hey, thank you for the freebie, and Rock get another one onto the board, Ton.
Yeah, no, that's so well played. As soon as the information is gained, the presumption from the Orgless players are, well, probably top bedroom, holding it down, watching the flank. Yeah, he's already behind you. Got your Kicks, you made this play. Incredible work. Just knew he would have been 3 through the middle of the map. 3-1 lead now for Rock, and this is where it gets to dangerous territory. I think if I'm Orgless, I don't know if I want to bang out up against Rock. Kicks just seems to be shooting nukes out of his M15 at the moment. And that's not something you want to get involved with. Big mid-map control coming in here from Rock, though. This is something they very much like to do. They can dictate from here. Can dictate if Cobra's going to be going back to a grey screen. Not quite. And look how aggressive they get. 2 players wrapping back round, making sure they have Laundry. Look at the pinch that's already coming in. Rock have got them between quite literally a rock and a hard place. Pressure, pressure, pressure. First kill.
Going down here as well. I mean, they are trapped.
It's so aggressive. I mean, as soon as they get that min-map control, the 2 players over towards B wrap back round to make sure they're not going to be able to wrap through over towards Laundry, and they just put that pressure on. Eventually, they pushed out in one direction here of Orgless. Dom will get taken down on that flank, and they have a little bit more room to maneuver now, at least. But Rock Esports have wasted a good minute of their time. 30 seconds to go. Orgless, 3v3.
Oh.
There's
a shark in the water.
Oh, my. Does he even know? I mean, he's about to know. He can just take his time here. Did they see him? Oh, they did. They'd be wondering how on earth he's here, but he's just going to have to play his life because they know they're in such a bad spot. They're cornered again.
Everywhere. This is insane. There's a flanks on flanks. Everybody's everywhere. Nobody's in control. It's still a 3 versus 3, and everybody's back to back here. Malco, I don't know if he got the timing onto him. I don't think he did. Now he goes around, kicks, doesn't see him. There's players in the water. Everybody kicking off now in one go. Rixel now looking for the players that have managed to evade him so far. And the clock is just run down by corners and walls and crevices that everybody's crept into.
It was such a bizarre round to watch. If you're just watching the minimap, my head is on Mars. How did they not find each other? It was ridiculous. I mean, because Kix swims under, he gets behind, but then Melko turns around after he puts the bomb down, spots him, and then he can't really find that angle of surprise, if you like. I think had he been there a second earlier, Rock win that round comfortably. They shut down the bomb plant there. They probably find another couple of kills just based off the realization from Orgless, like, well, how on earth is he there? Incredible. Not sure how that one really transpired, but either way, Orgless are somewhat fortunate to be on the right end of that round. Another hit over towards B here for Rock. The lead is still 3-2.
Cobra knows the players there. He's calling it out as well. They're putting that trophy through, but Linz is here this time.
Great.
And managed to catch it. There's going to be 2 on the stairs, but Dumx is going to try and go for it. Pistol banging! And he finds 2. This really throws the cat amongst the pigeons down to a 2 versus 2 here.
And you get kicks with him as well. Domex, oh my word. Just play these stairs like a madman! It would have been one of the best aces I've ever seen. And Kick stole it. Still, typical work from Domex. Cobra, obviously one shot after that. That was absolutely incredible. How on earth has he pulled that off?
Well, that is certainly a kind of crazy one for all of us.
That was stressful. Rock Esports probably get the round back they would have deserved from the previous one. Didn't work in their favor that time. This time it did. Domex dipping and diving around the stairs. Plenty of aggression over towards A, but once again, Rock doing their typical strat here. This time they've got Domex in the middle there with a sniper, so only one player watching over towards the Laundry side. Plenty of information gained from Orgless because of the room they've been able to kind of play with. That bomb is set up for Laundry, I believe, and he has Melko with a very light flank. That's nice play from him. Might get caught and will. 3v3.
Easy kill for Kicks. They're going aggressive here. They're going to try and cut down the angles, and, well, they did. Very, very quick. They didn't even worry about the build-up. They've just done it. It's already over. That's a 5-2 now to Rock Esports. In danger of going 2-0 up in this series as we look towards the overload. Do Orgless have anything left in the tank here to try and get back into this S&D?
They've been unfortunate on a couple of occasions. The round previous, Domex just taking over. You would expect the trade to come through there at least. So I've seen 5-2 is a bad scoreline. Not a position you want to be in by any stretch of the imagination, and Rocky Esports have clearly just done what they wanted over towards the middle of that. Orgless didn't want to chal it at any given moment. Cobra happy to chal this gunfight though, and does well with it. Incredibly well. Domex will get taken down. Linz is here to collapse as well. This should be a kill. It isn't. 2 versus 2. Tense moment now for Linz. You think you have to find this one. You're currently in a 1v2 around the site, and somehow, some way, Domex finding these kills. Oh my goodness gracious me. Those 2 players were around him for 20 seconds. He kills them both 2-0.
Certainly not easy. It makes it look like Rocky Esports are on a different level. That's the key here for this one. Realistically, I mean, we were expecting a bit of a fight back from Orgless. We thought maybe the S&D would go towards them, but it hasn't done so. Rock have shut it down completely. And this means they're in the commanding position, 2-0 now, as they move forward. And pretty much every round felt like it was running towards their advantage. And for me, the only round that was kind of crazy was the one where everybody couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, just playing their situations so much better. And that's one of those moments where Linz is a bullet away from finding a kill, doesn't find it, and then the man you left one shot kills you both. Just not moments that you can let happen. Incredible work from Rocky Esports, just the better team overall. And again, like it's that mid-map control that they just bully teams out of it so often on raid. The Howes kicks finding those 2 kills, and by the way, didn't take a bullet. Like, those are the kind of moments that you need to be answering back with, and you just didn't really have too much of an answer. The Orgless of this season is kind of rearing its head in this game in particular. Difficult circumstances of no doubt, but we need to see better situational plays from this French team. This was wild, by the way. How on earth Kicks finds his way around here? By the way, doesn't find a single kill, I believe, throughout the rest around. Just never checked over towards that side. I mean, look at the timing there. That's disgraceful.
3 players used the water in that short space of time, and somehow nobody didn't find it. But this was beautiful from Domex. Finds the 2. If just a hit marker was the issue. There we go. There's the 3rd. Pulls it out. Man. And that must have clipped the wall or something. That's the only explanation. Because that one was over.
I mean, how often have we had nearly moments with Domex in Search and Destroy? I'll never forget that one from Dallas. On Colossus. Wait, quick scope to the back for what I think would have been a 1 versus 3 just with the sniper. Was insane. Guys, sniper shot. Crispy to say the least. Den overload incoming. Rocky Esports are cruising in this game now. Relatively close to map number 1. Not a close Search and Destroy. But Den overload now incoming. It's hard to say, honestly. Rocky Esports look to be in control. They want to set up another date with P7, who will be waiting in the wings and may well be playing their game a little earlier than they would have considered.
Wow. Not something we really expected. Den overload is certainly going to be a show for everybody. Fight for survival for Orgless, really, that's what it's going to be. Rocky Esports, while they wobbled a little bit on that hard point, they are 2-0 up in the series, and it means a reverse sweep potential if Orgless want to continue.
Well, Rock looked like they were about to get 3-0 yesterday and did force a map number 5. I just don't know if I've seen enough from Orgless to suggest that that can happen. Den wasn't too bad, all things considered. He did find a comeback, but ultimately fell at the final hurdle. 6-2 in the Search and Destroy, though, is going to be a dagger, Brycey. They're going to be feeling a little rough heading into this overload on Den as well. And just remember, we will be moving back over towards the Rock Coast as well. Everything else compounding on top of each other. I don't feel too much hope for them at this moment in time.
Well, we will find out. We will find out. Well, we've got a second here as well. Here are some things Birmingham is famous for. I've compiled a list. Okay. Industrial and manufacturing heritage, right? Known as the first manufacturing town in the world. Okay. It is central to the Industrial Revolution. So there's probably some machines you can go and look at. But more importantly, it's also home to Cadbury, which is a, chocolate brand for the Americans.
That is a dub.
It is. And HP Sauce, which if you're American, you don't know what that is. But it's, you know, it's pretty good.
Do they have brown sauce?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not 100% on that. I'm sure our American colleagues who are listening will tell us very shortly if they have what is colloquially known as brown sauce in the UK.
They'll have a stupid name for it, won't they? They'll call it something stupid. Production knows brown sauce. There we go.
Production knows it. Okay. Okay, how about this one? Birmingham produces 40% of all jewellery made in the UK. That sounds pretty good. And Birmingham has more miles of canals than Venice. Unfortunately, those canals are surrounded by Birmingham and not Venice, so slight difference. But more miles of canals.
Oh, okay. Well, map number 3 incoming. It's going to be dead overload. Rock Esports in command in this series.
And more fun facts coming up after this map.
Oh, excellent. I can't wait.
All right, let's get into this one then. The Overload, a fight for survival for Orgless. And Rock Esports looking to go to 3-0 and a revenge match if they can get to the final.
See if we can get a little bit of control through the middle of the map. 199 and rising now pricey. Have we seen 200? I'm not too sure. Let's find out if we can get that by the end of the game. Melko trying to get some pressure through the middle of the map. I like this play for Brezzy as well. Putting that pressure on. First couple of gunfights that have been influential have kind of went Orgless' way for now. Although Dom surviving this moment is not ideal. Cobra, he'll get taken down now all of a sudden. Look at the blocker you've got over towards A. This is perfection. Rock Esports have set this up so well. They can't stop this. They cannot stop this, and it depends where this EMP spawns. They are fortunate, and if anything, Rock Esports are actually going to have to wrap back around very quickly to get control of their own spawn, because this could quite quickly be a counterattack.
Hold it down as well. You can see Kicks going for this one. Got to be careful here, because it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Rock Esports absolutely dominate on an overload. And for August, it'll be the worst time for them to do so. Not grabbing as many kills as they want. Rixel out towards the back here. If we can find this kill, this could break it open as well. He's going to dive through. There's one. Another one. They're trying to pin this last player through. And, well, there's a second score. The only issue they are going to have is the relay.
Yeah, once again, not really working out in their favor. Spawning over towards this opposite side. Kix is there for the wrap. Kix is there for one. Melko next on the chopping block. We'll have you. Anybody else? Linz is the only one left alive momentarily. And Kix will just wait for the rest of his team. Smart play. Slow them down. And there's a third in this life for Kix. Just honestly stay on his POV at this stage. EMP in hand. Let's get it moving. Nicely done from Rock. Really good defensive play. Domex is the furthest forward. Can he find this kill on the Brezzy? Will be influential if he can. Not quite. Brezzy will take him down. They can slow this now. They found the flank as well in Dom. Cobra will take him down. So Rock can have to back down themselves. Okay.
Big fight, though.
Huge.
Just trying to really push his tempo here, but Rock Esports still winning. Just be a bit careful. Just winning enough gunfights to make this really difficult for the push.
Can they find a way through? Here of your Orgless. Stop the bleeding. You're on the side that's a little bit more difficult to defend from. Oh, that's just not something you can let happen, though. Sadly for you, Dom, he's found 2. Oh, Rixel, how on earth have you found the second? That is the insane gunfight. And let's just add a couple more to it. Domex now going to keep the pressure on through the middle map as well. You can see the positioning here from Dom. This is just a nightmare for Orgless to try and deal with. Oh my goodness gracious me. Yeah, maybe choke this one up, to be honest with you. 1.5 minutes or so to go, maybe more like 2. Can you find the 4th here if you Rock? They are running away with this one. Oh my god.
Well, that's the half. It's 4-0. Orgless are in a serious amount of trouble. I don't think we're going to see Rock Esports slow down anytime soon either. Orgless are going to have to shift gears completely. Not just to match Rock, but to somehow get 4 captures over them in the next 5 minutes.
Oh. It's a tall order, to say the least. just haven't been able to get anything going. Albeit, look, I said that they're probably on the weaker side, but I don't think Rock have really made a misstep. They've ebbed and flowed wonderfully. They didn't really get the spawn of things to kick things off after they find their first, and yet still they defend. Everything that could be going right is going right. Rixel's done, just been winning gunfights they have absolutely no right to win. I really like this as well. I love the play that's coming through from Brezzy. He was the one that made the move, and so many of Rock Esports. You're 4-0 up, wrap back round, get him dead, let's move forward.
Comes a push, they're going to grab it as well, but Rix will already take down one, a spin, a turn, not going to be the burn for him though. And right now, Orgless are on the attack here, but Rock Esports can afford to basically play this game at their own pace. They do not need to overextend, but with the kills going down as well, oh my goodness. That's looking like it's going to be a score here. Opportunity for Orgless as they come off the respawn.
Crispy in the lead blocker, the shots crispy, not crispy enough to find the second kill, and Dom is choosing to wait for this to happen. Rixold on the flank, there's two. Can Dom walk this one in himself? Not quite. Linz, the hero that is very much needed now for Orgless. They can wrap this one back out. One player in the middle of the map might actually cut this down, to be honest. He might be waiting. Domex, a bad time. They actually jump over the top of him. The stun's going to come through, so the information is maybe gained there. But is this potentially a score on the cards for Orgless now? Not able to hit the shots if you're Linz. Difficult ones at that. Rock Esports looking just brute force their way out through rooftops, and they will manage to find a little bit of space. Nice.
Is he getting two as well? Potential to try and maybe run this back here at the same time, but absolutely no blockers, so he's trapped. Oh, can he get a wrap in? No, he's just trying to stay alive, but this gets it in a dangerous position. Time Rock Esports have bodies, have kills, have momentum to put another one home.
In a good position. Just need to find the gunfights, but the problem is for Orgless, they kind of need to force this issue. They can't just sit and wait for them to come. They very much need that EMP back themselves. Now we're going to be able to get this one out. Eventually, relenting some of this pressure do Rock through, well, no fault of their own, no choice of their own. Really good play here from Orgless to find these kills on the way out, but 2.5 minutes to go. They very much need a miracle, don't they? Sold. Doesn't find the second, but the damage is done. Rock Esports put them back once again.
Can they find anything? 2 minutes to go, and for Orgless, this has been an absolute pain palace. Just when they think they maybe get something going, when they have a glimmer of hope, it is shut down by the army in purple as Rock Esports continue to just play this almost casually. Find the kills, put the pressure on. Don't worry about the time. And every second that ticks by, it is getting worse.
Our grand finals is incoming. I would say a good hour sooner than I thought it would be. I mean, that is insane. Rixel really got a step. Oh my god! If that happens to me in rank play, I'm asking questions, Brycey.
This is not going particularly well for Orgless, admittedly. A minute 16 to go, 4 scores. That's the same as it has been 4 minutes to go, unfortunately.
Rock have just done what they needed to do. They haven't had to pull any trees up there. Just had to play their game. They just literally had to play CDM in the second half. And boy, are they good at that. Domex now setting up over towards the dojo side of the map. EMP will spawn back up towards the middle. But this one has been done for quite some time, and in 45 seconds it will be official.
Well, this has been over for some time. Orgless have really been fighting uphill this entire time. They've had some moments, but they needed those scores to come in earlier. Put the pressure onto Rock Esports, who, in full credit to them, have, well, been doing this the entire game. As now they look to put the boot in. I don't even think Linz is there anymore. Linz has gone for a walk. Trying to work out exactly where things have gone wrong, maybe, in this one, because it hasn't been a pleasant experience for the members of Orgless.
Needed to find the search and destroy. They didn't. Rock Esports will set themselves up once again for another date with P7. It's the rivalry that has been, well, brewing for quite some time here in EMEA, and it will continue in the grand final. That is a 3-0 and a convincing one at that. For Rock Esports heading into it with some hellish momentum. What a win that was.
Well, there's not an awful lot I can say about that, Overload. I'm not going to lie to you. It has been a bit of a beat down here as Rock really set the pace in that first half and just had to not completely throw it away in the second. Orgless not able to put up a big fight for them, and that will really hurt them after losing that first Hardpoint narrowly. We're probably hoping to get into the 4th and 5th map and make a bit of a comeback that way around. But huge performance from Rock Esports. Rixeld 31-17.
I think had you played this game yesterday evening when Orgless had a couple of games of Rock just came off a loss, I think we may well have seen probably a little bit more of an interesting series, because honestly I thought Orgless played really, really well yesterday. As it goes though, you've come into this one extremely cold. Honestly, they really did hang in that hard point. It was pretty close to map number 1 on Den specifically. Back and forth, but the search and destroy, it was so comfortable. Rock Esports never really felt like they came out of 3rd gear. And this one, shocking though, to be honest with you. A couple of occasions you look at some of the gunfights and you just think, as a person who likes Orgless, that likes the players on there, likes the team, you think to yourself, how do we kind of compete with that? Rixel was finding some absurd moments. And for him to be putting up those numbers as well, with no disrespect meant towards him, he is the player on the team that I think probably gets the least credit. But I think it's because the rest of the team are just insane shooters. He had a really, really good game. And when he's putting up those numbers, and well, when he's not jumping off the map of Rock Esports, look like a phenomenal roster. They'll be wanting to go back-to-back in Birmingham. And a win here in EMEA would be a nice step towards that, but that is as clean-cut as you're likely to see in the losers' final. 3-0 for Rock Esports. They very quickly dispatch of Orgless.
Wow. There's the 3-0, and we're going to see how this moves forward into our bracket. Of course, we can follow Rock Esports pretty simply. 3-1 against Treaty Gaming, 3-1 against Able Esports. Lost yesterday against Project 7, 3-2. Down into the elimination final with a 3-0'd Orgless to make their way to the grand final, ton.
And it's the best way to do it, right? I think if you're Rock, you've dropped down yesterday. Disappointing performance, all things considered. Yeah, okay, it might have been a map 5, but it shouldn't have been. They will probably know themselves. They had to clutch up in a 2v4 scenario in that overload to not get 3-0'd. Ultimately, okay, they lost the series. Doesn't really matter how you lose it, but sometimes how you win it in that losers final does matter. You'll be heading into that grand final full of beans, if you like. You will be feeling confident, to say the least, and they'll want their revenge up against P7, and they will have the opportunity to do so very shortly.
Yeah, they really will. We'll see how it goes on, but we're going to get our grand final ready. These two teams will be squaring up, getting into the lobby, and making sure everything is ready for this one. One more game in EMEA is all that remains. But all that and more coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This is Challengers Elite. We're in stage 2, but more importantly, we are at the grand finals. Only 2 teams remain. A rematch from yesterday. Project 7 against Rock Esports. Ton, how are we feeling?
We're feeling good about this one. This should be a really interesting series. We went all the way to a map number 5 between these 2 teams yesterday. Do we get a map number 7? I hope so.
Well, we'll find out. Let's find out how these teams got here, though. Their journey through our bracket has been, in some ways, a bit of a roller coaster. Starting with the Rock Esports, they've done this the hard way round. Rock Esports took down Trinity Gaming 3-1, then Able Esports in the same fashion, losing to Project 7 3-2. Fortunately, they bounced back today very easily against Orgless 3-0 and putting themselves in the grand final. On the other side of it, though, Project 7. They haven't suffered a loss, but they have lost some maps. First to go down was Margin, then For Fun EU, and finally Rock Esports in a 5-map thriller. Now, as they go into this final game, they're looking to go flawless, but do they have it in them against Rock Esports?
Well, let's see how it's going to go down. But Project 7 were the first ones here, so let's talk about them first here, Bryce. How good have these guys been this season? Mythics, Harry, Aspect, and F. Harry has been in a world of his own, honestly. On occasion, we've seen the kind of expectation we really have set of him over the last few years here in Challengers, and he has been one of the best in the game down here, realistically, hasn't he? And surrounded by a team who have improved their roster. I think, again, you know, I don't like saying that. I'm a big Denza fan, but Aspect of Denza has seen an improvement for Project 7. They were in this space last time, though. Their last time in the EMEA Grand Finals, they managed to make it. They finished a really promising position in Dallas as well, which was also a bit of a surprise, as well as Rock going on to win it. Project 7 doing as well as they did. Project 7 now trying to put them at the top, themselves at the top of this region. And they have been able to do that this season so far. They've got Rock's number to a certain degree. My only worry for them is they should have 3-0'd them yesterday, and they could not quite get it done that way. Yes, okay, it took a round 11 in Search and Destroy to get it done, but they need to be on their A game if they want to find the win again.
They certainly do, but what a commanding performance from Rock Esports that we have just seen in a game 20 minutes ago. Domex, Kicks, Dom, and Rixel have certainly showed up when it matters, and they'll be looking to add this to their list of accolades already this year. Can they do it? Can they do one better than they did last stage and show everybody they are the team to be feared heading in to the next major? Well, only time will tell us, but it will happen. It will not be an easy fight. You cannot see Project 7 or Rock Esports going down easily.
No, I wouldn't imagine so, to be honest with you. I think both these 2 teams will be coming into it full of confidence, especially for Rock, after just finding such a dominant win up against Orgless. That was a little more like it. I thought Rock yesterday were not quite at their standard when they went up against P7, and they took a round 11 map 5. So it should be a really interesting series. Rock have very much revenge on their minds. As mentioned, Brycey, these 2 have kind of had a little bit of beef here and there. Whether it's being intentional, there's definitely been tensions there, and we've seen the smack talk coming out of Rock when they beat P7 on LAN. They don't want to do them online here. Last season they finished third due to P7 beating them in that losers final. This time around we get to see this in the grand final, and Rock will want to get one back on them.
Yeah, that's probably the key thing here. Both these 2 teams obviously want to move forward. And again, it's one of those ones about legacy, right? Where they go through for it. But fortunately, with these 2 teams having played each other so much, we have a best of 7. So we will definitely find out the better team here at this moment as we look through the maps and modes that they have chosen to play this one out on. So we're going to start with Scar Hardpoint. Then it'll be Raid, Search and Destroy, Scar Overload, Den Hardpoint, Den Search and Destroy, Exposure Overload, and Colossus Search and Destroy if we go all the way.
Well, the first 4 maps are the same first 4 maps that we seen yesterday in the winners bracket final in the exact same order. So we have a good consensus of what we think the team is going to bring to the table in that in particular. Map number 7 was map number 5 yesterday. So the only additions we have are Den Search and Destroy and Exposure Overload. So those 2 should be interesting. I really actually love Exposure Overload for Project 7. I think it's a fantastic map for them. They're very, very good at it. Den Search and Destroy is an interesting one. Both these 2 teams do have different throws on that one in particular. The snipers will be prevalent. We've seen Domex be so influential with that. The same will be said on Colossus Search and Destroy after I had a quiet one there yesterday, but eventually found 3 in the last round to find the win. So there's a lot of different permutations if we do go that far. But as far as those first 4 maps that I did mention, Pricey, 4 is the magic number for both these two teams in this best of 7. Map number 1 was Project 7 pretty convincingly, 250 to 135. Map number 2 was Project 7 just by a 6-5 victory. Comeback happening there. I believe Rock Esports were 5-3 up at one stage. We moved over towards Scar and Overload, a very tight Rock Esports win. Somehow. I honestly have no idea how that one went down the way it did. I mean, we both kind of exclaimed that should have been 3-0 Project 7. They take 3-0 through those first 3 maps in this grand final all day long. 10 Hardpoint was, well, pretty convincing for the Rock Esports side of things. And then, of course, map number 5 was Colossus Search and Destroy. This is set up wonderfully. In all honesty, I think Rock Esports looked at yesterday, or at least this is what this map veto process is telling me. They looked at yesterday and said, doesn't matter. We were happy with those maps. We did not play to our fullest. We are going to give them absolutely everything we have today. And Project 7 went, bet. So let's see how it's going to go down between these two teams, setting it up for a very, very exciting grand final here, Pricey.
Well, it certainly should be. Everyone excited for this game as, well, yesterday's was so good. This one could be even better. I mean, for me, I am just looking forward to seeing. Of course, this is almost an aperitif, realistically, on our way to Birmingham Ton. These two teams really want to show down, not just here, but it will affect how everybody talks about them going into the major as well. It is a feather in the cap. It is an awful lot of money at the same time. Technically, this is a $10,000 game between these two. The minimum these teams will get is $10,000, but the winner will get 20. So, double your money.
Double your money and take the glory. I think that's what Rock will be really concentrating on this time around. Neither one of these two teams could get one over on Cluttrain / Orgless last season. They've both managed it this season, and now they face off against each other. The two teams in the groups who went undefeated facing each other in the grand finals. Project 7 here via the winners bracket. Rock Esports here via a very convincing 3-0 losers final game. And are they going to be able to take that momentum into this one? That is going to be the query for me as we start this series. If Rock Esports can come out quick, are Project 7 going to be able to deal with them?
Oh, we're going to find out already. A bit of the flurry around this P1. But who's hot and who's not is going to be the question. Two teams still posturing for position. P1, sometimes you see teams really lock it down and get more points than you would expect on it. But at the moment, it's going kind of the way we have seen it many a time. A little bit of a split here, a little bit of a TDM and positioning for both teams as they start to really unload the rust and get running.
So how we can get things going over towards P1. P2 setup is partially there for Rock Esports on this side of the spawn, but not going to happen for them. Mythics and Lucifer doing so well to hold these kills. Good start for Aspect here at 6-2. F-Dot getting involved. Nice transition that Domex is dead, shut down. Trying to find a way through the spawns in favor of Rock Esports with 45 remaining here at P2.
At the moment, it's still up for grabs. Lucifer trying to get through here and not quite able to make a bit of a difference, but Mythics will get them. Has some reinforcements. It's going to be Rock Esports to push. Project 7 looking to hold this to try to get the lead back.
See if we can find the bounce. Rock finding a way through and finding 4 dead as well. Incredible work from them. They'll manage to find that break, and you see the setup already from Domex. Cut off the reinforcements as they head in. If he can find a second, it'll be huge, and he can do, and now he can start to set up over towards field. We head there in 10 seconds time. Lucifer will cut him down. The rest of the team now kind of have a free reign through the middle of the map due to Domex's efforts, and not more than a free reign. We are finding the kills as well. Great shots coming in from Dom, and it's a wonderful transition from Rock over to P3.
Here first. Just trying to hold this one down as best they can, and Hicks doing the work we expect to see from him over and over again here. Rock Esports certainly looking a little bit stronger so far on this first map. The Project 7, not only do they want to try and push this, but if they can get this and hold, they'll have a much better time of getting back into the fight.
Yeah, they've done really well actually just to force their way through. Dom trying his magic, and Lucifer will drag something else out of the hat. Incredible work from him. 3 in a row to shut that down, and now Aspect is here to offer cover. Some well-needed time for Project 7 this that they're not going to be allowed to get. 10 seconds is going to go the way of Rock, and the rotation over towards Grandmaster is going to be there for Project 7, but it's not as solid as it once was. Hard one to hold down here. Need to find the gunfights on the initial. You've done that. Now you've got to hold down Motel. You're doing that as well. Great job from Project 7. 55 seconds remaining here over towards People. They're going to get a good chunk before Rock are really anywhere near. Mythic's doing sensational.
Okay, just cutting this off here, and you always have to be aware of the P2 push through and the push through middle. That's what Mythics is trying to do. Just buffer them out. Really give them a little bit of space so they don't have to worry about this close quarters fight too early on. And so far, so good. Half of it has disappeared. They're keeping Rock Esports staggered pretty well, so they can't force the numbers through. And that's another wipe for them, Ton.
Yeah, 35 seconds uncontested here for Project 7. This is big, big time. How often have we seen it? Typically at the beginning of the season, we really did corner P4 to be a bit of a money hill. It's taken, what, 45 seconds for Rock to really get a touch on it. Then they get a touch on it, end up being flipped out for P5. Again, there's certain times with Rock Esports that I feel there's a bit of naivety when it comes down to their hardpoint. They think they can just push and find a way through. Maybe it's just a bit tunnel vision at occasion. They pushed in there for 10 more seconds of Project 7 and went, yeah, I bet you can have it. We'll have the rotation over towards New, and here's the setup. Incredible work from Project 7. Played them like an absolute fiddle.
At the moment, that lead is swung their way. Need to push one more time here. F-Dot going to try and hold on the outside. Not going to work for them. Aspect now having to track back. He knows where the pressure is going to come through this mid-cut. Oh, he's looking two different directions. Will he be able to catch them? He does. Finds the first here. At the moment, he's not really being challenged as much. It will be top control for Rock Esports. They want to get through. Done an incredible job. I don't know if they're going to know that all three of them have managed to go up the top, but want to go around the back for the spawn. That won't have been noticed straight away. And so far, it's a late break from Rock Esports, but they aren't really getting the points.
Yeah, all of that for 10 seconds or so. Yeah, okay, great shots coming in from Rixel, but it takes Rock an absolute age to try and find a way through. Eventually do get through, and we'll be thinking about the P2 setup, but they've got some Project 7 players behind them, so kind of pinched in the middle of the map here. These kills are massive. Lucifer and Aspect doing sensational work. And now they can start to think about the rotation over towards P2 as well, with 45 seconds remaining here at P1. The map is in a bit of an iffy place. Now the team really fully in control. Lucifer and Aspect doing well, though. This kill feed looking extremely good for Project 7. And they can set themselves up here in a nice position to get some good time. Honestly, these last 2-3 hills have been phenomenal from Project 7. Blown out of the water through P2. And since then, they have been absolutely lights out, and mostly thanks to this man on a 5 spree. 21 and 13 from Lucifer. Really proving exactly what he's been about this season so far here in map number 1.
Yeah, we spoke about it before, and really, you know, the word I used last time was in the groove, and that's where he seems to be. It's consistency over game mode after game mode. Rarely a foot put wrong, and truthfully, you are expecting him to maybe have a dip, but I just haven't really seen one this stage.
I think as well, alongside of that, Mythic's really stepped things up once again. But for all we'll wax lyrical about Project 7, what they've done this season, it is merely a 25-point game right now. Rock Esports found a good rotation over towards P2, could do with finding some kills, not going to fall their way. Good job here from Project 7. Mythic's trying to hold it down, gets the spawns, not going to be able to find the second. Really good job there from Mythic's to, well, find 2 in the grand scheme of things, but the third eluded him. Here come Rock Esports to the front door, 25 to go here at P2.
Well, pressure and, well, more than equal to it. Aspect just dancing around here. Teammates coming to back him up. It's Lucifer. The long bomb over the top, and you can see again, this time around, Rock Esports will be here in numbers. They've given up that scrap time. They said, all right, we need to lock this one down for some serious points. And now Rixel just making sure he knows where this player is going to be. He does spot him, and Aspect gets the better of him.
And I think what you're really doing here, if you're Rock, is making sure you've got that rotation over towards P4. Project 7 benefited so heavily from it last time out, and they're going to benefit from Lucifer finding 4 in a row. Now ticking over to 27 as the Project 7 lead grows to its largest number. Now finding themselves about 60 in front. Dom, ridiculous gunfight number 2. How on earth does he win that one? Kicks will be there to pick up the pieces. F-Dot will be there to try and do something about it, but Domax and Dom combining so well. And eventually find a break. They've got a good position over towards P4. 25 remaining here over towards P3. And Project 7 are going to start hitting the middle of the map as well. Rixel is here for the cutoffs, or is he? Gets taken down. Rock Esports kind of have to commit to some of this time because they're so far behind. That's a big 4 dead, and that should result in some split spawns coming up for Rock. Yes, it does. What a time to find it, and all of a sudden Rixel is left all on his own.
Mythic's making that kill as well as almost sold Rock down the river. Here comes a headbutt. They're going to push this one with numbers. They know Aspect's going to be here. They got the information. Doesn't matter. Still winning the gunfight. Still pushing them back again on this hill. They did this last time around. Kept them staggered. Wouldn't allow them to get numbers in close. This time it's a little bit more compressed. Project 7 are backpedaling. They are taking the back of this spawn as much as they can, but it is more difficult to win gunfights when the enemy team has room to move.
Incredible work from Project 7 here, though. Finding a way through and just seem to be finding these big gunfights at the right time. Looking like it's going to be a similar scoreline to what we've seen yesterday. Mythic's absolutely cruising. 6 in a row from him. Inside of the point. Aspect just, well, taking the mick towards the backside. This is so easy for Project 7. They can't quite close it here at P4, but the game's basically done.
They've had an incredible bounce around, especially that P4. It's just a lesson in holding it as well as you can. I thought now going all the way around, trying to get this P5. And with 11 seconds left, technically in this game for Project 7, it is a monumental ask for Rock Esports to get back into it.
It's been sensational effort, to be honest with you, though. They've just really beaten them from pillar to post. It was a really, really nice start from Rock. And I honestly was worried for Project 7 at one stage. Rock came out the gates, absolutely firing. But Project 7 in the mid-game say, thank you very much. There's 3 hills on your forehead. But Rock Esports will find a way through. It would take a hell of a swing to win this one, though, Brycey.
It would take an effort of unbelievable proportions. And I would even go so far as to say if Rock Esports could find a flawless rest of this game, they're probably going to take the series just with how demoralized Project 7 would be. But with that said, incoming missile, this makes it difficult. They're going to have to go up top, take something, and Mythics finds 3. They don't get in the cover, they don't survive, and that's the game.
Incredible start from Project 7. Leading off where they kind of left it in the winners bracket final up against Rock, and that was dominance in the end. Really nice start from Rock, to be honest with you, through P2 and half of the way over towards P3, but after P3, I mean, really just utter dominance from the side of Project 7. Once again, Scar Hardpoint will go their way through a very similar scoreline to what we seen yesterday. Rock actually not quite doing as well as they did in the winners bracket final, but irrelevant of that, a really nice map number 1 win for Project 7, and that's important for me. I think, you know, you look towards how things typically have been going down between these two teams. You look at how Rock Esports just 3-0'd Orgless in that losers final, coming into the grand final, feeling confident. There's a 100-point game on your forehead.
Well, that's what they wanted. They are the team to beat, the team that has not bowed down in the bracket at all. And you are right, they seem to accelerate. The longer that went on, the more confident they seemed. Mythics just being a monstrous 29 untraded is crazy.
Wild, to be honest with you. Mustafa doing incredible work across the board. I mean, just really, I think Rock Esports in those kind of moments up against a team like Project 7, you can't just run at them. You can't just beat them and bully them. You need to maybe be smarter on occasion. And it just felt like it was a little 1-by-1 on occasion. You think of that hold over towards P4. When was the last time we've seen a hold as clean as that from a team on this map? It's not an easy thing to do. And then to push it as aggressively as they did with 10 seconds or so remaining. It's one of those that you look at and say, could you have done things maybe a little bit better? Maybe just needed to find a little bit of stability through the game at some stage. They need to find a hole, get themselves set up, and instead of just playing hammer and nail consistently.
I mean, they are the hammer, though. That is the key to this one. Like, you've got to give full credit to Rock Esports. We've always said they are the hammer, they are the buzzsaw, capable of going toe-to-toe and pulling off madness when it comes to gunfights. I think it's best shown up when we talk about P4, really. Like, if they get staggered, it can be a bit more difficult, and that's where Project 7 really showed a difference. I think when they managed to just keep them off of P4, push the lanes out, keep them staggered so they couldn't hit properly, Rock Esports just weren't able to really do anything, and there was so much time gained there by Project 7 that it made it a very difficult kind of endeavor for Rock Esports to get back into that game, and that is something they'll certainly be keeping an eye on moving forward. But fortunately, the next game mode is going to be Raid, Search and Destroy, so a little bit of a different tempo for it.
Yep, a change of pace into a game that was taken by Rock Esports yesterday in a 6-5 victory. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't a 6-5 victory at all, was it? No, they nearly reverse swept them, if I remember correctly. It was 6-5 victory for Project 7, I should say. It was a very close game, though. In all honesty, Rock Esports will... I think that was the one map I looked at for Rock and said that they could have done a lot better in. The Scar Overload was the one for Project 7 they could have done a lot better in. The Den Hardpoint was, as expected, Rock taking us to the map number 5 in a Colossus Search and Destroy to finish it. By the way, both Search and Destroys yesterday in that winners bracket final went 6-5. One went the way... Well, both went the way of Project 7. So they'll be feeling confident if we do go to a round 11, but hard to say. Still a lot of Call of Duty potentially to be played, and I think there will be a lot of Call of Duty played in this grand final. Can't have a 3-0 winners bracket final and a 4-0 grand final. Could we possibly, the Bressy?
No, we will not. But while we're waiting for this S&D to start up, which won't be too much longer, here's some more wonderful Birmingham facts for you.
Oh, wow.
More wonderful Birmingham facts. Here's some more iconic brands that you might find originate in Birmingham. Bird's Custard. I don't know if that's an American thing. I assume they have custard. Bourneville drinking chocolate. You know, lovely bit of hot chocolate.
Isn't Bourneville
Thai
America?
food tea was also made in Birmingham. I don't know if the Americans are going to be very big onto that one, but there's some fun facts about it. But instead of me going through my list of quite substantial facts about Birmingham, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite, or as I would call it, the Birmingham Fun Facts Tour that will go on for an hour. But I've been told production I can't keep doing that until we get into this game, and then we'll have more for you. But I've got plenty.
Rude.
At the moment, Project 7 and Rock Esports are loading up into the Search and Destroy. The Hardpoint eventually slipped all the way towards Project 7, and a good performance from them it was as well.
Yeah, incredible performance. One that we kind of did expect in a certain way, but for them to just really give the rebuttal over towards Rock after what was such a great performance in that losers bracket final is a good way to start the grand final, specifically for the side of Project 7. So let's see how it's going to go down though at map number 2. As said, this was a very, very close one yesterday, but both the Search and Destroyers were taken via round 11, and both were taken by Project 7. They'll be looking to do the same thing here again in map number 2 of this grand finals, Brycey. And to mention again, the first 4 maps of this grand final, the same first 4 maps that we played in that winners bracket final. So both these teams, well, know each other pretty well at this stage on these 4 maps in particular, but I see, so they were seeing how things are feeling when they head into map number 2. But Rock just played this one before up against Orgless, and I think realistically, if you're Project 7, you're keeping an eye on that. You know what they do. It's a big map flood. It's down to the snipers of Domex to create. Otherwise, if they can shut that down, they'll find themselves 2-0.
They certainly will. Well, our teams are, from what I've been told, ready to rumble. So they should hopefully be loading in and the lobby will be all good. And we get to see just how this one plays out. Ton, I don't want to call a game 7 as I don't think it's going to go all that way, but I certainly think 5 at the very least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think Rock will be taking some maps. I think this one's a really important one, though. I think it's one that Rock would have looked at yesterday and said to themselves, how did we not take it? They were 5-3 up at one stage and lost it 6-5. 3 rounds in a row from Project 7 to bring it back. Rock Esports will want to shut that down pretty quickly. Very good search and destroy team. I think they've really improved in this mode in particular. And Rixel on the hunt, he'll find Aspect and find Aspect with a bomb. Thankfully for the side of Project 7, he doesn't stick around that dangerous position to stick around in. I think we'll retrieve. And we'll head over towards A. But Rixel does quite often play that island player for the side of Rock. He'll head over towards that B side. And look at where he is. He's all the way up towards bedroom. They know exactly where Project 7 are going. And that obviously has to be over towards it. Oh, F dot gets the better of Domex. And that's the first time we're going to see that battle. F dot 1-0.
Keep that tally in your head because it is important. We saw yesterday just how much it could be. F dot though doesn't get that snipe. Now under a little bit of pressure. He's going to be calling out for his teammates for some help. Already a bit of information. The pistol, is it good enough? No. Dom finds 2 mythics. Now the last player. They're not going to be expecting him here, surely. Finds 1. He's going to get taken down before he can do any more. 3 for Dom. First round on the board.
Really good job from F dot to break things open, but difficult to hold from there. And then really, actually, I like the bait and switch. They would have known that F dot would have taken up more of an aggressive angle from the block over towards the backside of Laundry. They crawl across underneath. They bait for it. They squeeze him out. And honestly, I think if I'm F dot, I'm asking where my help was. As soon as the pressure comes in, as soon as they're up close and personal, Rock Esports are gonna deal with that gunfight. However good F dot is with the sniper. Good start for Rock, one that they needed. Over towards A now. Very aggressively over towards A. All 4 members here. Shocking all once again. The Van Nade doesn't come over quite in time. And F dot just having a little bit of a peek. You wouldn't have seen a great deal of what's went on here. All players pushing over towards the laundry side. They'll give that one up. Rock Esports full control of it.
I'm going down. At the moment, Rock Esports don't have a ton of room to move. They haven't pushed out both sides of this hill. They'll be hoping for a back-to-back. For Project 7 to win this, they need to find a first blood and pick them away here. Domex, slow and steady, finds F dot already and manages to get away for a few seconds. Down to 3 versus 3. Now another one's gone down already. It's just Rixel left alone. He finds his 2, but not the 3rd. That all kicked off in just 3 seconds.
And that's one of those rounds that Rock Esports would usually play like that island player. Rixel would probably sit over towards the bedroom side and wrap back through mid to kind of come with a follow-up. But Project 7 kind of anticipated that that would be the case and just 4 men over towards Laundry, and Rock weren't ready for it. Of course, they did have the numbers there, but I just don't think they anticipated that everybody from Project 7 would push through that direction, caught them off guard, and that's why the gunfights probably came in quite quickly. I think if you're Rock, you've got a couple of different directions to be keeping an eye on. Is the push going to come from mid? Is it going to come through the flank? No, all 4 through Laundry. Project 7 deal with them from there, find the angles, nice and done. Great retake. And now we're going to try and formulate something over towards this B side themselves. Snipers are going to be ever important. Both of them sitting at 1 and 2. Will be looking to influence a little bit more than they have done.
Bit of pressure going down here. We've seen kicks in this position over and over again. This time it's a little bit isolated. There's not a great chance of a trade, but somehow Mythics doesn't seem quite in time, and Kicks gets away with it. F dot tries to get the trade, but no joy. And Kicks playing as an island has really worked out for them now. It's a 2 versus 4.
Yusuf is going to get aggressive through the middle of the map. It's an awkward gunfight at the best of times, and Domex will be there for the trade. Aspect now left in a 1 versus 3. I think you needed to find 2 there if you wanted hope in the round, as Rock Esports will clean up Find themselves 2-1 to the good. Just nice work once again. I think kicks in the middle of the map is something so difficult to deal with. Picks up so many different positions as well, doesn't he? He'll sit passively, which he's happy to do. He'll go aggressive. Also very happy to do that. Really good. Nicely done from Rock Esports. No answer from Project 7 in that one. 2-1.
I often say just how... This is something that's probably overlooked here. Everybody talks about KD and, you know, big flashy plays. But staying alive is such a fundamental skill and such a massive thing for players to do that it is often overlooked at how impactful it can be.
Very, very deep angle from Lucifer yet. Back towards the back end of Tiki, but he can engage pretty quickly, and he maybe want to do so as this bomb goes down. The stun will come in, but Dom has actually escaped. But Lucifer not getting involved here. That bomb will go down, and nobody from Rock has dropped. Atypical positions, if you like. Maybe see somebody over towards the stairs, and I think that's probably where Domex wants to get himself involved. He was all the way over towards back garage, but all of a sudden Kicks will find one on Lucifer, and he'll have called this one out as well. Surely they know the pressure will be coming in. Look at this aggression from Dom. So brave in this scenario. Mythics will find him 3v3.
Domex, and we've seen them do great work here. The problem is going to be they just cannot get this defused, and time getting away from them. Rock Esports locked that one down pretty easily. 3-1 now into the lead for them, and once that bomb had gone down, it was always going to be a grind to try and dig Rock out of their positions.
It's difficult because that bomb went down relatively quickly, and not really much information was kind of gained. The stun came out onto the player, but it was Dom who dropped into the pool pretty much straight away. Wasn't able to be picked up. And then the longer that time goes on in a 4v4, the very much harder it gets. Really liked the positioning from Domex. Actually, he was very deep in garage, just covering the whole flank as best as he could, and then wraps through mid just a little late. It's all about timing that one. The timing works out in his favor. Dom getting very aggressive once again, and the follow-up was there from Kicks, but the follow-up from Aspect was better. Kicks and Rixel can find the kills though, and do make it a 2 versus 2. Awkward one now for Project 7 because air control is, well, semi here for Rock Esports. Domex is going to give it up because it's not the best of spots. A precarious position to say the least. And Lucifer and Mythics will live to fight another day in this 2 versus 2.
Bit of time burn going on.
And I'm curious if they get fast here, Brycey, because Domex, they'll know he's got the sniper. If they can isolate him or Rixel, they know where the other one probably is. They know what the other one is playing with.
That bomb slowly going down. No information for either side here. It looks like the call's been made. Rixel has said come over. I think he may have seen something. Here comes the peek, and he'll get one, but he gets traded. And that sniper's now going to be out. Is he moving? Is he going for it? This could be an easy one, and Domex pulls out of the gunfight.
That's fine. Information gained with 15 seconds to go. Defender advantage. There's no way he expects this as quick. There's just no way he expects it. It's well played from Domex. Just so much time whittled down. So much aggression that came out to start the round off. And then after that, both these two teams kind of wondering where they really had pressure. Rixel does well, honestly, to find one. I thought it was maybe a little bit brave to go for the peak, but he went for it. Gets the one kill and leaves Domex in a 1 versus 1 with very little time to get that bomb down. There's only one victor in that one. Rock looking phenomenal here, but they did yesterday. They found themselves in a 3-round lead at one stage on this map yesterday. In the winners bracket final, Project 7 went on to win the map.
Well, here we go. Big push for mid-map control. Project 7. Rock Esports taking statue and A side. Domex will be looking to thread the needle here. Not seen anything yet here. F-Dot now rushing to get into a position. They gave up that push through laundry, but Mythics has managed to find it on the flank, but he hasn't got anything from it, and now he just has to try and stay alive. Reinforcements eventually coming towards him here, but he gets taken out before he can do more. Aspect strikes back.
Oh, Rock's just getting a little bit more space over towards Laundry. Lucifer answering back and taking that space himself. The positioning of Aspect, yeah, that's going to be the dagger of this round. That one flanking player is like, why have I been sniped by Domex who's on site? He's so aggressive with it. Rixel now in a really tough position. No Dravik in hand. I'm sure he'll be able to find an M15, but Not an ideal scenario. Very difficult to achieve this one. Project 7, could this be the start of the comeback?
Rexeld trying to get this one down.
He's dead.
And he is. Well, he was 8-2, now 8-3. A little bit of a strike back there for Project 7, and a lot of it was just due to the fact that they just could not lock down the ways they needed to. A double flank coming in from Aspect and Mythics just put them on the back foot.
Very interesting search and destroy so far. Throwing different looks. Different setups, if you like, actually, from both these two teams than we typically do see. Getting to that time of the season. Not quite silly season yet, but I see we'll all bring out the dodgy things by the end of it. Time before that. F-top, first time they caught them, really, with that nade over the top, and actually wasn't directly over the top. It was more of an aggressive attacking nade over towards that back side. But the one they've got to get rid of here is Kicks. He quite often is a big factor, and well, they maybe get rid of him because there's 3 players heading his way. Can he deal with all of them? Only the 2, but that's a positive net trade for Kicks, and now it's a 2v2.
Kicks plays that mid so often, and it still feels difficult for him, but a nade over the top here. Domexo going to be on the flank, ready for it, but Lucifer! A little bit of an ankle break. Takes him out of his aim, and Project 7, they get that round back, around the win, back and forth over multiple spots.
Yeah, catches him. Just don't think they're expecting, or Domex is expecting the reroute round, is he? Caught off guard, but the damage was done. Four spray for Lucifer, 3 for Aspect. Project 7 being... both these two teams streaky in search and destroy, aren't they?
Just don't know which way the next round is going to go here. It looks like they're switching out. This is going to be an aggressive push for mid-map control. Project 7, no info on this yet. Lucifer will call out for reinforcements from his teammates. Oh, gets out.
This aggression through the middle of the map. So this is a freebie. Is the trade even going to be there? Absolutely not. No aggressive lines, kind of held on the attacking push. And it's Rixel in this position, not to criticize him because I don't mind the spot, but he's the one that potentially would have been there on the stairs, but he sees this position and sort of thinks to himself, is it aggressive enough that it can maybe win us the round? And it might well be. He's got a freebie here onto Lucifer, just about. 2v2. Weren't expecting him to be there whatsoever. 35 seconds or so to go. 2v2.
Now opportunity abounds here. Project 7 the other side of the map. This has become much more even. Dominic still waiting. He's expecting the pressure, but there's nobody there. That's what happens after a little while, but Mythics is going to get caught. Rixel's going to know where that player's going to be as well, and the call has been made. We're going the other side. That bomb is now going to go down. It's a 1 versus 2 for F-Dot. And they had the advantage 2 versus 4.
They did. M15 now being picked up. Just set up in the middle of the map, and even if he found one, he would have been taken down. That's a brilliant round win in the end for Rock. One that you didn't think was going to go their way. Ultimately, a 2 versus 4. And it was hard because I didn't want to criticize Rixel because the position he did find up towards B was so advanced that it cost them that trade through the middle of the map, but ultimately won them the round. There's no way they expect that Lucifer taken down over towards basketball court, and then you're thinking to yourself, if you're Project 7 on the defense, well, where the hell is he now? 11-4 from Rixel. But Rocky's supposed to win this position yesterday, and they lost 3 rounds in a row. They have to tighten up here. They really do have to take the search and destroy.
Oh my goodness, Dom is in a wonderful position for turning the bomb, but it does end up going away with Project 7. Dominic has that sniper out. He's looking to see if anybody will give him time of day. So far, nothing. Bit of mid control here for Mythics. Project 7 looking for the wrap.
After throwing some shoulders, just trying to see what kind of room they've got over towards this B side. Rexel is here, and he has been the man here in the search and destroy. 11-4 out of him. Just had a very tight angle here, but trade the more likely scenario if they do head over towards B, but they're changing their fortunes. They will move themselves over towards A with this number advantage. I don't hate it at all. You can set up over towards R. Don't necessarily need to take laundry control. Probably going to slow Domex down ever so slightly. No, not even remotely, because he's just going to challenge anyway. Now, with Sniper, what can he do from here? If your Project 7 do not offer anything. But is Rixold going to slip the net here? Oh, it's like passing ships in the night. Surely catches somebody off guard, but F-Dot more than aware. And Rixold will be caught. Domex needs to do this in a 1v3.
They're going to know he has a sniper now as well. They might not even shoulder it. They might just wait him out. Yeah, you can see nobody really being even slightly aggressive. Eventually out towards it. Should get the first, but doesn't really have the time to do any more. And Project 7 won't allow him to. Where's the second one? Doesn't matter, though. Still going to win the round, and that's why they were being careful.
No need to get too aggressive. Domex will happily take that, though. The 3 spree. Find his way on to potentially a Hellstorm missile if it is needed. But 5-4. Project 7 can bring it back within a round. Surely it can't happen again. If you're Rocky Esports, you look at this one and say, surely not. These search and destroys have been mostly comebacks from Project 7, but comebacks that have resulted in a win. Ones that Rocky Esports have been mostly dominant in until they went. Made over the top. Not going to bother Lucifer too much. He's sitting very, very deep. Trophy system is there, but plenty of mid-map control. But mid-map control here from Dom. The bomb in hand. But it kind of is a little bit of information that is currently free, that space. And they're going to make their way over towards A. Aspect is here momentarily on his own. And a little bit buttered up.
Aspect is trying to thread a needle here. Stay alive. Get in a good position. It's going out. Will be deflected. Oh, Aspect takes a shot, and that's when you get most nervy. You know that your position's been advertised, and oh, they'll be looking to fill it.
Big fight going to go down here, though. A 1-for-1 trade so far. 3v3.
Mythics knows he's outnumbered at this point. He's going to hope his teammates can get into a better position. Wrap this one around. It wouldn't even surprise me to see Rock do something insane here, like a full wrap. It's a bit too late. They're going to go back to A here.
And I wonder if your Project 7, do you really forced to try and stop this, or do you just give yourself the opportunity to try and pick them apart? Or this bomb goes down, it gives Project 7 also another 45 seconds to try and win the round, right?
This is the key here.
Yeah, they're so well set up. But look at this fan coming through, Bryce.
Well, Domex has gone down.
Huge.
3 versus 2. F-Dot slicing the cheese as it's known. Don't know if he saw kicks there, but they're certainly now moving forward with a bit more aggression.
They have to anticipate Dom's going to be here, surely. Shots went hit. Can he tip out the smoke? Not quite. Kicks can find one. Needs the 1 versus 2 to prevent the round 11.
Somebody's going to go back here. They're going to find him, but can they get there in time? It's very, very late. It's not going to be enough, Ton. And off they get. Rock Esports hold out. The time burnt away. And they will tie this series up 1-1.
And it's such a difficult one because as soon as Kix finds that first kill, he sends himself to 1v2 with barely any time remaining. And if you don't chow together and he kills one of them, the round's lost anyway. So they had to chow and be very, very quick. They were not quick enough. Kix just backs on down and wastes their time. 6-4. Rock Esports will get it done today. There will be no comeback this time around. Big game from Rixold. But look at the first bloods. That's kind of the difference. It was only 3 from Project 7. Whereas the 7 from Rock make the difference. They only wasted 1 of them. With the number advantage when it was with them, the rounds likely went their way. Really good performance from Rock. And they are now in this series. And a step further than what they were yesterday in that winners bracket final. They were 2-0 down at this stage. Now 1 apiece.
Well, we expected a little something like this. We knew these two teams weren't going to have it easy in one way. Opportunities for Project 7, but Rock Esports just looked commanding for quite a lot of the rounds here, and some of that's to do with the way they worked that sniper with Domex, and some of it's to do with Rixold and Kix just absolutely dropping the hammer.
It was impressive. It really was. Some really tight rounds. Some really tight rounds. But that 2 versus 4 is one that might sting Project 7. But again, you know, we spoke about it at the time. The positioning from Rixel is what won them that. And at the time when they were in that 4 versus 2, they had no idea where he was. And I mean, positioning is sometimes everything. Someone once told me, location, location, location. That was very much the case for Rixel in that scenario. Found plenty. This from Kicks as well. Finding 2 there is, honestly, for Project 7, I was about to say a disgrace. That's probably a little bit harsh, but one of those moments where you sort of say to yourself, yeah, okay, we gotta get the trade there, right? Unfortunate. But either way, Rock Esports ultimately deserved that one. We'll find themselves now at 1 apiece in this series as we head into an overload. He wasn't really the factor as much as I thought he maybe was going to be. Albeit did have a good round, but yeah, look at Kicks just backing down, pulling himself away as far as possible. No way, you were there, Mythics. Forcebury will not get it done. We will not see a round 11 this time. 6-4 win for Rock. And a good one at that. Sets us up very nicely in this grand final. 1 apiece after 2.
Wow. A bit more of a close S&D than we did see on the Hardpoint. As we go into Scar Overload, well, we did see Rock on this earlier pretty much show us a wonderful time, but it's been a difficult one for Rock. Sometimes I feel like their Overload is fantastic, other times it's not so great, but I have seen them win this map very, very effectively.
Yeah, historically it has been one between these 2 teams, albeit different seasons, different stages of the season. Different teams in a certain aspect. Well, at least for Project 7. Didn't even mean to make that joke technically.
Yeah, it was real good. You could have just left it.
No, that was quite good. I could have left that. It wasn't intentional though. I'm not gonna be fake. For Scar Overload, it has been tight between these 2 teams. Yesterday, as tight as it possibly could be. The 2 versus 4 in added time, if you like, from Rock Esports, which is it was criminal. Absolutely criminal from Project 7. I don't know if Rock are going to let them get away with that today. They didn't let them get away with it yesterday. You cannot do that again. I'm sure Project 7 will be making sure that they first of all, don't see an overtime. I'm sure they'd like to finish it regular. Scar Overload incoming, and Rock Esports, well, we'll have to show something different themselves as well, right? It was 1-1. They'll want to find the win the easiest way possible, not necessarily down to the 2v4 another time.
Well, we'll see. Pretty much a masterclass in back and forth between the teams yesterday. Nobody really looking superb, but yeah, that 2 versus 4, I actually forgot about that part of it. It was these 2 teams. It is an unbelievable kind of clip to play back, and we've had that many times, but we won't worry about that too much. That's just day to day is a whole new day. But speaking of a whole new day, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more games in our grand final. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to our grand final. Currently tied up 1-1. Rocky Esports versus Project 7. Now into the overload, onto the anvil of war.
And is this already going to be a cap coming through? And that is in the blink of an eye. We ain't been in a few seconds late, albeit, but that is a big capture to come through as early as it does, and especially if Project 7 cannot regain. And spawn in over towards the field side, and if Domex can find this kill, now a bit of church control, you find that one as well. This is absolutely premium. For this is 2-0. Actually, we've been here for 5 seconds. Have you even spoke? I don't even know. They're holding it long enough so they can get a little bit more control. They're going to lose Motel. So this may well be a complete rebuttal. Yeah, you would think so. But they're going to have to wrap back around. But it's 2-0 after a minute.
If Project 7 can't get this one in here, this could be a bit of a disaster. There was a small window for them to do so. They're actually moving the EMP, but they've gone down again. And for a second, at least Project 7 can just hold their breath.
Well, after, what, a minute and a half, we've already had as many captures as we did yesterday. When these two teams playing on this map was so back and forth. There was a couple of close moments, but really nice job from Rocky Esports. And I think ultimately the cherry on top was the fact that they were able to wrap back around. You can see they wanted to take their time. They want to try and get a little bit more control over towards Motel, but it's shocking. Oh, just coming out the gates, absolutely firing. If you're Rock, how is Mythic on that gunfight? And a little bit more control over towards the middle of the map as well. But these two teams are going to have to fight over it. For Project 7, you've got 3 minutes to try and right these wrongs. You are on the stronger side, and you'd like to do something with it.
This is more of the defensive game that we have seen. Bit of pressure though. F-Dot, you can see, trying to find a kill here. Brixwood also looking for them. Everybody checking everywhere. Brixwood will see him just out of the corner here, but his teammate will pick it up. Frequent flanks here from Project 7 as they try to get this one into a winnable position, but every time they push players forward, they get cut down. A couple of blockers here, but only really Mythics that can fight back with a gun.
Max trying to hold it down. Can't find the kill on Aspect. And can Dom maybe just add a third? That is insult to injury now. Can they manage to add a fourth here? And typically Rock are quite good on this side. I don't think they really feel like there's a benefit to either or. 3-0, 2 minutes to go. Great spot to be in for Rock Esports.
Running hard so far. Full confidence. Barely a step wrong as they continue to hit the slaying game. This is really slowing things down by just being a nuisance.
I mean, they are just really running it at this stage. Every single position they need to be finding these gunfights, they are. Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. The Dom. Aspect trying to get something going here. 2 big kills will fall his way. Can get a bit of mid-map control. Mythics, he'll not be the one to find the kill. Lucifer is. And now the pressure is on. A minute and a half to go. If you can get one back here, that's a positive move for Project 7.
Still, though, got to get that EMP moving. To do so, they want basically the perfect setup, or at least to get a string of kills. Project 7 just being stymied. They're not really able to make this momentum swing the way they want to. That's another big kill here, but it's drips and drabs. There is no concrete foundation which to plant their feet on.
That's great shots from Lucifer, and that might be the foundation that they need to get something going. Aspect will find one, needs to find some more. Needs to find some more, and Rocker just being slippery. I mean, in both of them must be one shot, and they will be, and that will be a cap coming through for Project 7, one that they needed. They've got 35 seconds to maybe do something a little more about it, but that wipe from Rock will put them on the front foot.
A shot back here. This is a potential for another one here. Mythic's in a great position. Project 7 finally finding their feet as Lucifer puts one in his teammate's head. Technically, the free play ball will be now in action. But it looks like it'll be Rock Esports to kind of get their free swing. And if you don't understand what I mean here is that when that ball is picked up and the time runs out, you get 30 seconds to make a play with it. If you drop the ball at any point, the half will end. And this is what they're going for here. Already on that time, and there we go. Ball dropped, round ends. It's a bit abrupt, but it works.
Oh, yes, we've talked about it many a time. Halftime! It's just straight in there, isn't it? Jump scare. Really, really good start from ROCU. Do look a different beast to yesterday. I think map number 1 was a surprisingly slow start, if anything, because after that win up against Orgless in the losers bracket final, you would have thought they would come into it screaming, but not quite. Rock Esports now looking to try and solidify this one, but with Project 7 finding another, it does ask the question, doesn't it? Rock Esports benefit from a very quick start. Can they find one here in the second half? Now on the easier side, quote unquote. Let's see if they can do something with it. A little bit of a map control being fought over and being won by Rock Esports.
Kicks. Big shot from him. This just gives them so many bodies to go through, and they're actually just pulling this around here. It's a very effective tactic to go back and forth. Dom already on his spray. The relay is looking like a potential here, but you can already tell that there's a bit of a fight going on in the spawn. Good clearance from Project 7.
Shots. Except for find 2. Now Rock can start to put a little bit more pressure on, and even more so with this Hellstorm coming out. That's just going to clear some space. It's going to clear the way. The bodyguard bringing them through. Aspect had to make a move. He was dead to right side of the way. Slows it down, puts the pressure on. Can Project 7 answer quickly? F-Dot can. Domex can find Mythics, and F-Dot can find a second. So that Hellstorm pretty much wasted. I think it's so awkward with Hellstorms on this one because you're in a setup position. It obviously takes time to bring them in. You don't want to have to use them defensively in a moment where you need to find the kills because it takes so long again. Not necessarily the best of uses, but ultimately did waste some time, if anything, for Rock Esports. That's positive you can take.
Time is something that Rock do have. We'll carry the EMP here, putting some pressure on. He's going to go down before he can do too much more here. They're going to need a couple of kills, Project 7. Dom looking for it. Lucifer finds his second. The third almost with a pistol. The EMP moved and kept alive for a few more seconds, but it will be Rock who may now take control of it. And they're looking to move here. Dom as the blocker.
Can he be the one to set something up? Such an awkward position if you can get SMG in this kind of spot. Probably not a gunfight you want to take up against F-Dot, though. Rexel was there to pick up the pieces, and then once again, every single second that this EMP is in the hands of Rock Esports, more often than not, it's going to lead to a Rock Esports lead in this series. Currently 4-2 up. Project 7, you need to start moving, and they're trying to. Dom can somehow find one there. Rexel is there to pick up the trade onto Aspect, and now it's about this mid-map control. Kix going to back down. Mythic's trying to find an angle. Kix is more than aware. He's very aware. More pressure coming in from Project 7. 2 minutes to do something, but still within their rights to get it done. Let's see if they can find a way through.
EMP scooped. Rock Esports going to be looking to cut back here and get into a better position. They lose a couple of gunfights and then they might be out of position. Aspect finds one, goes up top, looks for the second. He knows he's going to be there as well, grabs it, and that should be not in! Save from the goal line! But there will be reinforcements streaming through, and they do get this back to a one-score game. Rock Esports were a little bit out of position for that spawn.
And the thing is as well here, it's going to spawn over towards the motel side, so you just set up your Project 7. This is more than likely the one that sends us 4 apiece. You're going to have to be some heroic players here from Rock. They're not going to be there in time. Oh, are they? All of a sudden they are. F-Dot, what can you do? Not finding enough. The trades just, and I mean just about go the way of Rock Esports. Momentarily a 4 down. They've got a little bit of motel control. So they're expecting the pressure to come through via the church. This is not done yet, but the reset might just give away some of that pressure. But Rock Esports are digging the trenches. They maybe want to just defend this lead because right now they are stuck in their spawn.
Opportunity in abundance here. Lucifer cannot win the gunfight they needed, but it will be traded out here. All the rest of the players out towards the middle. Aspect will try and cut it. Finds one, knows where the second's going to be, but the pre-fire does not work. Rock Esports have now gone deep, all the way into the defensive position around their spawn. A minute left. EMP dropped.
55 to go. Potential of some added time as well. Rock might park the bus here. There's temptation to do so, but they've seen a gap over towards the field side. Kills haven't went their way, though. They've committed for this, and all 4 of them are dead. Opportunity for Project 7 once again.
Oh, the spawn is for them as well, though. I think it's got to call that out. It's like they're all here. They're all this side. Wrap it, wrap it, wrap it. But will they get there in time? I don't think they will. And bodies dropping like rain across this one. And Dominic said, hey, maybe we can end this. The big issue is now going to be is can they slam this one home in time?
3 seconds plus the extra time. Aspect will lead the way. He'll find the opening break. He will fall. 3v3 momentarily. You'll fall, though. Kicks on a 5-3 at the right time. And is that the right moment for Rock? Mythics, you got to pick it up and you got to survive.
Got to survive. Teammates with him. The worst part of this is technically when this goes in, it goes straight into the overtime. If it goes in, they have to get this one done first. 15 seconds and a dream ton. They're moving. They've wrapped it again. It's a double wrap. They're going to go straight for it all the way across here. This is going to the just death cycle here. It's a 4 versus 4. 4 versus 3. Not again. We cannot have this happen again.
Just such an awkward position for Rixeld. Aspect will take him down. Oh my word. How has this happened to Rock? How have Project 7 clutched up this way?
A 1 versus 4. And it stopped. It's Project 7 won that. Sorry, we had a little bit of a hiccup our end, but that's how it's going to end. How on earth has this happened one more time? Rock Esports and Project 7 on the overload on this map have sent it to sudden death.
How on earth has that played out that way? I'm glad the 1v4 didn't happen because we didn't really get to see it. Obviously having an issue our end, but it was pretty much decided by the time we did. Incredibly tippable from Project 7 to be able to bring that one back. The wraparound to get in over towards B. Sensational work. And they find themselves in a lead in this series.
Well, I was terrified of a potential issue. As soon as that goes in here, it goes to sudden death, and that's when you got to worry, especially being out of position, slamming it home. But Rock Esports did not win the sudden death this time.
Scary.
And yeah, revenge for all. I'll be honest with you, when it was 2 versus 4, I was still terrified.
But the problem was, Rock, as you kind of say, like, you would have expected that, you know, maybe, I mean, who wouldn't benefit? I'm trying to think to myself of which way I'd rather it be. Because when that goes in for Project 7, they've got 3 players all together. Rock Esports have had to defend. I don't really know who's in a better position. Credit to Project 7 to get that one over the line with a few seconds to go. Massive plays. And then to rubber stamp it with the kills that follow. Sensational work. Not sure how they managed to pull it off, Brycey, but that could be a dagger. Rock had that one sewn up for about 8 minutes.
Yeah, that was insane. You gotta wonder just if that was the pressure. Something happened that allowed Project 7 to just almost gain the mental upper hand. And, you know, we're going to talk a bit more about the Mythic. I mean, scooping it in the last second to keep the overtime alive before it got to sudden death. It is gut-wrenching. Like, they killed everybody but one.
Mental. Absolutely bizarre. Project 7. Find it. And what a time to find it, as Den Hardpoint is incoming. The map that Rock won yesterday in their series. Oh, that's got a sting for Rock. That would have been an absolutely massive map to take away. And just for reference, I'll mention it the once, but B7 hosting maps 1, 3, and 5. The rest will go as Rock's way. So that would have been a big scalp to take had Rock been able to take it. P7 deny them at the very final 2 hurdles, to be honest with you. How they brought it back to the realm of possibility, I'm not sure. I think it was 4-2 to Rock with like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go. They've ended up losing. Tough scenes as we head into a Den Hardpoint. Rock Esports to be looking quickly for the bounce back, but if Project 7 can find this, I think that might be the final dagger they need.
Well, overload between these two teams has been wonderful. It has been an absolute bloodbath both times that we've seen them on that map. And truthfully, maybe we replace the next overload with that same map. We'll see it again. But just when we thought yesterday was the most dramatic finish with the 2 versus 4 in sudden death, somehow this one is probably actually matched it or maybe exceeded it. But none of that matters now because we have another map coming our way. We're going to go to a quick break first, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping straight into this one. The hard point is upon us. Currently 2-1 Project 7. They've won the overload, they've won the hard point and lost the S&D. Now this one plays out, could very well shape this series, Hunt.
Yeah, really big map. This is one that Rock must find. Project 7 can take this one away. We'll be heading to map 5 on Project 7's host for them to potentially win this grand finals. Or can Rock Esports send this all even after 4? I think he's trying to get something done through the middle of the map. It's very much a firefight for P1 control. That's just about going to go the way of Project 7. Spawns are there for Rock, though, over towards P2. Had a very good performance, specifically on this map against Orgless, but one that they let Orgless back into. You know, in a pretty good position all the way through. Nearly let it slip towards the latter stages if it wasn't for a couple of clutch moments from Kicks. Rock now set up over towards P2, and they have been hunkered down for quite some time, waiting for Project 7 to find their way.
Well, here we go, here's the push. Kicks using a position that I'm sure many people will now to pick up 3. Oh, wow. Stick that one into your ranked play. We're going to be seeing it again.
Bringing the big guns out. Oh, he is 4 in a row now for Kicks. We'll shut that entire push down pretty much all on his own. Now the pressure going to start coming through. F dot maybe just a little bit too early. Your teammate's not there. Everybody else slowed down, checking their corners, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Dom getting a bit of bad timing. So they're finding one over towards the front side. This should be a break coming through, and it is. Project 7 will find a way through for 15. Aspect will find the final kill, and the spawns over towards the backside for Rock are not great. Aspect, 1 or 2 kills here would be massive. 2 would be lovely. There's 1. Second, not going to fall his way. Kicks will find it. Had to.
Being careful here to try and stay alive and get the most out of this they can here. Dom out towards the middle. They're going to know he's on to this point, but gets cut down before he can do too much damage. And now Mythic's dancing with the players. He's expecting to do more work with his teammate. And so far, so good for Project 7 on this point.
Aspect still holding tight. Good gunfights coming through. Now if you're Rock Esports, you have to do this from an unfavorable position. Kicks. There's anyone who can do it. As Mythics will try to find a break back through. Everybody else through the middle of the map from Project 7. The blue side spawn coming through. And sort of F-Dot doing well. It just feels like this kill feed's going in one direction at this moment in time, Brycey. If it wasn't for Kicks, I think Rock would be down quite significantly, to be honest. He's 12 and 6. The rest of the team don't have 12 kills between them.
Well, maybe that accelerate and this one will all change around here, but a change around is what they need. You can already see the pressure coming through. Project 7 will be in the better position to start with, and Rock Esports trying to get their trades underway. I think you're very much correct there, Ton. They are having a bit more of a hard time of it.
Lucifer can't find a way through, and once again Kicks. 15 and 7 out of him. This nade's going to cause problems as well. Rixel will be there trying to call out as best he can, just trying to butter them up as they're on their way through. There's more than that there. So I had to go over the top to get rid of them, so that's one obstacle crossed. Mythics can't find a way through. Dom will be there to pick up some more pieces, and again, it just feels like Project 7 cannot find the gunfights to get them through this time. Really good effort from Rock, and that's going to steady the ship, and one more, so it should pretty much put them in an even keel by the time we head over back over towards P1. The positioning for Project 7 is good, though. We're going to set up for success in a second rotation of hills.
And with this, Project 7 did get a good chunk of time on it last time around, trying to do the same thing. Kicks to the rescue, though. I don't know what's in his gun, but it seems to be some sort of superpower. He's 19 and 8 so far, and really is plugging up the gaps that Rock Esports are leaving.
Having a lifetime game here as Kicks. They can't get past him. He's literally an endgame boss at this moment in time. And the rest of the Rock Esports can just pick up the pieces. Dom's starting to warm up with a full spree out of him. Finding another one after as well. And Rock Esports starting to get a decent little lead now. A big gunfight wins from Dom. Now on a 7 spree out of absolutely nothing. And he's joining the party that Kicks started. Hellstorm in the back pocket. That's a useful tool to have here on Den. One player has slipped the net, though. F-Top being very, very patient. Might just get a little bit of a toehold over towards P2 for his team.
Well, they do have this P2. Already trying to push it out here. Some big gunfights already going down, and Kicks runs into Lucifer. Dominic's trying to get through here, but a little bit of a stop here. As you can see already, the trade start to fly through. It will be Rock Esports who come out on top as they get a bit of a better position, but can this fight go the way of Project 7, who are putting bodies into this point a little bit quicker? Already players, though, flying over the hill, trying to get into it. There's a huge couple of kills there from F-Dot and Lucifer to lock this one down for a second.
For 30 seconds as well. He's trying to do it all on his own that time, but it probably better and better if he waited on the rest of his team coming through. F-Dot. Some defensive work to do. Difficult position to be in, but I tell you what, they've done extremely well. Scoreboard a little bit messed up, but it's Project 7 getting the kills. Still, Dom does have that Hellstorm, and I think that's going to... Okay, well, not coming to fruition for that gunfight because Aspect has just shotgunned him. And all of a sudden, Project 7 are starting to find a little bit of a foothold after Rock took a pretty significant lead into that P2. Brilliant work from P7.
Well, they've brought it back to a 16-point game, but Rock Esports will now hold P3. Domx not able to get that first kill. Another one going in there for him as well as Dom comes under a bit of pressure, but he's looking for it. Finds 2. Kicks, helps him out, and, well, they hold. The last player is going to go down as well here. Project 7 flip spawns, but do not move Rock.
I'm just going to have to try and hold this down. It's a big push coming through Dojo. Kicks has got middle of the map pretty much under lock and key. We'll find F dot. It's all about everything else that's happening on the other side. Lucifer finding 3. How on earth has he managed that? Kicks is going to have to give up mid and push through. Wants to get a little bit of control. Free fire on F dot is not going to finish the job. Now everybody else making their move round. Mythics is here. Yeah, should get picked up and does. So Rock Esports may well lose that latter stage of P3. But the rotation over towards P4 was seamless.
Left up looking for the break, looking for anybody to give him time of day, really. Bit of a shoulder, couple of bullets in here, but Kicks ready with a nade to try and cause a few issues, coming through and spits all the bullets in his magazine through the doorway, but doesn't get as many kills as he would like. Domex calls that one correctly, but already you can see they're waiting for it.
This is really big time from Project 7. Time you didn't expect them to get, especially with the setup, especially with the time that Rock had to find that setup. And now they are, well, reaping the rewards of their display that they just put on when they found that break. Lucifer on a 5 spree. Wouldn't mind getting a hold of that Hellstone, to be honest with you, to try and counteract the one that's on the other side, and there it is. Kicks will get taken down. Lead changes, P7. Looking to try and break 190 as we head to a third rotation. There's not really a great deal in it. Rock Esports had a fantastic start to that second rotation, a poor end. Project 7 looking to put the foot down. If they can find this map, Brycey, it blows this final wide open.
It really does here. You just saw Aspect have to come back for it as well, as Aspect finds 3. That's outrageous from him. Shooting every single direction. You thought Rock Esports had a bit of control there at that point. Wasn't to be. Project 7 over the 200-point marker. And now they have to call in reinforcements from the sky. Dom dropping the missile. Knows he has to do it. They need a way in.
He has to find some kills with this because his team are really not that close. Can't find the thread of the needle to take down F dot, but they will eventually find a way through the middle of the map. F dot's still alive and kicking over towards this side. So what's that Hellstone bought you? Not a great deal. Project 7, 20 seconds to go here over towards P1. They've got the P2 map, side of the map, I should say, locked down. They've got a Hellstorm of their own. Rock Esports must find a way through. They're a man down. How long have they been a man down? Am I dumb? I did not notice that whatsoever.
Well, the man down at the worst possible time on the worst possible map. We had this one down as a Rock Esports one. I'm just actually having a look as we go back through it. He lost it when the missile came in. The missile came in, and that's when it was lost. Project 7. 237, we will tell you exactly what is happening here. As this one continued as a go, but I wouldn't venture a guess. I just did look through our replay machine very, very quickly. As soon as that missile came in, that's when it dropped. So, well, as they know, this is one for the admins. So we leave it from here. We can't really comment until it has been sorted through, and they will tell us exactly what happens, Tom.
We can't really comment, but will we?
No, we will talk about wonderful facts from Birmingham.
Oh, yes, brilliant.
Did you know Birmingham has the largest public library in Europe?
Wow.
That's what, you know, that contains books, ton. I don't know if you know what those are, but some of our viewers probably will. Did you know the anchor of the Titanic was made in the Black Country?
Well, there you go.
You know, that area just outside of Birmingham. The Industrial Revolution bit.
Yes.
They're also
specifically, actually, I know that people from the Black Country hate me saying that you're from Birmingham. That's always one that really gets them. So, you know, anybody from the Black Country, don't tell them they're from Birmingham. They really do take offense to it.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't put that as a Birmingham fact then.
It's not a fact. It's just, you know, little tidbit.
All right. Well, production probably don't want us to go through this entire list of fun facts about Birmingham, so we're going to go to a quick break while we let the admins do their thing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite EMEA. And I know you're all wondering and waiting with bated breath to hear about what has happened. Well, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, that is a Project 7 map. Essentially what happens here is when a player disconnects that late in the game, you're not supposed to end the game. At that point, Rocky Sports did end the game. With P7 already up, it does mean that they are going to get that map win. The rules are super clear in this case, but the admins just made sure to go through the procedures that everything was followed to the letter. So that means that Project 7 are now quite firmly in the lead here, Tom.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it was probably a common sense thing there. It really did look like P7 were going to go on and win it. It's unfortunate that these things happen in the grand final, to be honest with you, but online Call of Duty, online any game, to be honest with you, these things do indeed happen. But a massive map win, which I think that P7 were going to get anyway by the looks of things, as how things were set up. And a huge win in this series. Now 3-1 up there, one map away, and heading into map number 5, which particularly is on their host as well, is going to give them an advantage here in this Den, Search and Destroy. Rock were fantastic in map number 2 though. Honestly, I think the real big dagger for me in this series for Rock is going to be that overload again. Like, both these two teams will look at that overload, particularly on Scar, and probably never want to see it again. Because every single time they play it, it's stressful situation, it's crazy situations. And ultimately, that has cost them from not being now at 2-2. Then Search and Destroy incoming. P7 need one more map out of these next 3 to take away stage 2 here in the EMEA.
Well, we'll see. Den Search and Destroy could be where this one ends here, but you are right, that overload. I mean, if anything, it's kind of a bit of a payback for yesterday. Like, realistically, P7 shouldn't have lost that one yesterday, but they did, and they managed to pull this one out of the fire somehow today. But for Project 7, Destiny calls, they could be walking away the champions here with the Den Search and Destroy up next. We did say, very important, that Hardpoint for Rock Esports. With them dropping it, unfortunately, you might say, but it does set the tone for this one. They'll be desperate to get Den Search and Destroy under their belt and fight their way back in.
And they can't do it. Search and Destroy is definitely around back in. Can they do it on Den? Is the pace going to suit them? Are they going to want to set that pace? Are they going to keep it nice and slow? Is Domex going to be able to find those snipes? Is F-Dog going to be able to answer back to them? Is Harry and Co going to be able to bring up the numbers they so consistently have done? That's the questions that are going to be answered very, very shortly. Seeing a lot of gas actually from Mythics on the timeline. Aroma tweeting it out. He is a guy who really has been improving as time has went on. Yeah, this season. Looking to see if he can do it and solidify the win here for Project 7 in map number 5.
Well, here we go. At the moment, mid-control for Dom. Now slithering through already. Still up top. No check there from him. Not a lot of information, but a good amount of map gained. And it means Rocky Sports will take this one. And I don't think Aspect is going to be able to thread the needle here.
Still 4v4 though. Dom caught with that stun grenade. So a little bit of information for Project 7. Needs to put through. Doesn't really find a great deal apart from information gained for Rock once again. Domex is going to back on down. Just keep an eye on that flank, but it's going to be all from the front. And Domex with a great shot onto F-Dot. Aspect gets taken down as well. Now 2 versus 4. Mythic's great snapper onto Dom. And does that give them life? Does that give them hope? 15 seconds is going to deter that just a little bit. Lucifer will find another 2v2. Domex is actually in no man's land here. If they can find this other kill, they can jump this. They haven't chosen to. And that will be the round. Rock Esports just about keep them off.
Just a bit of time burning going down. They had to try and play around that sniper. Maybe if that player had been alive, they could have played it a little bit of a different way. Not going to happen this time, though. It will be Rock Esports who gain that first ever so important round in S&D that they do need.
Good start. One they really did need. I'm not sure what the mood in the camp would have been. Finding themselves 3-1 down in this grand final. P7 typically have had their number when it has come down to online play. Can they continue to? Into the second round. like it is going to come over towards this B side. Domex caught a little bit. Only down at 65 HP, though. Was relatively healthy. No worries, but he's out to give up a lot of room over towards this B side. Project 7 don't know that room was there to walk into.
Well, this could be a misfortune for Project 7. They are applying pressure over the rooftops. That's a wrap back. They've decided against it. 50 seconds to go here, and they are changing tactic. Giving up some mid control, though, which will be a bit of an issue long term. But here is the setup for the post plant.
Rexel playing the island. Everybody else through Dojo. F dot. Crucial. Lucifer will take down the island player, and it's the bait. It's so well worked to just sway F dot's crosshairs for only a second, but Aspect can find another back. Shots on Domex this time don't hit, but Kicks did find one. 2v2.
Try and work it with this sniper. He wants to make a pick, but still going to be pistol out as they're going for it as well. Kicks trying to just shoot feet. Not going to be enough here as Domex flies into it. Nobody's going down. Eventually it will be Rock Esports that fall. The post plant, super tricky to deal with, but I will give credit to Rock Esports. That bait for the sniper duel was incredible.
Worked out so well with that opener, but Lucifer is there to shut the door. We continue. 5-0 from Lucifer. The round has went over towards Rock Esports in round number 1, though, of course. Both those players surviving all the way through. So that is something to keep an eye on, because for all that in Hardpoint and Overload, maybe the Hellstorm doesn't help as much. It'll definitely help them here. F dot, he's going to avoid that one. He'll take down Rexel at the same time. He's had Domex's number so far, you would like to think. It says 1 and 2, but he's the one that's finding these openers. Oh, we've got to hit that, though. Both two snipers feeling just maybe a little bit of nerves so far, and that's going to be complete site control here for Rock Esports. Kicks will get this one down.
3-3. A Dojo push. They are taking Dojo control. Will Project 7 realise this? They are definitely going to expect somebody the other side. And for Rock Esports, that should be a decent advantage. Time burning again here, Project 7. They are slow in their retakes. I think they're too slow again.
Yeah, they are too slow. 20 seconds to go. I think Lucifer on this 5 spree is inspiring this very, very slow push. That will find one, though, and if Lucifer can find this one, it would be huge, because the Hellstorm would have been there, but now Kicks is, and he will pick up the pieces. Rock Esports. Another round goes their way. Far too slow, but again, I think what influenced that was Lucifer being on that 5 spree. I believe he might have been one off. And I think it's difficult, because you find yourself on these sprees. You find yourself at 5-0 by playing aggressive, by playing your game. If you change your game, it can be to your own detriment. He loses out. And Project 7 lose out on the round as well. Kicks on a 3 spree.
This is, as we have said before, a must-win for Rock to stay alive in this series. And there's another pick. Domex's already taken down 1, and Project 7 have lost the numbers.
Oh, F dot. Tagged up. Nade on its way. What has he got to do to kill F dot? Apparently, a lot. Domex's just gonna hold tight. Oh, and it's just worked out perfectly. I tell you what, he's done extremely well to find Lucifer. But nice play coming out of Project 7. That one straight out of the Heretics playbook.
I think he's pushed forward by himself here. Found 2. His teammates move to give him some mid cover. Mythics does not know where this last player is going to be. Eventually does see him. Does not win the gunfight. A 1 versus 1. 36 seconds to go. Rixel going around here. They're going to engage each other. I don't know if he saw that. F dot might have done, and he does. And Project 7 get away with it. 3 versus 4.
Incredible. Mythics just getting so aggressive. And the final kill falling F dot's way. Found a couple in that round. And Rexel was the final one. such a close game of search and destroy. Won that Project 7 if they take. We crowned champions here in EMEA.
Well, here goes. Domex has been a thorn in the side of Project 7 many times. Every round they have to play around that sniper. This is aggressive here, though. Mythic's just checking his angles.
They're just holding tight on. They're very passive, but I'm going to just see if they'll fall into a trap. Oh, Rock Esports, but they haven't done just yet. But Mythics will find one from up top. Is the exchange going to be there? Yes, it is from Dom. Domex will find one onto F dot as well. So the sniper battle falls Rock's way this round. 3-2, or 3v2, I should say. And everybody else on their way back over. Lucifer and Mythics, what can you do from here? Mythics got super aggressive. He's got here so fast. They're just not going to expect it. They're not going to expect him this close at all. And he finds two out of nothing. They didn't see the cross, and it cost them dearly. Dom left in a 1v2.
Mythic's moving mad. And Dom, I mean, he's going to have to try and make a hero play 19 seconds ago, which means either just play for the kills or just run to the bomb site and try to get a plant down, but he's been seen. I don't think he's going to have the time to do anything either. It's been taken away from him, and that means Project 7 will move into the lead as Dom flies into a gunfight. Bit of a shaky one, though, and it will be Mythics to clean it up.
Mythics is having a game. There's been 2 rounds there that you think are going to go Rock's way, and bang, 2-piece. And the third on top for Mythics. Having a stellar series. In that moment, Dom just has to make something happen. He cannot get it done. And they just didn't expect Mythics to get so aggressive. The timing for him, the pace control really in the round, and understanding exactly when to push and pull. It was all pushed there, and Mythics is 7-4, and Project 7 are 3 rounds away from being crowned champions.
It's a big fight towards the mid here. Both teams have committed a little bit here, but Project 7 choose against it. FDL and Domex trying to play their angles, trying to thread needles. Find picks that could give their team the advantage in this round. And I know FDL will hope that he doesn't come against Domex in a better position than he is.
Really scouring around. Different sniper styles, really. Domex, there's an angle holder. F-dot scanning. Being a little bit more proactive with it. Speaking of proactive, here's the push over the site. Mythics just gonna take those gunfights all day long. Kicks will get taken down. Project 7 now in a position to plant this bomb over towards B in a 4v3 situation. Rock Esports is just hitting the dojo. Get your fists up and start swinging. Lucifer will find one. Rixel, he can answer back, and Domex can find another himself. He's left in a 1v2.
If he can find a pick here, he can make this work. F-dot, though, already zoomed in, already waiting. Sniper that time goes to him. 4-2 to Project 7. Mythics just making a play that, I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was going to win that gunfight against Kicks.
Just so difficult when the angle is being held. You don't know where he is. If you're F-dot, you know exactly where he's coming from. 4-2 Project 7 now. In a phenomenal position to close this one out. 2 rounds away. But Rock will not go quietly. No chance.
Mythics aggressive. One more. Sticking on his scoreboard. He's 10-5.
Oh my word.
Aspect covering him. Confidence now flowing through the veins of Project 7.
Feels like a long road back for Rock Esports right now. Rixel finding his way over towards A. This is an open site. How long did they take to get it down? Oh, they're going to be able to find some picks here as well. They're double checking absolutely everything. And Lucifer is then going to gain information and maybe a haircut as well. The sniper shot brings through. Domex cannot connect. And that would have been a nice advantage to have. But as it goes, the bomb will go down. A 4v2 retake for Project 7. Get your scope up. You gotta find something if you're Domex in this transition. Because if you get collapsed on in a 4v2, you ain't winning this round.
It's a slow push again for them here, but they are going to squeeze hard. Everybody in every single direction. Mythic's now flying through. Mythic's, well, he fights two on his long flank, and this is just stat padding at this point. Mythic's 12-5.
Incredible. But the damage was done when those first 2 kills were found. Props to Rixel and Domex for finding the space, for being able to even get that bomb down. Give them an opportunity. And the one that Mythics dashes out of their hands. I think the kills would have fallen either way, but of course they're falling Mythics' way. In this game, he has been unstoppable. 12-5 out of him. A match point and championship point for Project 7.
Well, this could be the last roll for Rock Esports. A heroic survival is all they can do at this point. They need 4 rounds on the bounce and then 2 more maps. And this might be a bit of a problem. You can see Project 7 have already stacked the rooftops. They're going through it. Kix is going to call this one out. Reinforcements need to get here now already. Body streaming across. Kix backs out. They're going to go for the retake. This will be all post-plant.
Oh, Mythics gets overconfident. Domex is waiting for him. First blood.
It's a bit of an issue. And down they go. F-Dot going to try and come to the rescue here. I don't think he saw that player behind him either, and it does fall apart. I mean,
Life.
Rock Esports has done a wonderful job to recover this, and a full wipe for them, Ton.
Life for Rock Esports. We'll take 4 rounds in a row. There's one of them. Wixer just catches Aspect in a bit of a corner there, to be honest with you. And again, you have to be careful, but it's a good read from Rock that you see Mythics push up towards the tree. Sniper is typically an angle you will see played. F-Dot probably wouldn't have got much of a read on where Domex was, so question to be asked. But either way, hard really to criticize Mythics for that decision, considering he's 12-6. He's been gunning anything that comes in his sights, but that time the man in his sights had a VS Recon, which is never an easy gunfight for a Traffic. Aspect will gain information that utility sent over dealt with by the trophy system. This bomb may well go down quickly over towards B. This is just pure bullying from Rock, which is what they're good at. They'll force them out of the site. This bomb is not quite going down yet, but control is just about there, and some crispy shots from Kixar as well.
They're pushing this one out as well. They are not giving them any space. F-Dot is hoping to make a pick here, but they are not giving him the angle. They have played this very, very well, and a bit of a sniper battle going on once again. Rock Esports now have the advantage in numbers and bomb down.
Look at the setup in Dojo. They got to hold it. Push is going to come in. It's 2-for-2 trade, which works out for Rock. Mythic's now left on his own. The 1 versus 2, and one of those players is Domex with Sniper.
Mythic is fast, but I'm unsure if he's faster than a sniper. In that case, he is not able to set up for the next gunfight. Rock, again, another round onto the board. Project 7 starting to get a little bit nervous.
I would be as well. Extremely. They just bully their way through, and that is when I feel that Rock are at their best. They move as a unit together, they bully teams out, they create that space, they gain that space, and they make the most of it. If they're passive and don't want to really push themselves, that's when they don't love those rounds, it doesn't feel. If they can't find that little bit of extra momentum, that little bit extra room on the map. This moment in time, it's the room in the middle of the map that Project 7 are trying to find. Those nades over the top, not going to find a great deal. Plenty of big control here, though, for Rock Esports, which will give them confidence. They know that the push over towards A could be coming through in Domex, so now he knows. Yep, we're going to back on down over towards B. Dom has found one on Aspect. He did so well to find it. The second will follow. And a 2v4 is now going to be needed. F-Dot can find one. Dom feeling delusional. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. F-Dot can find another. He's left in a 1v2.
What's here for him? Does find himself an M15. Does have bomb as well. Throws the smoke down. They might think he rotates off of this.
I like this. They haven't took the bait. Looks to see him. He will have now.
Gonna run out of time here. And He's going for the plant. He's being confident. It's not going to happen, though, and we are going to round 11. Rock Esports dug in and have found the rounds they need to get this to this point.
That's 3 rounds in a row. They were almost dead and buried. But to around 11 we go. Mythics has slowed down, but it was going to be hard to keep up that pace. Rock Esports have been finding first bloods. They've been having their way. This is a monumental map if they can find it.
And they are heading straight into wait for the post plant. Lucifer might catch something. They're going to go down, put in the pre-fire. They're already in.
Domex is trying to get the angle. He's already over towards the tree. That's going to be the problem for F. Flank coming in from Mythics. He has to be absolutely everything for Project 7. 35 seconds to go.
I think Mythics knows that player's there as well. It's going to be Kicks. He's going to take a grenade already. Mythics trying to close down the angle. Kicks getting out, but already kills going down. 2 versus 3 now, but Mythics finds one. The smoke is causing him some issues. Another fight going out towards it as well. It's now Domino 1 versus 2, and he gets caught. Mythics on the flank, 15 and 8, and Project 7 will win the grand finals here in Challengers Elite Stage 2 EMEA, and what a performance.
Incredible from Project 7, who get one back after Dallas. A really, really good victory in this grand final, and a sensational search and destroy to cap it off from Mythics. 15 and 8 from him. And Project 7 will be your champions here in Stage 2, and thoroughly deserved. The improvements were there to be seen from the get-go, and they look like one of the favorites heading to Birmingham now, Brycey. What a performance.
Just unbelievable. Mythics was everywhere. Big gunfights going on as well. I mean, F. obviously trying to cancel out Dom X. We didn't talk an awful lot about Lucifer, but look at the damage he managed to put down. Almost as much as Mythics, with half of the kills.
Incredible. Just a wild, wild game. The comeback was threatened by Rock. If they had found that round 11, they'd be finding themselves 3-2 down, heading back over towards their host. I mean, you expect that it maybe was going to be there, but here's another thing. Rock Esports dominated in terms of first bloods in the first search and destroy, and once again, it really did land their way. I want to say that it was maybe 7 in their favor. All right, it's not a massive advantage, but 7 first bloods, 5 rounds out of it. That stings a little bit. It really does. Weren't able to convert, weren't able to finish their dinner. But Project 7 feasted in the end. How Domex found that shot, I actually have no idea. Especially on 90 ping. Insane. But Mythics, he was really the catalyst throughout this search and destroy, wasn't it? I mean, this was another one as well where he just gets aggressive and they're just not expecting him to be as close. Domex, what am I doing with a sniper there? Absolutely nothing. And Dom doesn't even get a chance to answer. But those are the kind of heads-up players that Mythics has been making for years. And I'm not going to try and say I'm not jumping on a bandwagon here. We have been banging the Mythics drum for 2 or 3 seasons. How is this guy not getting a shot? Another incredible talent from this region that is going to be overlooked. And, well, to some CDL teams' detriment, I would say. The guy's an absolute killer.
Wow. What a performance to put a bullet point on the end of that one. But this is how the series played out. 250 to 151, a big opener from Project 7. A raid search and destroy gave Rock some hope as they did look very good on it. A Scar overload for the ages. Come down to a last-second overtime, then a sudden death. Then Hardpoint. We'll skip past that one, but P7 do walk away with the win. And then last but definitely not least, a round 11 thriller. Then Search and Destroy went the way of Project 7, and they became champions of Stage 2.
And a really impressive performance across the board, really. The change up with Aspect coming in was an upgrade. They seen themselves as a very, very solid team here with a fantastic result in Dallas. Does this now push them to maybe go that step further in Birmingham next week? Can't wait. Cannot wait to see how things go down. UK LAN coming up next. We're very excited. And for a lot of these EU teams as well, you're never going to have more than this kind of opportunity. This is your best shot at winning one. You have the advantage over them. No jet lag to worry about. No 10-hour flight. Just a mosey on down or up to Birmingham.
It certainly will be. But while we talk about the future with Birmingham, let's look towards the past here. Project 7 come out of their group swinging and looking very, very good. But when they got into the bracket, wasn't plain sailing, but they did manage to sail the seas correctly. Project 7 against Martin went 3-1. They did the same against 4 Fun EU, 2 very good teams they took down. Their biggest hurdle will be Rock Esports, but they did take them down in the S&D 3-2. And then the grand final. Another S&D win for them, a 4-1 against Rock Esports. That made them champions, and that's their journey to get their ton.
Wonderful performance across the board. As you said, I mean, they didn't go through a single series flawless. Everybody else was able to put something up against them, but ultimately they get it done. But what did they get it done for? Well, the money that was on the line. That $10,000 game of Call of Duty just went their way. $20,000 in prizing heading Project 7's pockets. Rocky Sports will take away $10,000 at one step further than they made it last season. As far as the Stage 1 playoffs goes anyway, they finished third, then they will finish second this time around. Orgless with a third place. That will be disappointing for them as the defending champions. They could not get it done. Crash out today in the 3-0 fashion. Work to be done before they head to Birmingham with a quick jump over the channel. But the pro points are going to be incredibly important when we do talk about Birmingham. Seeding matters. And that will be a nice boon for Project 7 to get a hold of 15,000 heading their way.
Certainly will be, and well, that was pretty sweet for them in the end here. But Project 7, I think when we talked about them, Turn, and we have said this a few times during the entire 3 weeks of this Elite, have looked better, right? Yeah. If anything, Project 7 have been more consistent. Players like Lucifer, who we have spoken about at many stages during this, have had more uptick games. And when you get consistent, that really does make a bit of a difference going through. But I've been told that the interview with the coach is ready. So, hello and welcome to the stream, Marky B.
There's my mate.
What's good, lads?
First of all, congratulations, Marky. Pleasure seeing you again, my friend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. Obviously, like, it was an absolute nail-biter of a series. We had a lot of maps that we feel like we kind of... Honestly, we're kind of disappointed by how we played in some of them, but we still came out with a victory in the end, and that's all that matters. But for us now, our biggest thing is just making sure we don't get complacent and making sure that we stay focused forward towards, obviously, the Cup this weekend, and then going on to Birmingham as well.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a big one when you get to Birmingham here. But, Tan, I'll let you ask a question before I jump in with mine.
Yeah, I was going to ask how the transition was bringing Aspect in, because I think a lot of us looked at that and said, okay, that is, with all due respect to Dent, a bit of an upgrade. Aspect has kind of offered a lot of promise over the last couple of seasons. What difference did he make to the team?
Yeah, he made a massive difference in the team. Obviously, he traditionally is an AR player, so that was a bit of an adjustment. But ultimately, he's like a really talented player, and I think that obviously Denza brought a lot of leadership to the team, but I think we, as a team, have a lot of experience. So to be honest, I think Aspect just was a clear upgrade, and ultimately, you know, he's fitting well. We went undefeated the entire stage, and you know, we're looking good. But as I said before, there's still lots to improve on. So you know, at the end of the day, very happy. It's still early days with this team. It's like, you know, Denza was on the roster for quite some time before the first event. So for us, it's just focus forward and just keep the dubs coming.
All right. Well, that's a very positive kind of answer and question there from Tom. Mine's going to be less so. We've got to talk about Overload, Marky. I mean, back-to-back days, the Overload has been kind of crazy. Yesterday, not a great result. I kind of want your thoughts and feelings on what happened for that one to go so wrong, on how on earth did today's go so right?
I think yesterday, like, we were just kind of in a situation where we've never been in practice. You know, OT in practice particularly, you know, I wouldn't really say people sweat it. People just kind of run it down. So it was a kind of new situation for us. Harry made a big call and then we kind of hesitated. So we were kind of in that position of, you know, should we just commit to running through, or should we just play the kills? And we just, you know, went back on ourselves. We made the mistake there. And then today's Overload, I'd say that, you know, they had some really good break-offs, which set them up well for each of the rounds, which kind of gave them a lot of map control early doors, where we were able to fight back in both rounds. But ultimately, that's, you know, one thing that they punished us for in those Overloads today, specifically.
All right, good answer for that one. I think it certainly was exciting to watch at the very least.
Yeah, and I think one more from me, Mark. Birmingham coming up, obviously everything is kind of been heading in that direction. Great result for the guys, obviously, over in Dallas. Great result for Rock as well, obviously taking that one away. Do you feel as if you are going to be one of the favourites now heading into it? It has to be, right? You've got to have the boys feeling really confident heading over towards LAN next week.
Yeah, for sure. We're super confident. I think before they had sort of issues with their map pool and they still managed to get third, and we've got to a position now where we're really comfortable on a bunch of maps. Don't get me wrong, there's still some that we can improve in, but ultimately we're in a really good spot with our map pool. And if we can just get a little bit more squeeze in the next couple of days and put ourselves in a position where we can play, you know, any map against any team and just play to, you know, the other team's weaknesses or our strengths, depending on the opposition, I think we put ourselves in a really good spot to win the event. So yeah, I'm really happy with the improvement the guys have been making since I came on board, even with Denza. You know, I think that the guys have brought me into their group and really embraced everything I've said. So, you know, I really want to thank them for that, for sure.
Wise head on you, mate. That's why. Wise head. Experience.
Very experienced. Marky, all right, first of all, congratulations again for that one, but I want to just throw it to you to give shout-outs to anyone you want to, the fans and everybody watching at home.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give a shout-out to my partner who gave birth to two beautiful, amazing twin boys in the last 2 weeks. Mate. So, you know, it's been a crazy couple of weeks for me. Obviously, massive shout-out to P7 Esports, the players, for, you know, bringing me on board. All the sponsors for P7 Esports as well, and, you know, just everyone. Just everyone.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Marky. A double congratulations then, one for the kids and one for the win here. But we'll let you get back. I'm sure you've got, well, I mean, childcare and taking care of your team to deal with here. So thank you for joining us here on the broadcast, and we hope to see you in Birmingham, my friend.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Awesome. Well, there we go. Marky B giving us the lowdown on how confident they are moving into Birmingham. A big win for P7 will certainly put them in a lot of people's sights.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, with their performance that they managed to pull off in Dallas, I mean, there was a lot of surprises from teams in EMEA over there, wasn't there? There was the surprise that Clutch Rain looked as poor as they did, and have they regressed potentially? Is this going to be the catalyst for them to maybe step things up in time for Birmingham? I don't know. Project 7 surprised everybody with their result, and have they surprised everybody here? Maybe not so much. That was a really good performance when it's come down to online, but we know that Rock will be going over towards Birmingham looking to defend that title, and they will be feeling confident to do so. LAN is going to be crazy. Bryce, we're in Birmingham in a week's time.
We certainly are. And if you're thinking, well, Bryce, that was an awful lot of good Call of Duty, it doesn't end. North America coming up right after our show when they find their own grand champion. But for EMEA and everybody else, we'll see you in Birmingham in a week's time. Hope you've enjoyed, and thank you for watching.
And it goes like
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh
Every
my
boot
God.
finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
What's up, all you COD fans? Welcome back to Challengers, now in North American region, looking to see who's going to take the crown in Season 2 of Elite. My whole chip with me, I've got Stud. My man, we've got 3 teams left. All 3 of them have looked nasty, both through the group stage, but also in the runs they put together in the bracket. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Are you pumped, brother? Because I'm ready to get this thing going.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited for today, man, because like you said, every single team that we have left in this Elite have a chance to win today, because I've seen it all throughout yesterday, throughout last week. They all have shown moments that we are the best team in challenges. It's just COD could be so day to day, so today just needs to be your day.
Heard that. I mean, we'll take a look at the schedule overall. Again, it started things off with what was going on in EMEA. Rock Esports able to take care of Orgless before falling in the grand finals to Project 7. They're looking nasty. Mythics is him, dude. He was having himself a series. But now we jump over to North America. We'll start with the elimination final. That'll be Falcons Academy Green going up against P7 Notorious, who are putting together a lengthy run through the lower bracket, all the way back to lower bracket round 1. And then Telluride Bush, of course, chilling, getting ready to go for that best of 7 grand final. But Jay, I kind of mentioned that they're very casually P7 Notorious, after dropping a map 5 round 11 to Falcons Academy Green, have been in the gauntlet. From lower round 1, they find themselves now in the lower final. They've only dropped 1 map in the process of the 3 games they played in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's insane, man, because you get battle tested in your first series coming out of bracket play where you were undefeated, #1 seed if you are P7 Notorious, and then you lose in the game 5. But then you could just see what that series did to them. Absolute frustration all the way through eliminations rounds, because a 3-0, a 3-0, and a 3-1, only dropping 1 match to Omen Brooklyn last night. P7 are on point. But even though Falcons Academy have went to game 5s in every single series, they have been battle tested as well. So every team, like I said, Al, is going to be prepared to take it all today.
Yeah, and for Falcons Academy, their search has been really, really solid. That's going to have to be a key for them. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's take a look at what we're playing for here, though, on the day. It's not just a championship by name, but also a lot of money in the bank. We've got $20,000 for whoever comes away champion today, $10,000 for second, and then $6,000 for third. Of course, fourth place has already been determined. That's Submit Brooklyn, who walk away with $4 grand there. Of course, it was money down the road, though, all the way for all of our 12 teams that found themselves in the Elite this season. $2K if you made it to the playoff bracket, and of course you will not have to qualify for stage 3 if you finish in the top 8. The bottom 4 teams, though, will. That includes Stallions, Black, Huntsman, and Cabal, interestingly enough. All those teams looking for a bit of a reprieve before they jump into Birmingham and try to obviously earn some more challengers points and get themselves a more favorable spot into that elite qualifier.
Yeah, you definitely want to put yourself back into the elite conversation, man, because it was definitely a missed opportunity this stage for the Huntsmen and alongside Stallions. Stallions, we expected it to be sort of like that because they did it throughout Elite Stage 1, but Huntsmen, a team who made it to playoffs, who made it to top 4, only found 1 victory throughout this entire stage. So I know without question, the players who are ever going to be on that lineup going into the next Elite Stage got to be prepared for the bounce back on the elimination to get back in.
A lot of map 5 losses for that Huntsman team. But let's get ourselves focused for this elimination final, starting off with the Falcons Academy Green roster. As we kind of alluded towards, they have been unbelievable in search and destroy. QK in particular is having himself a hell of a season right now. Aluka, Standy, they're also, of course, looking pretty good across the board. And that last player is Roxas. I will say, we talked about this last week in particular, you and I, the 2 players out of Saudi Arabia, QK and Roxas, have looked really, really good. It's kind of just after that failed experiment of the Falcons CDL team last year, the amount of growth for Roxas in particular has been astronomical.
Oh, yeah. Every single player that we saw on that last year's Falcons lineup in the CDL has shown drastic improvements this season. Not only in Challenge, but even in the Pro Scene, because you see what Exit is still doing up there with the big guns. But like you said, with Roxas, he's just taking his game to a whole different level, a lot more consistent with his AR play, and then a new guy on the block in QK. He's been the talk around town, man. The guy is just unguardable at sometimes.
Yeah, especially I think just setting the tone to the tempo of the search and destroys. He has been that entryman for the side of Falcons Academy Green. So it's just now can they get over the hurdle, because again, it was Game 5 lost to Telluride Bush Gaming. But as we look at their opponents, P7 Notorious, as mentioned, dropped the map 5, round 11, trying to pull a reverse sweep against Falcons Academy Green in the winners round 1 game. They don't quite get over the hurdle, have to drop to the lower bracket in round 1. They have taken care of business quickly, though. For Fun Esports and For Fun and Fellow, we're both 3-0'd. At Brooklyn, you only dropped 1 single map. So for Diamondcon, Afro, Beans, and Eric Boom, 3 of the 4, of course, very recently coming out of the league. You're looking to try to find a way to get yourself back into favor, and they have taken care of everyone in their way so far. Now it's just down to, can they get revenge against this Falcons Green team that put him in the lower bracket in the first place?
Yeah, you're desperately looking for revenge here, because this is the match that started your losers bracket dominant, where you only lose small maps. So you know you had this one circled, potentially on the rematch. We gotta get our get back. Well, eventually when we get to the maps and modes out, we'll get deeper into that conversation, because P7 without question have the advantage today.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. It just comes down to what team are we going to get on the day. You know, when we were looking at the bracket orders initially built, the P7 and Falcons Green matchup was the one that I had circled in terms of, hold on, even though P7 came out of their group as a flawless favorite, they, I think, just generally looking at how they match up versus Falcons Green, had some work to be done. But taking a look at what we have, maps 2, 3, and 4 are all repeats, just in a little bit of a different order. Exposure was the map 1 when these two teams had played before. That'll be there for map number 4. The Den Search, the Den Overload are back in the mix. I think most notably, you look at the Den Overload, Falcons Academy Green are going to be thinking back to that series, being like, we should have 3-0'd this P7 team without having all the drama of going all the way to map 5, round 11. They weren't quite able to close things out after a really hot start. P7 started their comeback tour there. But Blackheart as our opener, Jay, is a fresh take between these two teams.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a fresh take, but I think it's a little scary of a take here for Falcons, because so far, all throughout this elite, they have played it twice, and they have fallen short twice. On the opposite side, for P7 Notorious, this is actually one of their stronger hard points. So you're talking about a phenomenal hard point for P7 to start. That followed up by a great search and destroy, their best search and destroy map, which you did lose to Falcons the last go around, but it's still your best S&E map. And then an absolute square up in the Overload, where both teams are outstanding on Den Overload. So without question, P7 series is right off the rip. But if you can somehow manage to get to game 4, where with the last time they match up, Falcons Academy were able to take that exposure hard point, that's when you can control it. You just gotta at least get to map 4 if you're Falcons.
I like that call. I also just kind of want to reprise that map 4 when we saw it between these two teams. It was a very back and forth affair. Great stuff from both teams. It was at the very end that QK had the game-winning play by shutting down a couple of players on the outside of panels towards P4. That was the big difference maker in a 250 to 232 win. So again, small moments led to the victory that Falcons Academy Green were able to enjoy back a couple of, about a week ago now. So lots of things to look forward to. Of course, also that Scar Search and Destroy is unique in terms of the matchup that they had in upper bracket round 1. So it really is that meat in the middle that is where a lot of the bad blood, I'm sure, will come to rest. Now, I like that you called out, though, that for this Blackheart hardpoint, Falcons Academy Green are no strangers to playing it, just haven't quite found the success. And I think some of it is kind of thinking back to their gameplay. It's not that they're, I would say, like, losing out on the macro sense of the game. It's just like a 1v1 goes wrong on rotation.
Yeah.
You're hoping that someone opens up a space earlier than maybe your opponent would expect. But P7 Notorious have such a good handle on this map. They're getting those reads and shutting down those early rotations, causing Falcons Academy Green to have to continually break. That's at least what you would kind of figure would be the case as we anticipate this map 1.
Yeah, I feel like P7, with the experience that they have and the players that they have, they are just more willing to play some of these straight up maps, such as Blackheart, so they can always be ahead of the punch in that fundamental game. And that's what I like about this P7 roster, is that they have consistent players on their lineup. On the opposite side for Falcons Academy Green, we watched it yesterday versus Bush. They outslayed it by almost 20 kills on that Colossus and still were able to lose that hard point by 3 points. So you need to be more efficient in your kills. And I feel like that's the only thing that's holding them back from truly being dominant in hard point, because they can slay. It's just, when do we get those kills at the right moments or in the right positions to really turn the game around?
Timing. It really is that. Like, you could label it all one word, especially on Blackheart. Again, like, it's one of those things, and we've seen this at all levels, elite and in the CDL. You start to make an early route happen. You're trusting your 3 other teammates to finesse around old. if they get wiped, all of a sudden you're on an island, your teammates are spawning behind the old hill, and you're having to stretch across the map. It's just difficult to do. So that's, I think, a lot of the difficulty is not just the player who's trying to play for an early rotation to stay alive in finesse, but the players that are at old need to also make sure they're not all dropping simultaneously and putting yourself in the worst position possible to spawn. So there are a lot of little things that come through. And I will say, we talked about this as we were kind of exiting out of the group stage and looking at the bracket. I think we're starting to see now, as we're getting closer to the midway point of the year, the more experienced veteran players and challengers that know how the game's meant to work are starting to find the most amount of success. Like, beginning of the year, Jay, it was all about this guy, new, has not had a chance either in challengers or in the league, but he's popping off. His POV's fun to watch. Let's give him a chance. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. At least for Awakening's sake, alongside Yuli, who on 2 different lineups this time. Those are the guys who were sitting on P7 Notorious last stage and were able to be victorious. So you got one player who's already in the grand finals and the other guy who's trying to get back over to the grand finals. I don't know. It's just, there's a whole lot of talent when you talk about challenges, but as time continues to go on and those experienced players start to understand every little thing about the game, they always have that advantage, and they always put the young up-and-comers as like, all right, you got the raw talent, but if you're not hitting the rotation, no way you get a chance.
Yeah, man, it really is. It's like the flashy POVs always steal the attention early, but then as we get into the year, correct, then we start to deal with players that know how the game's meant to work, and they start to find the consistent results. And I think there are a couple of examples of maybe people who didn't necessarily have the experience, but were able to provide that. You know, your Mercules obviously is number one, but like Craze all through last year, every single new team he had, he was still able to win with. Like, that's impressive. You don't see that all that often, but it feels like we're always in a situation we get to the halfway point, we go back to those tenured players. It's like, okay, they get it for a reason. But we are hearing that our first lobby is taking a minute to get loaded up, so we're gonna head to a quick break and stop the yapping. When we come back, it's time to start shooting. Be right back. Map number 1, Blackheart, coming up after this. Welcome back. We're jumping straight into map number 1. After a couple of restarts, we're good to go. Elimination finals. Falcons Academy Green taking on P7 Notorious. And we already framed it up. An important map 1 to see if Falcons Green can keep up with the presence that P7 have on this map.
Yeah, I'm without question looking forward to see if Falcons can keep up with P7, not only in this map, but in all of the respawns. because P7 without question have the advantage, but Falcons have it on the opposite side in the search and destroys. But you can already see it instant P1. Falcons didn't really spawn on the preferred side for this initial time. They were winning those gunfights on the second wave, and now they have been unbreakable for that P2 side of the map. 10 seconds left here at P1.
Yeah, okay. Good stuff here for Falcons Green. Hit on the way at 7 seconds remaining, all the way to the front door. Standy 4 in a row. Good read on a DC as well. But Diamond Khan's able to secure the trade and open up some space here for Beans early, and Aluka doesn't anticipate that challenge. And just when you thought Falcons Green had the perfect setup, now all of a sudden Standy's got to kind of save the day with Roxas. Both have had a great start to this point, but the pressure is starting to amount here for P7 with close spawns.
Got the close spawns, and Sandy's still finessing around the hard point. This is a guy who, without question, was the MVP for this team yesterday in that Bush series, and it still was for the loss. Sandy was just unbelievable when you talk about the slaying department, and he's continuing on the hot streak. 4 in a row, simply locks down P2 single-handedly. Now there's only 30 seconds left. P7 got one more push at this.
Yeah, huge start here for Standy, and almost gets Beans over the top of the barrels, but it's an easy follow-up for Roxas. And what looked to be maybe a bit of a trepidatious setup for Falcons Green turns into a whale of amount of time. QK in trouble trying to lock down the early rotation. So an opportunity here for P7, although they're down over 50 points. They have the setup that they want, looking over to P3.
Yeah, fully set up off the rotation. Find a kill before your player does fall, so the black spawns are still going to be secured. Now Falcons trying to rally for their break. Roxas is going to help by jumping off the map. Now you lose your numbers on the OE, and DC finds one through the front. So P7 flawless on their first hold attempt.
Yeah, really, really good. They also have a read that QK is trying to play around the outside, although QK does get a couple, forcing DC to have to step up from the front, and that will successfully work. Okay, second hit. Nicely received by P7. Now just down within 20 points, and for Falcons Green, this may be the last chance to try to break, and they will find the opener to contest.
Yeah, don't have any time to waste hitting long routes. You got to go right through the front to not give up all this time. And thankfully, you find the opening kill. Now you're winning the trade fights. All you need to do is take care of DC. You do just that. But he stalls time for Eric Boom to get back into the play. So a perfect response here from P7 Notorious on the P3 to only be down 10 points going into the next HP.
And this is great finesse from Eric. Last 8 seconds or so challenged by him staying in position. And he will spawn up, getting ready for new. DC not quite able to finesse on the movement over to the top of P1. Afro able to shut down one long route, looking for more. As the nades from the front are connecting. So P7 rotating nicely from 3 to 4. They deal with the play through mid, and now for Falcons Green, spawning over towards Old. They kind of just have to hit from the front here. 38 seconds remain.
Yeah, so far, that's the last couple of hills. This is how Falcons Academy Green are deciding to break some of these hard points. Long route to getting shut down. All right, second attempt. We're just going to bombard our way through the front. Hopefully it works this time because you find the opening kill, and it's QK finds a 3-piece through the front door. Roxas cleans up house for the final, so Falcons are in for a good chunk of time.
Yeah, that was a really nice start from Roxas, who got the damage onto the player on the heady. QK gets benefited with the kills and the feed, but Roxas was the main supplier of early damage. But the break is only momentary, as Falcons are already looking to rotation to do. Beans trying to think that he's there first. Will be surprised by Standy. And a Hellstorm will be called in early here for Diamond Khan. P7 really trying to string them together.
And they do find the opening kill through the middle of the map as well. Eric Bull gives you one extra. So now you know the last 2 players from Falcons Academy Green. Actually, everybody off the respawn is going to be towards the backside of the building. You find one with the Hellstorm. Now you got him trapped on the both sides of the exit. And Aluka with the team kill isn't going to help. So P7 Notorious use that Hellstorm to perfection to flip the spawns at P5 and now blow the game wide open with this time.
Yeah, this is not a good moment at all for Falcons Green. Trying to work their way through P3. Afro's in the way, and Afro won't even really take much damage. Now has both weapons to play with, understands there's a threat nearby. It's Standy on the corner, who gets dealt with quickly. DC cleans up QK. Last one left is Aluka. And there are the final trades. That is an immense hold. P7 now up about 50 points, but the scrap time will be fought for by Standy, contested by Beans, and that's what we're talking about. P7 just so keen to challenge anything and everything.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Last 3 hard points in a row for P7 for them to have the 40-point lead. Goes P3 chain to P4 to the P5 with the Hellstorm assistance. Gives you this advantage, and now you're still in control of the map. You have players like Beans setting up these dirty pinches, forcing you to always work your way through mid-box or through the wall run, and all of his teammates just holding pre-aims, waiting for you to walk into them.
Yeah, and as soon as the hit is on the way, Beans is immediately on your flank. Doesn't like a look at the timing. We'll back up just a little bit, and the help from Afro is great. The shut down, the caution jump. Now back into the hard point we go. Falcons Green able to contest, but only for a moment. And Beans finds himself now on 5. So this is what we're talking about. P7 just have a stranglehold on this map, really no matter what the hill is. And Falcons Green are really, they've been empty for time the last 3 hills, really.
Yeah, the only hill they've gotten time off of was 12 seconds initially off of the P1, and basically everything else at that P2 HP. Everything remaining after that has been off the final 5 to 10 seconds of these hard points, because P7 Notorious have been in dominant form off the rotation aspect. DC and Eric Boone flying through the front. Only one more player from Falcons Academy Green. Again, you lose the rotation, and again, you're forced to try to break through front.
Oh, and Eric almost just turns onto Standy in the corner there. A little bit of extra insult potentially to injury, but Falcons Green are able to find a couple of trades, so allow them a chance to contest from the front. Afro, a little late to the gunfight here, as Eric is trying to watch the cross, and how about it? Afro stays alive in the hard point, forces a team kill, and gets one of his own. So again, it's only about 4 or 5 seconds here or there per hill for Falcons Green, and P7 are gaining on double the time of Falcons as we look over to New.
Yeah, this game is already over with, Al.
Yeah.
You're up by 100. You don't have a Hellstorm that's going to lead to a quick break here at this P3 HP, but you're finding kills off the rotation. You already have pressure up the middle map, and as I say, they don't have a Hellstorm. They actually do, because here comes Beans with his.
Yeah, I was going to say there were a handful of members that were on a 5-screen plus. Just comes down to, did they get the score for it? And Beans was able to secure 1 Hellstorm. You can see the setup, trying to find when the Falcons dive on into the interior of this map to stay alive from the Hellstorm. And as they get the info, Afro's going to chase down the last little dance, little dive. Oh, shutdown is there, but DC is able to keep the spawns in the name of P7, who still hold the time on top of that. It's been good. It's been near perfect, and Eric's not done. Nice 3-piece from him.
Yeah, we got to take care of Eric a lot quicker there, because he finds a double. Now you don't have the numbers to try to hold down this setup, because there's already pressure here from P7 Notorious, but thankfully the crossfires are good enough to still hold it down for the final 20. You need every ounce of time you can get to try to fight yourself back into this Blackheart HP. But when you're losing gunfights off the rotation, you can see how crystal clear P7 is off the rotation towards New.
Yeah, well, as I say, DC's got a read on the QK. The pre-fire from QK is good. Standing out through mid-map. Hold on a second. You secure a break here. You're not out of the woods if you're P7. That's a good shutdown, though. But Falcons Green spawning in. Deal with the trophy. Now nades should be able to start landing on the backside of the site. But even still, Eric finding damage. Afro able to find a kill. QK cannot challenge the hard point. Eric, whoa, awkward moment, but Falcons Green find the kills they need and are in for back 30 seconds to fight for.
Finally a moment where Falcons Green can be the team to sort of win the rotation and get good time off of that. Because it's been basically all about the catch-up aspect from the half-point mark of this game.
Yikes.
P7 Notorious only need about 20 seconds. They know that they have the leader's advantage. We can still contest all the jump time that we want, because this final 10 is going to be ours.
Yeah, and you can see what it does. Standy has to go back into the hill to try to challenge this. You just cannot allow this time to go for free. But at least he's able to win a gunfight and allow his teammates to rotate just as the hard point opens. So you need a full 60 here if you're Falcons Green. Opener, a little bit of trouble here for Beans. Turned away, and the first 3 kills go the way of the Falcons, now setting themselves up for the perfect setup.
Okay, and if you're Falcons Academy, continue to have the guns be hot. Continue to fight. Do the little things correctly, and so far they are trying to rally their way back into this game. You're forcing P7 Notorious to try to bombard their way through the front with their numbers. They do find 2 kills for the opening. You're going to make it a one-on-one, but a Luca, last man standing, Falcons hold.
DC diving in, able to secure the trade, but QK's got mid-map on lock, so P7 cannot really rotate over with the reinforcements that they want. Roxas taking a roll of damage, but is able to at least give himself 1. Up and over, these jump peaks are so difficult to deal with, but Standy shuts down Afro. And here we go, 236 to right over the 180 mark. Or are we Falcons Green? And we gotta head over to 1 here. There's an opportunity, the Falcons aren't done yet.
Yeah, they found the opening kill, so you're going to turn it into a 3v3 for the mid-map control. It's an all-out trade fest, but Eric Wu comes out on top. Now P7 in firm control of the map, in firm control of the spawns, and now just need 1 more wave of kills.
Yeah, and Eric's now on the pinch, able to get himself 4 in a row. Last couple of seconds are going to come through, and P7's lead, too much to overcome. just like you mentioned, kind of halfway through that hard point, you cannot win this map by only having P2. And P7 were so dominant, lock and rotation, especially from 3 to 4, never giving Falcons Green a chance to string anything together at all.
Oh, yeah, they had no breathing room. You're thinking right off the rip of this game, all right, P1, you go 50-50 down the middle. All right, Falcons Academy Green at P2. This game can get out of hand, but the fact that P7 were able to change the P3 to the P4 to the P5, then to the P1 and be up by 100, you're sitting there like, all right, we stand no chance of having a comeback on Black Card. You made it a more respectable score at the very end, but it was just way too late to start spawning in on a map like Black Card at that moment of the game. P7 way too dominant off the rotation. You had Beams whipping out the SMG, hitting dirty pinches. It was way too hard to keep track of P7's roster as they take the opening hardpoint.
Well, looking over the scoreboard for P7 Notorious, everyone participating with even damage outputs and even hardpoint time and nearly even objective kills. On the other side of things for Falcons Green, really not like a terrible map from anybody in particular. I mean, Aluka 26 and 35, but like still 3K damage, still 13 objective kills at the minute 13 in the hardpoint. Like, again, very, very tight in terms of the numbers. Really, the big difference maker was the hardpoint time, and that's just the difference of P7 rotating early, flat out.
Yeah, and that's the story of the scoreboard right here. Like, a couple of these gunfights are a lot easier for P7, as you see for Falcons. When you're trying to break in some of these hardpoints, especially on a map like Blackheart, it's very difficult to do it from the front because there's so many crossfires that can be set up around all of these hills that basically make them money hills. So every single time, you're just always late off the rotation, late in the fundamental aspect, you're not going to have the preferred gunfights. You still made it somewhat of a fight towards the end, but now you desperately need this response to Search and Destroy.
Yeah, you really do. Otherwise, you find yourself kind of with shoes on the opposite feet here, because that was P7 Notorious who had to put together a potential reverse sweep when these two teams had met in winners bracket round 1. They got close, legitimately as close as you could get. You win map 3, you win map 4, and you go round 11, map 5. Can't quite close it out. So for Falcons Green, yeah, we talked about it a lot in the pre-match. Their search has been really, really good. They play with tempo, but they play with control, which I think is the maybe more illuminating factor. Looking at players like Roxas, who, again, just like last year in the CDL, it just leaves a really salty taste in your mouth because it's just like, you know, you see what you see and it's just like, it's not there. It's not league material. But now, and it goes for players like King of Adi, it goes for players like Xnit, of course, Kicks. I mean, all those guys, they're playing with some heads-up decision-making, and that's been a big difference maker for Falcons Green in their search.
No, because if you think about what their region has come from in Call of Duty in general, it's been Search and Destroy only all throughout Saudi. So these guys understand what it's like to play Search and Destroy a little bit. It hits a different level when you talk about the pro play and the NA side or the EU side of challenges, because it's a little more team oriented, but these guys have figured out the perfect recipe to be successful here in Search and Destroy. S&D wins the championships. In their last 3 matchups, they go 5-1 in S&D. A lot of them go all the way to a Game 5. They show ice, and the only win they lose was the Game 5 versus Bush. So without question, this is their best mode. QK Sniper is unmatchable. Beans needs to be able to counter.
I like that. I mean, we know that Beans is going to be probably keen to take that battle. It just comes down to can you win it. We're going to go to a quick break, though. Come back with map number 2. Don't go far. More challengers right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We are loading on into the Den Search and Destroy to be followed by the Den Overload. P7 Notorious striking first in the hardpoint, convincingly at that, and looking to follow up with a Search and Destroy win to really set the tone here early in this ELIM finals. Really good read with this utility from P7, but Afro gets baited out of the position, and it'll be Falcons green for the first 2 kills.
Yeah, this is what Falcons Academy Green are really good at in Search and Destroy. It's allowing the play to come to them. Slow and steady wins the race. You find the first blood, instantly find the second 4v2 post plant. Yeah, good luck, DC and Beans.
You would have figured no one would peek this. At least not without peeking simultaneously. Bean's not going to get an opportunity now, has to move forward. And there is his window opened and then immediately closed. He does see one crossing that mid, trying to isolate onto that, but 2K shuts down the play. And everyone and their mom knows where DC is. He is stuck in 10 with nowhere to go. Flawless round for Falcons green.
Yeah, very easy round, just using their spread setup to their advantage. You understand P7 are feeling frisky, especially off of a black eye hardpoint. Adrenaline was probably pumping through their veins. So they were expecting the aggressive plays right off the rip and called it to perfection. Easy round there for Falcons to start it off.
Well, see if there will be something up the sleeves here for Falcons green, because honestly, you can categorize that opening round for P7 as a failed game plan. Which happens. It goes like that sometimes. Whoa! Okay, QK finding DC topside hole in the wall is good for first blood, and Falcons green will have the entire map essentially to play with here defensively.
Yeah, this was the difference of the last time that they matched up on Den Search and Destroy. QK was the best player at the first blood category. He was able to find 4 with the boomstick. Already making his impact felt here in game 2. A minute left to go on the round. P7 Notorious rallying around this A site. They are just unaware of Rox's position.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge thorn in the side. Roxas trying to find the post plant setup. It's Standy who's able to track one first up. And after that clearance through red, you know that they're hiding in and around smoke. And oh my goodness, Jay, that is 2 flawless rounds back to back. Standy getting 4 in total between the two. Whoa. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, you get an early first blood. It's basically a GG, especially when you have that other bomb site on lock. And also one player who was just unaccounted for, because even though Roxas doesn't take any shots there, he gives all the comms to his teammates. I've wrapped through outer. They're not in the site, so they got to be pushed up server or towards our plat. Sets up his teammates for a couple freebies. Quickly, Falcons up 2-0.
Well, see if there's going to be a different game plan here for P7 on this defense. Looks like there will be. Afro and DC in particular trying to deal with some threats through mid, but it's Beans who's able to strike first with the scope. Afro once again, kind of the same spot he was in prior, but this time he's got help with him. And that's the way that's supposed to work. Okay, so you see why the design is why the design is. And QK by himself in 1v3 is just looking for some space to work with.
Yeah, just don't give this guy a chance, man, because every time we thought backs against the wall, he stood no chance. He was able to whip it out the ass last week. Since this time, Eric Boom is prepared for the gunfight. Doesn't allow QK to get mixing there, and P7 get one on the board.
I don't think I've ever heard you whip that out on broadcast.
Hey, he was doing some stuff last week, brother. I'm telling you.
I know it.
QK, I even woke up the next day. I'm telling you, I woke up the next day thinking about this guy like I had dreams about QK's gameplay. He was outstanding that day we watched him.
No chance. Someone give me a co-commentator that can get locked, because wow. That was on the left field, but I love it. Whoa. So we got a round back for P7 Notorious as I throw my pen around the room. Jay's got me losing composure. And it'll be an offensive look here for P7 with a 4-man stack to A. This is the same spot that Roxas was in before, just watching this pixel peek. And I imagine this time P7 will check this.
Oh, nice little shoulder there from Beans. Gathers the information. Now potentially you try to isolate onto Roxas. You do, but you also see a Luke in that corner, so you go 3v3 till 3v3.
Roxas turning things back over to Falcon screen. Nice shots over to the middle of the map, which Standy can follow up on easily. And Diamond Con, well, he finds himself stuck In a 1v3, nice opening shots, but there was just no way he's able to transfer to a second and then to a third immediately afterwards. So Falcons Green hold their 2-round edge with another convincing round.
Yeah, Roxas said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You didn't see me in
True,
the slot
yeah.
towards out, so I'm going to use it again. This time gets bad timing, but somehow, some ways, still able to turn that into 2 on the round. Shut down to play for P7 on the objective play. Stay strong on the defenses. Falcons Academy Green still up 2.
Okay, let's see if P7 got something different up their sleeves here for their defensive setup. We saw DC trying to run over the top of mid to give Afro space. Similar look. Beans sniping, this time smoked out. But Eric has gotten forward to watch outer and the crossover head. So everything's being covered right now. And DC may have gotten a little bit of an indication that there is going to be a threat at A.
DC can't afford the ball here. Nades are going to be reigning supreme in towards the side, but he's able to get out of dodge, and Eric Boom finds the first blood onto the island player. So you know where the play is going to come on in, but somehow, some way, Aluka pushes on through for a double, so the man-up advantage, you threw it away, and now you're on a complete opposite side of the map. You're at P7.
Really smart tempo change, though, for Falcons there. After they knew they had DC low, you lose your island player, like you mentioned. So take your 3 guns and force the gunfight forward, because you know for a fact if there is a second player here, it really only is 1 because DC's on the regen. Now you got to keep your head on a swivel. Luca, once again, through the pixel peek. Yeah, Beans, what? I didn't think he had any world of a chance of hitting that shot. Somehow was able to connect. Eric Boom gets a second, and now it's just down to QK, and he will be shut down. What a shot, though, from Beans. Holy cow.
Yeah, Luca's thinking, all right, I already found 2 in this round. No way I'm going to lose a gunfight this up close and personal versus a guy with a sniper in hand. But we got to take a look at it again, because this kill right here is the difference on the round. Aluka goes for the Ego Chow. He has the advantage with the Dravik. Says Benjamin Beans has been doing crazy stuff with the boomstick all season long in the pro scene. Now down here in Challengers. Gets that kill, turns it into a 2v2, and Eric Boom does the rest. P7 get their second on the board.
That is one of those that, as the famous Michael Scott said, you miss all the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. That legitimately is just, you hope and pray you can correct in time, and it works out for Beans. Unbelievable. Huge round, but QK connects again early. Nade over the top, doesn't quite get where it's intended to go. Does Beans want to try to chow this? An elbow is seen, and that's apparently all you need. It's just the better part of Beans' forearm. QK gets a second, and P7 are in trouble.
And that's bombed down as well. You're already the 2-man disadvantage. P7 got a lot to make up for. Can someone on the Falcons potentially try to go for a scam and give Afro a freebie here? Because he picks up the boomstick. He gets his shoulder out of standy, but he saw the glare, not going to peek anymore.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. Couple of shots to change QK's focus. Roxas is going to make sure there's no exit. Good damage from Maluka, but Afro is able to connect. Hold on a second. Don't overchow something here. If you're Falcons Green, just wait for your flank out of Roxas, and they don't even need it. The play into Dojo gets received nicely, and Falcons Green are back up 2.
Yeah, that's probably why, P7 don't really like to go towards the B site, especially versus this team, man, because QK, he has this one on lock. Finds the first blood. Beans taking his sweet time on the re-peek, and he just spots a shoulder or an elbow for that second kill. It's basically a GG on the round when QK can make his impact be felt like that. Again, a 2-round advantage for the Falcons.
4-2 means that for P7, you would love sooner rather than later to get 2 in a row to bring this thing back to level terms. Can it start here? Different defensive look. As you're going to get Eric Boom up at rooftops with Beans sniping that direction, you would assume. Shoulders from Afro at mid. And DC just watching for contact at B. Falcon Screen not moving yet. And P7 are getting a little antsy as Eric will join forces with Afro and just continue to search for information.
Well, you see what they're doing. You're using that smoke grenade as a decoy, because look at what it's doing to P7 now on the mini-map. DC gives the comp smoking in on this side. You draw a couple players towards that side of the map. Now you have the advantage today.
Pistol out, Beans lots of damage. Turning his focus back over to outer rooftops. Nades are landing, though. No trophy immediately in. Standy's able to find first blood. Afro, can you keep the pinch safe? Shoulders are out. Aluka getting a little bit worse for wear, but deals with it, and the Falcons will have a chance to play the 4v1 against DC with post plant in their name.
Yeah, it's just next level search and destroy, man. The way that these guys are dissecting the map, the way that they are executing their play calls. Just forcing P7, a team who has a lot of experience, to look like they have none in search and destroy. Getting baited by a smoke grenade. Catching players lacking off the rotation, and then you're seeing DC on the minimap there. All right, that smoke grenade was a decoy. Maybe you guys want to stall out time towards plat so I can make something happen on the pinch, but it gets all the way to Dojo side, and it's a 4v1. So, yeah, good luck for P7. Now Falcons at game point.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay, well, it's been just as good as we remember for Falcons Green here today in terms of the search and destroy. Different look for them defensively. QK by himself at A. 3-man stack at mid. And QK, having not seen much, is going to try to play his life. Now he sees the shoulder, and Beans walks right into his line of sight. He's first blood. Defense now rotating to deal with any further up hits. And Afro, who's been tagged, that's enough, yep, for QK to push forward, knowing he's got a low health pool in front of him. The pistol works, and P7 are pretty much down and out, although DC does give him an opening.
3v2 now. Still going to be over towards A, and Standy locates the bomb carrier in Earthquake. Now DC left in a 1v3, instantly going to fall, and Falcons Academy Green have the same exact result of the last time that they played Search and Destroy. Success in the first blood with ease. 6-2 is the final score, and the series now going to the overload. Tied at 1.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when a search and destroy starts with P7 defensively trying this mid hit, where you're baiting out and you're trying to get info, you're trying to send Afro forward, and it doesn't work. It's just like, shoot, like, well, okay. Kind of a throwaway round, doesn't really turn up because of just how the contact unfolds. Your first offense, though, you get flawless against again, and you're sitting here like, okay, do we just need to throw our playbook out the window here? Because it's not looking good. But you trust it, you go back to the same thing in your next defense, you start to get one back, you think, okay, like it's almost like false hope. Like, we got one. So like, clearly what we have built is going to work. Problem was, it only worked once. So, really good stuff overall from Standy and the Falcons. I mean, again, we're talking 900 damage plus for just about all 4 players. So everyone's involved, everyone's participating. First blood's obviously very clean, very good as well. And that's just something that Falcons are not going to throw away at this level.
Yeah, it's just a team effort from every single player on the side of Falcons. Everyone had their impact be felt in certain rounds of this game. QK with the sniper found success 3 times in that first blood category. So many rounds where Sandy was the guy that winning one-on-one ISO gunfights was a difference maker, and Rox's positioning at some points in some of these rounds just being unknown, uncontested, and making big time plays. So Falcons have a really good recipe for success and a really good, like, fundamental game in their search and destroy with how they decide to play it. And that was just one of those S&Ds that you can go back and watch it and try to mimic it. You can't really do what Falcons did because that was just way too textbook of an S&D.
Yeah, I'll tell you. And I mean, again, like, the 2 rounds you get for P7, once is that defensive round, the other is that incredible sniper shot that comes out of Beans, and they clutch up a 2v4, right? I mean, everything else was perfect, though, from Falcons Green all the way throughout. So just kind of the, validation of what we had said early about Falcons being a powerhouse in the search and destroy. It shows up here once again. And now, again, the weight of this dead overload comes immediately into fruition because, like we talked about, this map was a repeat from when they had played last time around. And Falcons were up big on the dead overload. P7, though, in the second half, make a dramatic comeback and are able to save the map. In a last-second affair, they win at 6-5. And then we'll get a repeat of the exposure hardpoint, which Falcons, again, they were able to win 250 to 232, mostly winning the macro game. So, I don't know. Like, do you think that this is a map that you look at and say P7 have to win again this time around if they want to have a chance in this series? Or if Falcons win this, do they win in 4?
No, I think P7 without question are the better team in Respawn. So even if they lose their best overload here, you still have a great chance of trying to make up the mistakes of the last go around that you played at that exposure hardpoint versus this team. A 16-point difference. It's just one gunfight, one rotation that you could quickly change to change that result. So I don't think it's a must-win here for P7. I actually think it's a must-win for Falcons Academy because this is an overload where both teams are outstanding on this map. Falcons are 7-4 so far throughout this elite stage. P7 are 6-2. But this was the turning point of that series the last go around. Even though it still led to a Falcons win, this is where P7 knew we had a chance to fight back into the series. The fact that they already take the opening respawn is fantastic. But if you give them this overload, where I already said before this series started that they were the better respawn team because they're more efficient with their kills, then you're really going to start to feel the pressure of your Falcons Academy Green. So it's a must-win for Falcons Academy Green and not really for P7 in my opinion.
Okay, that's a fair take. I like it. And again, it is just one of those situations that both teams are looking at this map saying we should have, if could have won this a little more convincingly. So it's just like, all right, let's just square it all up and just take the gloves off. So should be a fun one. That's really what we're getting into. Keep in mind, if you're joining us here late on this North American Elite Stage 2 Championship Day, it's Telluride Bush Gaming that are waiting in the grand finals. That'll be a best of 7 where, of course, the veto advantage will allow them to essentially select what the overloads will be, which that's, again, talking about overload. Yeah, it just has not been fantastic. Maybe even not even great for Bush, generally speaking. So they're going to like the ability to kind of get away and take away their worst overload. But again, watching both these two teams right here, right now is going to be a really good indication of whoever comes out this series. Yeah, you're going to need to keep this type of success up on overload because let's be honest, Bush are also very good in the hard points and the search and destroy. So tough opponent.
Yeah, best of 7 versus Bush is going to be very difficult because 5 out of the 7 maps, they basically have it on lock. They're phenomenal at hard points because they consistently pick up players who were just in the pro scene, come right back down. These guys somewhat, they know how to play Call of Duty again. They've been outstanding in the hard point game. The search and destroy is led by Byron Prolu, who's outstanding in the mode. Just the only thing holding them back right now from truly being dominant is Overload. They only have 6 wins throughout the Elite Stage 1 and Stage 2 combined. So yeah, Overload out the window. At least we got Hardpoint S&D.
You got that going for you, and I think it's just like, it's interesting thinking of what the major's going to look like. I think in particular, we don't want to overshoot and forget about the fact that this is a very important day in the terms of challengers security, if not possible league considerations. But if you are Bush and you're looking to continue to be on top of the ladder in challengers, the sense of urgency around Overload has to be very high. I will say that much. Because that's not just something that's going to help you get a championship win potentially today, but you're going to need it against the EU teams as well when you eventually get on land. But we'll talk more about that as we get to it. We're going to, for now, see the break-off between Falcons Green and P7 Notorious. Again, the repeat of the Den Overload, and Eric doesn't look both ways if we're crossing the street. We'll get punished, but Beans is there to pick things up, and I mean pick things up. He's got the EMP already.
Yeah, and he already has a lead blocker as well. So can DC sniff out the positioning of Roxas? He does, but doesn't find the kill. So now all this is going to do is just slow down P7 Notorious's push. Lead blocker now on the other side is Eric. Boom, you see the EMP starting to rotate over towards A. Every single player from Falcons on the opposite side of the map, but QK catches the angle. Now P7 forced to slow down. Yeah,
that's tough for P7. It's just, you don't want to automatically commit to the A push just because the likelihood of you being able to score there is pretty low. But Eric gives you the kill that you need that would have led to a score, but split decision of, do we try to fake out the defense? Do we try to commit to Eric's position? Allows QK a chance to flank, clean things up, and now reset the battle at mid. Eric right back in the mix. Only able to find one double before Luca shuts him down. DC spraying that top window position, but it's Beans' nade that cleans things up and allow P7 to repossess the EMP again.
Now Falcons on the back foot, need to play defense. He goes 3 dead in the feed, make it all 4. Last player is going to be alive. It's going to be a Luca, but quickly Afro's going to clean him up, and P7 get on the board first. They can quickly add another one because they have this side of the map on lock.
Yes, they do, and you've got Beans making sure there's no rotation through couches. Falcons Green are going to have to clear out this back staircase. Afro in position, gets lots of damage, but cannot find the kill. Nothing there either, and 4 will drop as Aluka will walk away with a couple, and now the quick re-aggression for Falcons Green is on the way, and they're going to find an opener through Dojo.
That's a big kill from Aluka because he's just keeping the defense on that side of the map. You already have your other lead blocker in Sandy, clearing out space towards the other objective, and then Aluka still holding strong at that 8-point. Leads to a capture there for the Falcons. So already tied up, respawn over towards that top rooftop side, and Roxas has his hands full. Thankfully, he's making the most of it. He finds 2.
Yeah, and that's big because now you've got Aluka who's already cleared out space on the top side of the map for P7 Notorious. But I was going to say, if they cannot clean up Falcons green from the front, it may not matter too much, as the spawners for P7 will deal with the forward threat. And now it's just on for the hunt of Standy, as he will try to flip the EMP back over to Dojo's side.
Yeah, QK is going to be the lead blocker alongside of Luka, so gotta iron up if your beam's in Afro. Find an opening kill. Don't get bad timing placing a trophy system down, because 2 kills already in favor of the Falcons. Movement on point, and they quickly get their second on the board.
That's immensely clean from Falcons green, considering that their play through on the other side of the map doesn't really work out the way it was intended to. You get, again, quick counter aggression. Nice shots from Standy. He also had Rihanna player up towards the mid cut. Turns to find DC staring at him, though, so the trade is out. EMP still down at mid, minute 50 on the clock. And Roxas is just kind of playing a cruddy corner, looking for some trigger discipline to make sure that his defense can get set up. And that's now 3 down again. Pistol out. If he wins that one, it could be a grab and go, but Standy's got his trade, and there still might be a chance to score here.
Yeah, it's all 4 dead. Now Luka trying to be the lead blocker over towards Dojo's side. At least hold this side of the map for his teammates, because now P7 are panicking off the respawn. Everyone coming off the respawn, losing their one-on-one gunfights, and now EMP on its way over towards B. Afro finds 1. DC and B's need to get a goal line stop, and for now, DC's just going to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, the pitch from Aluka was just about perfect. Half a second earlier, it leads to a guaranteed score. But Aluka gets the 5 before falling. EMP resets with the minute on the clock. Hold on, though. P7, find a couple of kills to get them up the map just a touch. Shots from the Godheady. Have Eric Boom trying to bounce nades, but off those rocks, does not get to where it needed to go. Afro, 3 in a row. Could he find more off the spawn? Yeah, going to turn the attention to the defense, but you got to just take your guns forward and win these outright. Not going to happen. Roxas is able to find 3, and now he's in control with 35 seconds.
Yeah, I just don't know what else you want Afro to do there, because he catches the first player off the spawn and then kills the second guy and the guy he just killed off of the respawn. So technically he gives you 3 before anyone else fights an engagement. And Falcons again get another goal line stop. So now 20 seconds left to go. They are looking for the last opportunity to get a score here. QK trying to clear out space from top window. Does get gunned down, and that's 3 dead. Aluka forced to slow down.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. Beans, nice little jump peek, able to find the shutdown. Should be a chance for one of the 2 members between DiamondCon and Eric Boom to grab the EMP and get the overtime for the half. Eric will give you the opener, but the pistol shots from DC not going to land cleanly enough, and we'll go to halftime with a Falcons lead. And a really, I would say, just really well-constructed half of overload from Falcons.
Yeah, it felt like P7 had a lot more opportunities to score, and that first half felt like they were more in control of it than Falcons, but Falcons were just a lot more efficient with their killing and their scoring opportunities. And a lot of goal line stops as well. So P7 has to be ready for that, because like I said, Afro did everything he could on that pinch. Eventually someone's got to chow through the front and win a gunfight. No one does, and Falcons take a 2-1 lead into the half. Now with the leader's advantage, you know what it does in overload, Al. You just slow your game down drastically in the second half.
Yeah, but it's tough to really frame on that, because time of possession has felt pretty comfortable for P7. It's just down to the quick counterattacks from the Falcons have led to those scoring chances over through Dojo. So you don't want to let off the gas too much here and force more of these dramatic goal line stops. Eric able to clear out top window. He's looking to see where exactly QK has gone. And even DC was a little late to the party on those shots, but is able to find the connection. Bean's right here with him, and he's able to get one onto Aluka. Damage out. Able to find the kill. Should be a grab and score opportunity on the top side of B, and that will work. We're tied at 2.
Yeah, that's a scary situation there for the Falcons, because without question, coming off the respawn, I'm allowing that to get resetted. Because Roxas unfortunately picks it up, and all of your teammates drop around you. Now you're trapped in your spawn with only a pistol. P7 are able to locate that kill and get a free capture. Tie the game up. Now it's a battle for early Dojo control. Afro finds the first kill, but you can already see if P7 get these kills right now, their lead blocker already took a lot of space.
Yeah, this could get nasty, but once again, The trades will slow things down just a touch. And Eric Boom will have the last word here for P7, trying to stretch forward, finds himself an extra kill. That softens up the defense onto A. Keep in mind, there's an opportunity to transition here as Afro's able to pistol whip Roxas while in midair. Bean's looking to find one on the opening over towards B. He connects, stun out. Will land, trophy to supply some stalwart defense here over the top of this tree position. These shoulders are finding some success. Afro pistol out, though, able to find a connection with Eric, giving him a double, and P7 take a lead. 3:15 in the clock to play.
What a big shout out to Eric with the Beans there, just holding down plat positions for the EMP carrier to wrap back all the way through their spawn and then eventually get into Dojo. They stole out so much time that they now have a 1-score lead. Now looking for a potential chance to instantly chain it to another. Already pressure over towards rooftops. Afro finds the curse skill, but Beans cannot line it up with the pistol. So Falcons, at least for now, get a stop.
Yeah, but it's only a back and forth exchange here. So when you thought maybe there would be an opportunity for the Falcons to grab and set up a counterattack, they are slowed quite a lot. Ooh, careful here if you're Standy trying to rotate back over through mid. As you do have Aluka all the way over and through the Dojo side of the map, but Standy's by himself right now. And yeah, there's just not a lot of help on the way. And Aluka's gonna have to return over as he just cannot get caught playing too far away from the EMP.
Yeah, he should have been came back. Like, you know your teammates are dropping like flies. The last guy alive is the EMP carrier, and he is yet to leave our spawn. Because you still have yet to find an impactful kill to break down this play, but finally he gets one onto Afro. EMP is going to be reset. Neither team ready for a position with the positioning, but Beans with the lead blocker over on Aluka does find the opening kill, but the action's on the opposite side.
Yeah, and for 2 minutes left to play here, these exchanges over a neutral EMP are fine for B7. Beans able to find one more before dropping. Again, keeping the numbers limited. 2v2 situation over the EMP. Grabbed by Aluka here, even though there is really no space, and he's able to still win a gunfight onto Afro. He had good help, of course, but still, Falcons Green holding control and maybe finding some space through couches now as Roxas opens up with one.
Yeah, I was wondering where we're going to hit the rotation because your lead blocker and Roxas realistically should be pushing out that left point towards B. He's the only one to spawn over towards Dojo, but you try to retake through mid. Unfortunately, you fall. Now your teammate drops like a domino, and Aluka's the last man standing by himself with only a pistol. He does find one, but the shutdown is in, and P7 now in control of the EMP again.
It's a nice heads-up play from Eric to not just grab the EMP and instead gain extra space through Dojo. Could lead to a nail in the coffin here, but Aluka and the Falcons Green Academy team are able to bounce back, find kills they need to keep Dojo in their control. Aluka forcing the issue, finding one more onto Beans. But Afro, EMP in hand. Just trying to dance up and over, not gonna work, and hold on a second. Should be a grab here. No one's grabbing the EMP, and I don't even know if State is going to get back in time to this. Thought for sure that would be a grab, and we'll just kind of float it around that mid, but now it goes back over to rooftops. Jay, what are we talking about?
Oh, yeah, that was just straight kill whore galore right there out of Falcons Academy. Like, everyone hitting the long route, no one focused on the objective. And now it's going to come back to bite you because P7 light up the kill feed with 3 down, standing your first line of defense, trying to get a kill, unfortunately gets Semtex, and all this time continues to tick down. Falcons, you need to get a score.
Yeah, and the problem is they're just waiting on this flank DC. Afro find kills will lead to a score. I mean, that one is tough because Falcons get 3 dead, EMP's right in front of you, and everyone just pushes up. Did they just expect there was a 4th member behind that could have grabbed? Because that's a huge miscomm. I mean, they had the whole map they could have played off of if they were just to have grabbed EMP. But instead, everyone plays for kills, plays for map control. The EMP resets. You never even get a chance to try to tie up at the end. And now P7 are in the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that's bad, man. They had a lot of blunder situations throughout that entire second half if you're our Falcons, because you had a lot of opportunities to potentially get a score. We're just not hitting the right spots when we need to. And then when we get those final kills at the very end, you're expecting those close spawns to be in towards Dragon. For them to run right through bottom server, recover it, wrap it towards left. But they actually spawn over towards rooftops, and instead of the first person returning around, going right back to the middle to recover the EMP, he actually hits the OE through rooftops. So it's like, Falcons Academy, I don't understand if we were playing TDM or an objective game mode, but that's not how you play Overload. And all the mistakes eventually come back to bite you. P7 take advantage of it, and I said it was a must-win map, and that's the reason why, because now P7 in firm control of this series up 2-1.
Agreed. Not a great showing from Standy there. 16 and 27, only 2K damage. He was the one trying largely to carry and score, but still, I think he was also the one that was right there by the EMP at the end. He just kind of runs past it. So, peculiar moment, has us scratching our heads, and has P7 fist bumping, saying, "Oh, hey, let's go." Up now 2-1 with exposure to come. And honestly, again, like this opening for P7, I would have not been surprised if they were to have ended this half with 4 scores, because they had success chances towards A. They get a double score over towards B. You thought for a moment that that was going to be another opportunity for P7. So the goal line stands were nice to have if you're Falcons, but offensively not as clean as you would have liked to have seen from P7, or pretty from Falcons.
Oh, yeah, definitely not as clean as you would want it to see, because you gave yourself chances. It's just you weren't capitalizing on those moments. Even when you jump into the second half, right here in this sequence, like Roxas should know, there's no reason why I should pick up the EMP, because if I die with my teammates dying around me, it's most likely going to lead to a score. That's where you give P7 the opportunity to tie the game very quickly. Now it's a whitewash on the game. Now it's all about who's going to take more map control, who's going to put themselves in position to take the lead. And with this setup here over towards Plaid, it was Eric Boom and Beans who just stalled out basically 30 seconds. Even with Falcons Academy trying to contest towards the back lines, they couldn't break them down. And it's all the slaying that Falcons at least show that they have. Couldn't really find it in the big moments.
No, not at all. But hey, that's what happens sometimes when you're in the heat of battle. Just a couple of missed opportunities, a couple of miscoms potentially. And there is that final score that Eric Boom is able to cement the map 3 win. And now we go back to see if revenge is a dish best served exposure. Hardpoint on map 4. This was the map mode combo that the Falcons Academy Green team were able to kick things off in upper bracket round 1 last week with a win. But it was a tight one. And again, it was a heroic play that stopped the last rotation where P7 had to continually flood to P4 on a break through panels. It felt terrible. Did not look great. They got a full 60, did Falcons Green, and that ended up being the win condition for a very back and forth map. So I think if you are looking at this for P7 Notorious, you're just saying, hey, let's just be a little bit better on our timing or our routing. If we need to break P4, we should be okay.
And that's exactly what they did on map number 1. Beat Falcons Academy to the punch. Basically every single money hard point. And when you're able to chain hard points like that, the same thing could happen on a map like Exposure. We know how impactful it can be, especially early into the game, around that P to the P3 chain. But then if you get both of those hard points and then go over to P4 with trophy systems, you can blow the game wide open, potentially also with some Hellstorms. So if you are the Falcons, you gotta be able to stabilize in those moments. Cut your losses, set up at new, and try to be unbreakable, because when they are set up, they seem to be unbreakable the last time we saw them on Exposure.
Agreed. I think especially on the Money Hills, we really kind of noted those moments in particular, looking at things like P3, P4. I think especially, again, not to beat a dead horse here, but it really is that long route that was forced through panels that P7 had to continually hit, and Falcons were just perfectly set up to deal with it. So those are the moments, man. I mean, again, like we're talking about a game right now in Hardpoint where the more veteran players are understanding, like,
yes,
Hardpoint as always is just a game of who holds better. And if you can set yourself up in the perfect setup early, not lose out on timings of what happens at the old hill, put yourself in a good spot, even if it is like recovering after a bad hard point, you can get a full 60, be right back in. And to be honest, like we started to see a little bit of that at the very end of map number 1 for Falcons Green. They were down 100 plus points. You put together one good hold, you get 50 of the 60 available seconds, and you're right back in the game all of a sudden, like especially mentally. But you cannot allow P7, I think, like we saw in Blackheart, to not just continually win rotation, Jay, but also earn resources like Hellstorms. They had 3, I think, in map number 1.
Yep.
You can't let that happen either.
Yeah, and that was the difference points of those games, because, all right, we can give up a full 60 at one of these hills. We can be early off the rotation. But then if we're early off the rotation and they got a Hellstorm to break us down, they don't even need to hit long routes because they're forcing us indoors.
Yeah, facts.
Just can allow certain players to streak at certain moments. And on a map like Exposure, where Hellstorms aren't really impactful besides the P2s and the P5s, they can still be a big difference maker, especially towards the later half of the game. So without question, Falcons are feeling the pressure. You have the players who, without question as well, can keep up in the slaying department. We just need to make sure we're efficient with our kills and efficient in the fundamental play, because versus veterans, versus experienced players on the opposite side, you can't beat them in that aspect. You're most likely going to lose the series. So you got to do the little things right.
Okay. Keep your eye on the minimap. That's what we're talking about, friends. Keep your eye on the minimap, especially when we're dealing with the last 15 seconds and the first 15 seconds of every hill. These are some jams right here, Jay.
Straight tunes, bro. I'm turned up. Let me lock in. Let's spawn into the explosion, baby. Let's go.
Let me hit you one time. Here we go. Let's jump. P7 kicking things off with the first 2 kills. Inner control, though, for Falcons Green. Keep the hard point relatively contested. A little forward motion finally starting to come through, and Falcons Green are going to, again, win back some of the map and keep this hard point very heavily contested until finally the ARs lock things down for a couple, and first seconds will start to be earned by Falcons Green.
Yeah, they dominate those long alley gunfights with low dirt pressure. Able to collapse all around the map. Get the break here. Still 20 seconds remaining, and P7 not willing to give it up for free. DC now opens up route through low dirt. This is going to be their final attempt because Falcons are cutting their losses early off the rotation anew.
Okay. Setup is already locked in here for Falcons Green. Is the timing a little bit too early, though? We'll find out.
Tight setup too, Al.
Nades. Yeah, nades are coming through, though. They are affecting this player on top of the tank. A couple of the tags also onto Roxas, who still gives you 1. Up and over. Nice shots at Eric. Boom. Right back into the hard point. Hard to lock in because of the stun, but doesn't make a difference. He shakes it off. The pistol's out, and Roxas is on 4 in a row.
Yeah, this is the player that he's developed into. Just the fundamental AR, the guy that's going to be early off the rotation. Put himself in position to be on head glitches for easy gunfights. Already on 5 in a row. Roxas trying to be the difference maker here to try to force game 5, but doesn't earn himself the Hellstorm. The contest from Afro is good enough for a double, and now the rest of the teammates fight their way through. A clean 4 dead leads to a good break for P7.
Man, I thought for a second Roxas was about to get the lineup of the gods right there. Nice timing on this route from Afro. He's able to find one. Easy shutdown, though, on the flip from Standy. Roxas right back into the mix as he gets another. And the last one left is DC top panels, and he's being tagged from every single angle. So the scrap time goes to Falcons Green. Rotation, though, at least for 3 of the members from P7 is good. Nice backup here from Beans. A tactful retreat, giving himself some space to receive the hit, and lockdown spawns, or will he? Luca's gonna come up from behind unexpected. Falcons will get the spawns. Now it's just down to can they crack the code by working their way through double doors.
They should have put some kind of focus on Beans there, because this impact was already felt. Even though Falcons get the spawns that they want, this is not ideal to try to break in towards B3. Someone's got to try to hit a route, because all it is one entrance, and even though a Luca finds a double, it should lead to a break, because now it's a 1-on-1. Wow, what a play from Falcons to set that up.
Huge. I think in particular, just knowing Luca could jump in and give you 2, unreal. P7 with the unfavorable spawns now with the timing left in the hard point, have to work their way through this time or find an extended route. And Roxas will shut that down. Nice moment here from Falcons Green. Luca will spawn essentially right as soon as the new hard point's about to open at 4. And you've got panels as the one moment that DC is trying to open things up. This is going to feel familiar, though, after P7. You cannot afford to all hit through panels.
You got to take your time on some of these routes. You're working every long angle possible, but we're losing the gunfights through the middle of the map. Now you're forced to try to contest from the front door. Beans loses his 1-on-1. Eric Boom, last man standing, so the first push already shut down. P7 now rallying through the front door for number 2, and they finally open.
Yeah, this has just not been a good hill for P7. Thorn in their side, to be sure. Eric only gives you 1. Wow, what a setup and hold from Falcons Green. And now all of a sudden P7's getting staggered with 20 seconds still remaining on the hard point. So you're trying to move over to new. You've got a little bit of mid-map control, but you don't have a lockdown on the long route until Afro pops up over into the back platform and shuts down that particular route. So not a good hill for P7, but in a perfect setup now moving to 5.
Now you see what happens, Al, when you start to win a couple rotations? Yeah, it leads to great holds for a good chunk of time. Now up by 45 is going to be Falcons Academy Green. And Luca tries to hit the outer wall run and unfortunately just dies to not being in the map for long. So first push already shut down. P7 holding flawlessly.
Yeah. Not been a good start to this map for Eric Boom. 5 and 12. He's trying to get into the hard point, but it feels a little forced at times. 42 seconds worth of time is not bad, but we need to get some kills to try to earn some more of this coveted hard point time, especially here at 5. Afro on 4 in a row. DC providing some overwatch on the hill itself, and that's a good one as all 4 will drop. In the last 20 seconds, looking pretty much like a guarantee here for P7. So they make up for the mistakes that they put together on P4 with a really solid P5, and will rotate back into the middle of the map with essentially a dead tie game.
Yeah, you absolutely take this with your P7, even with Eric Boom having such a slow start, because we saw it yesterday from Falcons Academy in their hardpoint game. They could outslay you by 20 and somehow, some way still lose a hardpoint. And this is the only reason why, is with the experience on the opposite side, they can be more efficient with their kills. DC now on 4 in a row, lead change in favor of P7, and they have the entire map on lock.
Yeah, nice shots from DC, gets to 5 in a row before dropping. QK, wow. With a sub out, also throwing some shoulders onto Beans. He's gonna get the benefit of 3 in a row, will QK. Now off the regen, has Eric Boom in his sights. That will work out. QK on 4 in a row. Now in the corner. A little late onto this gunfight with Afro, but he's got help, and he's able to get the stick. Oh, mercy. QK just a phantom right now, as Falcons Green are able to hold a lot of time here on 1 and reclaim the lead.
He does it with the AR. He also does it with the SMG. The guy is just filled with raw talent. On 5 in a row. Give me kill number 6. He's trying to single-handedly be the reason why Falcons try to force this game number 5. If you can earn this Hellstorm, that could be a really big difference maker. Just keep on having the player weak. Eric Boom commits on the gunfight and loses it, so QK might have earned himself that Hellstorm.
He's going to be really close if he doesn't already have it. 7 in a row, but P7 are in the hard point, and there we go. QK is going to call it in immediately. Pushing some space at panels, though, is DC, so he's going to hold back Falcons a little bit. But this is not going to be fun for Afro and Beans. Trying to stay alive on this crossfire setup as DC and Eric will drop. Nice damage from QK, who's apparently not done yet. He stays away from the trade, too. Goodness gracious, 21 and 11, 8 in a row. And Falcons are in the hard point for now with P7 threatening from the front.
Yeah, but we need to start thinking about that rotation. So instead of backing up towards P4, no, we need to be going towards window side. Because P7 had the spawns of window rotation over towards the money hill with trophy systems. So all of that play that QK just did throughout the middle of the map is for absolutely no reason, because it's still only a 10-point difference. Beans is still winning gunfights at the old HP, and they should be uncontested over towards the money hill at P3 for quite some time. My word!
Clean shots from Beans' pistol. Now he's close to a potential Hellstorm. Afro jumping down over to dirt, able to find another. Uh-oh. 143, 143. Beans now with a Hellstorm for P7 Notorious. No one for Falcons has even seen the outskirts of this hill yet. Finally, they get a 4-man setup from the front. Eric holding back just a touch, able to find the opener, and P7 are now here with all 4 numbers.
You already lost your first gunfight. Now everyone trying to rally through the bottom side. Frag's going to be impactful, but it's still not going to lead to a kill because Afro finds the trade. This has been a flawless hold there for P7. Only 20 seconds remaining here at the P3, and you're going to give it one last chance, one last push, and Eric Boom isn't going to give up the time. 3 in a row for Eric. A flawless hold here from P7.
Yeah, from like 5 and 11 to 13 and 18 for Eric Boom. All while still prioritizing the hardpoint time. P7 now up 40. Afro in the back, able to make a mess of the spawn setup, and Falcons Green are starting to lose some breath. QK gets traded. Fight over the top of the time. It's Beans, 21 and 16. Nade cooked up. That's going to deal some damage. DC holding the angle, but didn't have the ammo, question mark? Eric Boom now the one who's inside the hill, trying to receive wherever this hit comes from. Trusting his teammates can help him. Oh! They need help. It's Eric Boom for a huge double, and P7 are close to 200 points.
Oh, Falcons Academy Green have lost composure, Al. The way that they are playing so far in this second half, we're going one by one, consistently trying to flood through the front door because we threw all the fundamentals out of the window. P7 now up by 60. Beans trying to be early off the rotation, and even if you're late, you still got the Hellstorm in the back pocket. You can have this final 10. We're going to be at the new.
Oh, but it's a clean 4 dead right as soon as the hard point's about to open up. And if you're the Falcons, you're just trying to get a read on where the spawns are. Bean's going to call in the Hellstorm. DC gives you the opener. Follow up at mid-map could be key, and Aluka will drop. So now you're going to get them out of the hard point time for P7. A chance to quickly get on and earn some time. Roxas playing inside the container. And it looks like P7 are aware of it, but Roxas gets one before dropping. Not enough to open up space, and now P7 are threatening win condition.
2:20 and counting. You have players filling the gas through the middle of the map. Falcons Academy need to try to retake top mid if they want to contest this HP. Aluka gets one, but instantly traded. Now the rest of Falcons Academy trying to flood through the bottom line, and Afro has a crossfire set up.
Oh, but he's going to commit to this. He's got DC working with him, and they will find a couple of kills to get a little bit more time for P7. It also forces the late contest out of Aluka. Nice shots from DC, who's now on 5 in a row. If he gets one more, he'll have an extra Hellstorm, but he's shut down. 3 kills in the feed. QK continuing to jansport this Falcons team into a possible point of contest. 55 on the new hill, and Roxas is the one who's in.
P7 only need one break, so you can see Beans taking the long route. Because if he finds the opening kill through the backside of window, it's going to lead to a break, which will lead to a GG's. But Standy reads it. QK finds number 2. Roxas cleans up house. Now the last man standing is going to be Afro.
Good win.
And that's all 4 dead. So a late game heroics moment again for Falcons.
Roxas, he's had a slow one. But if you can shut down this play bottom window, it will give your team a huge lifeline if he gives you a double. Standy trying to follow up for the trade. Easy there. Now over the top. Oh, the shots are clear. Afro gets the win. So a little bit more time for P7 Notorious, and every second is a disastrous one for Falcons Green. Roxas on rotation. Catches the first. Nades, stuns, all coming through. DC in some trouble. Roxas wins that one as well, and you simultaneously get P7 out of the exit time from 1. A chance here for Falcons, but they need the full 60.
The Falcons have set themselves up for the perfect win condition. You just need to maintain this side of the map. Shut down the first 2 pushes that coming from P7. There's pressure from every single angle. QK only with 35 HP. Beans finds the opening frag.
But Aluka, Roxas respond with 2 of their own. Beans another, and Eric Boom may have just won the game with Beans. Last 4 seconds. No one in position to challenge as QK will drop in. P7 from lower bracket round 1 have a chance at revenge from the team who sent them there and clean it up in 4. They will be in the grand finals to take on Bush Gaming.
And you can see Beans letting them know about it in the player comms. You got the better of us the last go around, but it's so difficult to beat the same team twice in the same tournament. On some of the familiar maps that you played the last go around, without question, P7 were the better respawn team today. They outclassed them and every single one of them. Out-rotate them on the black car, controlled more of the pacing on the overload, and then when you get to this exposure HP, Falcons gave themselves chances. QK gave them opportunities at that second go around at P2. Just when you're not thinking about rotations with chaining all those gunfights, yeah, it's a pretty easy game for P7 Notorious with the experience that they have to just lock down the preferred side of the map for the next HP. An easy game for P7 Notorious as they walk with the series 3-1, and like you said, move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, man, I got to give a lot of credit, really, to a number of players on P7 there, but in particular, Eric Boom, 5 and 11 at one point in time in that hardpoint. Had 45 seconds with the hardpoint time, though. It just came down to P7 wasn't in the right positions to get their ARs going. But once Beans is able to start doing what Beans does best, gets to a 6 spree, DC gets to 5. When the ARs start to lock things down and you start to create these 4v3s, these 3v2s, then you let Eric just focus on one doorway inside the hardpoint. He's going to give you doubles. That's just what happens. And we saw it, I think, really emphasized on that final P4. Really, really awesome stuff from P7 Notorious. So that's going to be 250 to 199. P7 Notorious only stumble once on the Den Search and Destroy, which will be something I'm sure we revisit conversationally as we look at the grand finals. But in the respawns, man, P7 is looking really clean right now.
Hey, man, ever since that first loss to Falcons Academy Green, they are 12-2 in map count, with both of their losses being on Den Search and Destroy.
Yeah, big
So
shot.
if you are P7, let's definitely get that out going up against the Bush, because that's one of their bread and butter search and destroy maps. But if you're going to play it and your respawn is going to look like this, who the hell cares? Because they were lights out. And on the opposite side of Falcons Academy Green, it was a great showing. You know, you come out here, you get a top 3 in Elite Stage 2. Standy, Luca, like these are guys who have obviously been talked about all throughout the Challenger season. But just the way that they played today, Al, definitely put a bad taste in my mouth because you can get kills. It's just, if we're going to actually play the game correctly, is the difference maker, and that's what P7 did compared to you today.
Yeah, and I think it's like you get kind of snowballed a little bit on the Blackheart. I won't say it's excusable, but like it happens. Here on the exposure, I won't say it's the same set of circumstances. It just really kind of came down to the end of P2s. P7 Notorious just had such a good handle on the kill feed that they're able to freely rotate and just put so much pressure on the Falcons. I would say, though, if you were to look at the 4-man roster for Falcons Academy finishing in 3rd, what a stage for QK, man. I mean,
oh, yeah.
In every mode, he's just looking like the complete package right now. We saw, I think, moments, some flashes of it last year, maybe a little bit more present in stage 1, but here in stage 2, QK was getting it all done, man. And it'll be interesting, I think, just to see, like, what do the conversations look like for the teams that don't make it to Birmingham, for the teams that don't make it out of the play-ins. They're the ones that are going to be wanting to make changes. And do you feel, and you can kind of put your coaching, your GM hat on here, Jay, do you feel like QK is somebody who is ready to improve a bad team in the CDL single-handedly?
Oh, well, single-handedly is going to be tough because in this game, in Black Ops 7, you need teamwork to make the dream work. I even tweeted about it. Like, a guy who walks into the building trying to play ISO ball is not going to lead to a lot of success. So I think QK, without question, is like the top challengers kid to talk about right now because of the raw talent that he's able to display. It doesn't matter on the mode. It doesn't matter what gun he has. He's able to do it with both the M15 and the Dravik, and even in Search and Destroy, whip it out with the sniper. So the guy has the raw talent. I just think right now the only thing holding them back is like the fundamental part to his game. Because if you can slay with the best of them, that's pretty easy to do because everybody can shoot straight in Black Ops 7. It's just about outsmarting your opponent little by little, and I feel like that's the only thing potentially holding QK back.
Well, maybe not everybody can shoot straight in Black Ops 7, Jay. You make it sound so simple. I'll put myself on the roaster there. But let's take a look at the bracket because, yeah, you've got Telluride Bush Gaming, who I'm sure at some point after their gauntlet of a series yesterday versus Falcons Green, we're thinking, all right, we'll get those guys probably again. Not the case. And we, there's something in the air right now, Jay. We talked about after the first day of playoffs, talking about teams that surprisingly get dropped to elimination round 1. It is nearly impossible to make the long run back to a grand finals, let alone win it. P7, though, like you mentioned, have only lost 2 maps in this long run through the lower bracket, and there are, I think, opportunities, specifically through respawns, to potentially take down Bush and make the miracle run happen. We talked about the overload being a potential issue for Bush. They're going to have to bring it without question in this opening map number 1 to set the tone.
Yeah, I think without question, Bush has to be prepared for any overload that they throw into this series because you're the team going through winner's bracket. You're going to control a majority of the maps that you play. But early into this series, you need some of your bread and butters. You need to go back-to-back with go to Hardpoint, go to Search and Destroy before you get to any overloads because you need to have an advantage going up against this P7 squad.
Well, of course, the teams are going to have to go through the veto process. We'll send things to a bit more of an extended break. When we come back, we'll break down the best of 7. And then by the end, we'll figure out who the champion will be of Stage 2 Challengers Elite North America before we get into our final Cup weekend. And, of course, everyone's flights out to Birmingham. Lots of fun to happen. Get something to get yourself satiated and set up and ready to go. We'll be back with the grand finals after this. Welcome back there, friends. Woo, doggy. We've got ourselves ready to go with the grand finals. Best of 7 action. Telluride Bush Gaming have been waiting very patiently as they're ready to go, now taking on P7 Notorious. Jay, talk to me, my guy. We set up a lot of little things about this series, but let's get into the meat and potatoes. What do you got for me?
Man, this is going to be one hell of a series between two teams with a lot of experience. Obviously, if you're the Bush, you're able to get through the winners bracket side. You clutch up in the game. Number 5 looked outstanding in both the Hardpoints that you played yesterday versus Falcons Academy Green. But if you want to talk about P7 and the journey that they have had from a winners bracket round 1, you're losing the game 5 in a round 11. But then the redemption story starts when you go 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, followed by another 3-1 today in that elimination final. P7 are on point. So, Bush, you better bring it from the start of this series.
Exactly right. I mean, coming out in map number 1 slow against this P7 team, I won't say like it doesn't feel like an option. If you have been sitting and watching this P7 team over the course of the last couple of days, they are no strangers to coming out of the gate and running you down and really setting the momentum, the energy, the tempo, the general vibe of how a series is going to be played out. Well, you've been missing out because they do that a lot. The big thing about this, I think, series overall, though, for me, comes down to, can P7 step up into search and destroy? Because this Bush roster has been looking solid. A lot of Game 5 affairs they've been able to close out thanks to the experience, largely looking, of course, at Prolute, Fire, and Awakening. But for me, Jay, there's a big storyline surrounding Abe and his ability to jump into this team very quickly, and most importantly, run kind of a weird flex role of like, Abe, whatever you think is best, go ahead and do it. And he's been looking solid since his return back to Challenge.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, like, the story about Abe on the Surge roster is like he just looked uncomfortable. But when he got sent down to Challenges, he actually talked about it a little bit, how he learned how to play the game way quicker down here in Challenge than he did in his pro scene. So without question, Abe is looking in prime form. Shout out to the coach, Donnie Temp, who's got these boys locked in. But the only thing that scares me with this Bush lineup, and we continue to talk about it, not from this stage, even from the stage last year, is their overload. You only have 6 wins in 2 different elite stages. So you can just tell it doesn't matter what the roster is. That has been a struggle for that organization in general.
Heard that. And on the other side, in case you missed the lower final, this is the roster of P7 Notorious. DiamondCon, Afro, Beans, and Eric Boom. They have been making the run. We talked about it right as we were getting into the playoffs. It is very, very difficult to drop out of lower winners round 1 into the lower bracket and then make it back to a grand final, let alone win one. I don't believe we've ever seen it. And this P17 is cooking with some gas, only dropping 2 maps in the process of this lower bracket run. Most notably, they're looking solid across both the Hardpoint and, of course, what they bring in the Overload.
Yeah, the 2 maps they lose in those 14 maps that they played in total ever since that first loss to Falcons Academy Green was going to be that dead search and destroy. They said, we're not going to put that one in this series. We're instantly going to get rid of it. So P7 Notorious at least doing the little things correctly, but you got to come out the gates firing because you just played a series. Bush is just coming off of a warm-up versus Vancouver, so both teams are prepared for this map number 1. Let's see if Bush can bring it early on.
Well, let's get it on there, friends. Grand finals of Stage 2 Challengers America. And it's Bush out of the upper bracket, already winning the open time. Awakening. He has been everything for this Bush roster. Fire helping him out, playing over the top. Both of them getting good damage and keeping the Bush in the hard point. What a start for Bush. 20-0. Shots up top for Fire. Shut down by Beans, and a chance for them to start to fight back.
Yeah, this is always like a scary situation to be in. A team waiting in the grand finals versus a team coming off of a very hot losers finals. If Telluride Bush are going to be prepared for all the engagements happening very early on. And it seems like they have already answered that call. 20 seconds at the early P1. You do lose the rotation over towards P2, but you find 2 opening kills, potentially an early break.
Yeah, and Eric is in some major trouble. It is just nades galore right now. But him and Beans, once again, put together a pretty salvageable moment. Afro, backside of the tank, able to find another. Pistol out, looking for the trade onto Awakening. Doesn't miss a shot on the slide out. And that will be P7. Still holding numbers, still holding some control over P2. As Beans and Eric are return, 30 seconds to fight, and Bush are trying to structure things from the front.
Yeah, Bush trying to break their way through the front side. They do find an opening kill. Why players are starting to work on some of these routes? Because you know how impactful it could be to be the team early on over towards that P3. So ProLu makes his impact felt, finds a couple kills through mid-cut, big brain plays. Now off the rotation over towards New, just needs to secure one gunfight, but it gives him his positioning. Now teammates need help.
Well, this is a big battle. DC, respecting the time for now, has already found one onto Abe. Slide out, good damage from Beans. DC can't quite find the angle. Prolid has been so slippery, but he drops it. Same will be said for Fire. So now you've got a chance here for P7, not just to get back into this game early, but most importantly, they can grow a lead with this setup.
Yeah, Prolu made such a big play off the rotation. I would just have loved to see if Abe could just sit a corner alongside Prolu instead of giving up his life for free towards DC and then giving P7 the numbers advantage for this break at the P3. Because so far, they are just out trading their opponents. Take the lead by a slight margin. Still 30 seconds remaining, and all of Bush trying to break through the front.
Ooh, Afro locking things down. Good help from Eric Boomer on the back. Afro in some trouble. Gives a little bit of space. Comes back in at full health. He's looking for 4 in a row. There it is. Finds the final shots onto Fire.
Oh!
Free fire onto Abe and catches that one as well. 10 seconds of scrap time will go to Bush, but the rotation, most importantly, in the name of P7.
Yeah, it's a big moment there for P7. To manage the chaos in towards the P3 with no trophy systems, but now win the rotation over towards New. The only thing is you don't have the numbers because one player's all the way across the map. So Beans, you better hurry up and get over towards Solar because your teammates are dropping like flies. A frag is good enough for Awakening. The Gunny, good enough for Abe to clear out the rest. And now there's only one player here, and it's going to be Beans getting Michael Myers. Abe making a big play for Bush to get the break.
I'm telling you, man, we talked about it on players like Lunars, players like Rex, and I think the same will be said about Abe.
Oh!
You saw what he was able to do at the end of last year with that Toronto team in a role that just fits his play style better than whatever the hell he was doing in the league this year. He's got takeover potential, and Abe is 13-9, has Bush up by about 30. Looking for more, but no, it's Afro. A little up and over, gives him a double and gives the scrap time over to P7.
Yeah, it's a pig 2 there from Afro. Gives that scratch time, like you said, to P7 to keep themselves into the mix. But now Bush in a position to technically win the rotation over towards New. Just can't get past Afro, who's now on 4 in a row. So P7 have secured the P5, but for how long? Because there's pressure from every angle.
Eric around the outside, trying to help out DC, who's just playing a little bit of whack-a-mole inside the hard point. Nades over the top will land onto Eric, but DC staying relatively safe for now. Now off the regen. Oh, careful. Eric's able to just barely grab the edge, and how important is that? Well, so it works out, it's fine. Bush were already full white, but that was an interesting affair.
Yeah, Afro said, all right, forward head, I could just give up my life for free, make it think like they got one, but it's still leading to a perfect hold at P5 for P7. They just did this versus Falcons Academy Green. This tends to be their money hill on exposure. And now Bush have a little bit of a lead to start to make up for. Gonna be a 30, almost 40-point difference as we go into the reset. Prolu having a little bit of a slow start, but even off of the misplay out of P3, you know that's one thing you got to change if you're Bush going into the second half.
Abe in some trouble, dealt with. P7 starting to really fire things up. Beans on 4 already has a Hellstorm to play with, and the last shot over the top hits Awakening through the wall. Whoa, wait. Okay, hold on a second. P7 now really dominating space. Prolud finally able to take care of Beans, but there's just not a lot of help to cancel out the time being earned on the hard point. So Afro's going to show some force. DC is going to stay tucked and covered. And we're going to look at a 140-80 score, and it's just all P7 right now.
Yeah, we're just going one by one if you are the Bush from the same exact angle. So P7 don't need to do anything extra, but just walk in front of them. And that's allowing them to grow this lead completely open. Now a 60-point difference at the ending of this P1. Bush trying to make up for at least a little bit of that time. But every time someone hops on the P1, you're instantly cut down from an angle no one's watching. And P7 Notorious are in firm control of this game early off the rotation to P2 as well.
Well, big moment in the game for Bush.
Damn.
If they can find a way to break back in, but this is the same story we just saw against Falcons, man. I mean, it's just the lockdown. Bush can't get anything going at all.
They have to so far push up to the opposing side of Solar that they can't even breathe off the respawn. And you don't really have opportunities to hit any other routes, but finally a chance here. Because spawn's now flipped. Bush know that they can't give up this time because it's a GG. But you need to get them off this time and maintain this side of the map. And when you go for it, they make you pay for it. Another 3 dead in the feed. Bush get no time off of P2. And now you're potentially going to lose the game at the next HP.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this has been a stonewall here from P7 Notorious. With tools, keep in mind, of things like Hellstorms for Beans. Eric is close to one of his own right. DC locking things down over the top of the bomb site. Awakening finally able to get a trade, but again, job done here for P7. They've got full control. They've bombs on lock, and they still know Awakening's floating somewhere. If Beans finds this win, that may just be game right there, Jay.
Yeah, you already have DC clearing out space to the front. 40 seconds to play with. You can close out the game here if you're P7, so you're just rallying up for one more push. You get the trade down low. DC still creating a lot of space through the middle of the map. Bush, you better wake the hell up because this game is going to end out disgusting.
I mean,
damn!
All of a sudden, it's like the blink of an eye. A switch has been flipped, and oh, mercy me. Prelude is in the blender, 9-25. After we're sitting here looking through the first 2.5 hills like Bush are finessing, they're finding great stuff, but that was the last time we could really say anything positive about what was happening on the map. You've got sprees galore here for P7. They're looking to close out a 100-point club map 1, and they're going to do it with a free rotation to 4. I mean, I don't know if we've seen a map turn on its head that quickly. It was back and forth with a good start for Bush, but outside of the first 2 hills, they didn't find anything else afterwards.
Yeah, that's all it was, man, because they gave themselves a chance at the first P3. Like, you clear out mid-map, Prolu hits the early rotation, but then Abe just gets a little bit over-aggressive towards that back door, and that one opportunity leads to a chain reaction after that. Like, Abe can't go out there and give up his life on the first go-around at P3 when you know your teammates don't have any trophy system to even help them to try to hold down that position. But you allow P7 to get the break there. They get the break at P4. They get a flawless hold at the P5, chaining over to the P1 with Hellstorm in the back pocket. Bush is just consistently trying to play catch-up. And versus this P7 Notorious team who just played this map versus Falcons, they continue on their hot foot, and Bush just a little bit late to the party there.
Yeah, dude, and Pro, it's like, I'm out of there. Like, don't even bother with the scoreboard at the end.
Show that damn stat.
Yeesh. Yeesh. Wow, man. I mean, we've seen maps turn around and just get snowballed a number of times, but I don't know if we've ever seen anything quite like that. I mean, because what? Through 2 hills, going to 3, Bush were in firm control. And then all of a sudden, you get over to 4. We look over the moment that happened at P5 between Eric and DC, and then it's just like Bush couldn't get a 4-man hit put together again at any point. I'm so surprised based on how this map had started and the fact that really from this point on, Bush are just dealing with a little bit of scrap time here and there as P7 just did what they really just did on the elimination finals. Just controlled the map, controlled the tempo, controlled the spawns, and that last little spree right there from Abe was the last good moment for Bush.
It's crazy because they end the game out with what, 93 points at the ending of the P4. We're at 81. Yeah, we just don't get any time off of any of these HPs, man. Like P7s, once they are set up, once they get a full wave of kills, even with Afro jumping off the map, they still know where the pressure's coming in. And they were forcing Bush to just tunnel their way through one angle. And just sets up P7 to just pre-aim and find every single gunfight with ease. So a dominant map number 1 there for P7. And now this is truly where you start to feel the pressure, because Bush, without question, have been the best search and destroy team that we had all throughout Elite Stage 2. But now they desperately need this search and destroy, knowing how bad they are at Overload. You can't go down 0-2 versus this team.
Yeah, man. It's insane how much everything feels like it's just changed because of how that map finishes off.
Yep.
The raid search and destroy, I would say, just it's going to feel, I think, a bit more like a square up than maybe other search and destroy maps in the pool. I think in particular, looking over to the Exposure and the Colossus later in this series because of how P7 play. But getting an opportunity to jump onto Raid and possibly go up 2-0 early on a map that they've looked good on is exciting. It's enticing, I think, if you're a P7 fan. So this feels like an immediate bounce back is needed from Bush, and I would say just in particular from Prolude. Like, you have to get him involved, and you need to get him into the series.
Yeah, and this is the mode that you get Prolude involved, man. Prolude has been a phenomenal search and destroy player ever since he entered the league a couple of years ago, and then ever since he's been out there in challenges, he's always been able to figure out this mode, the brains behind the operation. So you desperately need him to have a good game here, or at least set up his teammates to have a good game so you can tie the series up. Because on a map number 1 Exposure, which was your best hard point all throughout this elite stage, where you're sitting at 9-4 overall, you fall short on your most dominant HP. Now you desperately need to bounce back here on the Raid Search and Destroy, where technically it's a square for both teams, 5-3 on one side for P7, 4-2 for Bush. But Bush desperately needing this Search and Destroy with how bad they are at Overload. Not continue to keep on saying that because it's just straight facts.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, Bush will be on the opening attack, looking at A as a possible finish here. Got a lot of space, and the nades will clear out top side of Laundry. How much has Fire seen on that cross? Looks like he's seen at least one. Has Abe antsy on this rotation, and he's gonna find great timing and take 2. Backside of Art, DC, seen, shot at, and he'll back away. And interesting, Bush not planning it, looking for another kill, and they may find Beans unaware. He gets one. Wait a second. Beans now with the pistol, almost, but Prolude's able to find a good kill, and it leaves DC left alone in the 1v2, looking for a full 1v3.
Man, Byron's not going to waste any time. Let's just get the bomb down. We already have Laundry control, but we're just going to wait it on out and gather the information, and that's all that you need now to get the bomb down today.
Although, wait a second. DC stops the plant. Now to a 1v1. Has Fire topside ring, but DC's in some trouble. And Fire is going to play for the kill. Does he predict it correctly? He does, but he has the pistol out. And DC clutches up a 1v3 for P7.
It's a 2v4 to start, but then a 1v3 from DC to just instantly kill all the momentum on the side of Bush. Sass and Mook are watching that round 1 and just in pure disgust that they let that one get away. Because once you get that trade onto Beansor's back Laundry, we don't need to waste any time. We already had information on DC. He just got to kill through pillars. But Prolude continues to wait. And DC catches the angle, forces a 1v1. Fire just commits on the gunfight instead of thinking about the objective. And P7 Notorious just continuing on the hot foot. DC finds the great success in the opening round.
Yeah, man. Wow. That's another one of those moments. You can just feel like they're starting to tally. They're starting to check and starting to tick. Like, what are we dealing with? Okay. I feel like this reset right now is a moment for Bush to sit and just shake out the heebie-jeebies and get yourself mentally locked in, because what we're seeing at the moment is just, I want to like, breakdown's not the right word. Like that would take like a cataclysmic failure on an advantage. Bush haven't had an advantage yet until that search and destroy round, and you get 1v3 by DC. It's like, you just need to get at the boys together right now. Like, yo, forget about map 1, forget about round 1. Let's lock the hell in, because this is not the COD that we normally play.
They tried to, at least in that opening round, man. You find the first blood, you find the second, instant 4v2. You even get the trade on the beans. It's just right now, it doesn't look like they're playing with the confidence that we've seen from Bush all throughout this elite stage, because keep in mind, it's the #1 seed from Group A going up against the #1 seed from Group B. So these are the top dogs that we've had all throughout this elite stage. It's just the only thing lacking right now for the Bush is their confidence, their quick decision making, because the 3v1, we already have back Laundry. We shouldn't waste any time on getting the objective down, because that's when you give the opponent a chance. And all DC needed was a chance to clutch a 1v3, and he made you pay for it. So like you said, the break might be good for them, but we quickly have to lock back in on our teamwork aspect and just show the reason why we deserve to be here.
Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. And again, just kind of looking back over some of the results for Bush, you know, you think back over the winners finals from yesterday, you played these first 2 maps in your series yesterday, and you handled Falcons Academy on both of them. And we're talking about a 90-point game or so on the exposure, Hardpoint, and then you came out and dominated Falcons on this raid, search, and destroy. So to come out and get 100-point club to map 1, a map that you're banking on a lot in the vetoes, and now to drop a 1v3 on raid, feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. But the break is going to be a little bit extended here. Not sure what's going on, but we'll go ahead and step away from now. Make sure everyone's all good to go, and we'll reload into the raid, search, and destroy right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We're jumping back into the mix. It was an observer issue that kind of cut us off from watching the action, so we'll jump back into the mix here with Bush onto the offense here, and Abe, good moment over the top of P5, but he's only able to come away with 1, and P7 Notorious will clean up the round.
Yeah, it was Eric Boom who finds the first blood, instantly traded by Awakening, but then just retaking with your number 2 in the middle of the map. Keeping your edge in the round with the numbers, and an Awakening left in a 1v2, trapped over towards Ring. DC just has the angle for P7. Even after the restart, still able to go up 1-0.
Okay. So, small issue, but the full restart has the result being the same. Let's take a look to see how things move in towards P7's offense. And it looks like it will be a pretty orthodoxical 3-1 split off. It's going to be DC on an island over towards B. Early shoulders and nades being exchanged over the top of Ard, and it's eventually Prolude who's able to find first blood at Afro through pillars.
And Prolude's expecting someone to go for an instant child, potentially for him to get traded, but able to keep his life. Now 1 minute left to go in the round. Prolude has mid-map. You already have your spinning fire scouting over towards B, and you applied pressure over towards Ring. You have P7 trapped.
Yeah, you sure are. Prolude only able to find 1 more, but the numbers are good for Bush, and the positioning of the map also seems to be favoring the defense as Abe has taken away drive-through. Drive-through? Driveway. Any motion through driveway. So we'll see if DC's got some more magic in him. Abe playing a corner that is often unchecked. Although Eric Boom's able to find the connection and able dropper to the 2v2.
30 seconds left to go. Both players from Telluride Bush are camping to the middle of the map, so they're instantly in a position to wrap towards either site if need be. But 20 seconds, Fire's going to be able to spot it. Gets that first kill, and now all you have to do is just stall time for your teammate to get into play, but don't force this fight.
Yeah, exactly right. Awakening holding. Eric able to find a shot. But Awakening. Oh, goodness. Down to a bullet, but is able to slip away. And the extension of the round will mean that Bush will respond to the 1-1.
Yeah, definitely a little scarier than you want it to be, but once those shots go down from money window, you don't see him planning. No need to waste any more time. Let's just get the hell out of Dodge. Bush stands strong on the defense to tie the game. It all starts off that first blood. ProLoop is able to get that one and then uncontested for the trade. Finds a second on the round. And basically shuts down the round single-handedly. So now Bush looking for the adjustments here on the attack as they're approaching over towards A again.
Yeah. But this defensive stack at Pillars is interesting. Doesn't fully amount to much, though. As the bomb will be planted, ProLude able to get a couple of shots in as well over to the top of Pillars. Fire also reading that there's some issues here at Zig, and that's just a really heavy stack that we've all been there before. You're trying to track onto one, another one steps in front, you can't quite get the aim assist to lock. So now we're doing the 4v3 retake, and here come P7.
You know that all of the Bush boys are going to be over towards Laundry side, but time is starting to get away from you. Someone's got to make a big-time play, and it's going to be Afro catching the timing. That's what it looks like when you have the numbers. You just force Bush to really focus on those angles, especially around that bomb site. And that creates the opening on the outskirts for Afro to take advantage of it. Lines up the double, and P7 take the round off of a successful retake at A.
It really does come down to that heavy hit and the choice to send not just one or two, but three players onto that Zig cross, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think everyone who's played the game knows what that feels like, where it's just like, I got a good lane here locked up, and I've got good damage into the first player, and then all of a sudden a second guy comes across and you just can't lock down the shots anymore. It's just too many players to deal with. So, good understanding for P7, overwhelming the post-plant setup, and they give themselves, again, that one-round edge. Back to the offense we go. Beans, scope potentially on his back here as he makes his way over to the top of this A site. Just a little stun check. And we'll reset with eyes over to B, and Fire just a little too slide happy, gets caught, and now here comes the attack.
Yeah, because now you have Bush players rotating over towards B, while the entire time P7 have already maintained min-map as well.
Ooh.
So you spot them on the crossover towards Tiki, and the bomb is yet to be planted, so Bush still have a chance here.
Okay, well, Eric will give away his position. May have been seen anyways by Prolu. You saw him kind of look down towards the water. Doesn't have an eye on DC on the stretch plant position. Can you find him on the exit? No, it's Eric who just jumps into the water and just is a perfect distraction. Beans scoping, not able to find the shot to land though. Prolut slipping forward, and that's enough for Beans to get a second chance. Eric knows he's got to contest over towards the beach chairs. Does he get a read onto Abe? Well, now he does. And there's just nowhere to go here. Nice shots from Abe, though. Oh, my goodness. He's going to stay alive in this position. 20 seconds to go for the 2v2. Beans will be stunned. Here comes the force for Bush. You got to go quickly, though, if you're going to make this happen. And Beans is able to connect onto one. Down low. Afro, yeah, smart play. Throws his shoulder. Knows he's got the clock. And there's just nowhere for Abe to go but away from the bomb. It'll be P7 up 3-1.
First attacking round secured of the map by P7. And that all starts off of the first blood. Just the way that they set up their attacking rounds is so easy to walk away with W's because you're spreading the map while taking a lot of the map away from the opposing team. You had players aggressive through middle, so you're spotting that side. But then when you find the first one onto the island player in Fire, you know that Bush now have to rotate, give up their setup at A, but still don't have the numbers in their advantage. So Prolu puts himself in a spot that's one and done. Fortunately, he gets nothing. And then in the 2v4, you just stand no chance on a post plan at B. So P7 looking stellar here on raid to start.
Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Different setup here for Bush. Aggression right through the middle of the map. Abe going to take a couple of shots. Afro feeling frisky. Thought about it for a moment, but we'll back away. Bomb planted behind this play, and P7 now forced to retake, and they've gotten first blood through mid.
And I have the retake your way through the middle of the map, and Eric Boom was able to spot Prolute laying in that corner. Fire's going to be able to get a trade. Fire's going to be able to walk away with 2, and 8 keeps him alive. So a 2v4 is now a 1v1.
Oh, but Beans able to find one.
Oh!
My goodness! Locks down the shot, had the scope in the back pocket the entire time, and is able to find the connection onto Fire. P7 Notorious now up 4-1.
Beans just hit shots he's not supposed to. He did it in the series last go-around versus Falcons Academy with that one-on-one versus Luca. But then this one, no aim assist, flinch out of this world, just lines up the shot there versus Fire. And even out of the adjustments there out of Bush to not take Laundry to retake through mid, because that's what worked for P7 on their retake situation. It still does not lead to a round win because you get picked off early and you give P7 the numbers to retake. 4-1 is the score.
Unbelievable. Oh, man. And to make matters worse, set nades into kitchen land. Abe looking to force the trade. Afro sees it, pushes him back. And we'll keep the 4v3 early with Abe in some trouble now at mid.
Got him trapped. Know that he's weak. No one's spotting from kitchen, so you can isolate on this gunfight for kill number 2 in a round. 2v4 out of Fire and Awakening. This is a must win. You need to clutch up here.
Yeah, this is no bueno, senor. Fire won, but catches the bad end of Beans' scope again. Awakening. Good shots on Eric Boom, but there's nowhere to go. Oh my goodness. This has been a blistering pace set by P7. And it kind of starts off of the reset after DC gets the 1v3. It's just, you think maybe there's a chance to kumbaya and get yourself together if you're Bush Gaming, but they have been pushed and battered around by P7 right now.
Yeah, they are getting outclassed. They have yet to win an offensive round. They have found so many opportunities where they get the bomb down and just breaking down in their post plants. And on offense, P7 have been able to put it together a little bit better than Bush. So now sitting at game point, Beans, the sniper, has been felt all throughout this map number 2. And you instantly go into the next round in the first 10 seconds and find the first blood.
Wow, shots from DC clean onto Abe. Numbers advantage will stay with P7, but map positioning starting to build here for Bush. This is a difficult setup, though. Smoke will be there. Prolute trying to fly at Beans, and he says, not so fast, young man. 5 in a row for Beans. Fastest pistol in the West. And now you've got Fire stuck. And I think Beans has seen him. He's even hitting headshots there, but Fire gets 2. Does he expect that Eric's coming quickly around the backside of Laundry? Not initially. Chance to turn over, but no, not going to happen. Eric wins the map for P7 Notorious after the 100-point club. They blow Bush out of raid 6-1.
Yep. Yep, Al. 6-1. That was the score, bro, friend. Absolute smoke show in the first 2 maps. Like, 100-point club on the opening Hardpoint, which is your best HP. You get to a bread and butter search to destroy, which you just found success yesterday. And unfortunately, you get dominated on this one. Nothing can go right. It's 6-1 in the first blood category, and it's 6-1 in the final score. When you're giving up early man advantage, when you're breaking down to your post plants, yeah, this is just not looking good for Bush, because now you've lost your 2 best modes. You've lost your Hardpoint, you've lost your bread and butter search and destroy. Now you're looking for Bush to completely right the wrongs in their overload, which has been their struggle not only for this stage, but even the last Elite stage. They're just not looking in form right now. They don't look like they are ready to play in this finals. And
nah.
Full advantage of it.
Another bad map for Prolute, 3-7, only 2-6 from Awakening, and honestly, you really can't point any fingers at anyone in particular.
Hell no, they just got whooped.
Correct. Look at the first blood tally. And the fact of the matter is, Beans was sniping. He came away with none. It was all about the play on the island player of DC to get things kicked off, but then, of course, Eric and Afro playing off each other looked great. Wow. I mean, this is just not what you expect. After what we saw, especially yesterday from Bush, who looked so good across the hard points and searches, it's not there anywhere right now. And yeah, I mean, collectively through 2 maps, Prolute hasn't been fantastic, but honestly, it's just P7 is playing great COD right now.
Oh, yeah. They're playing lights out. And this is the thing that's very scary about a team who's already played a very important series on the day, coming from loser's bracket.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
they are warmed up. They have already been battle tested. They understand what the pressure already feels like. So even though Bush have been able to scrim this morning to get warmed up for this series versus a pro team at that, you still don't have that in-match feel of just potentially being your backs against the wall. We need to fight. And right now, P7 Notorious are taking just full advantage of it. They're hitting shots they're not supposed to. They are clutching rounds they're not supposed to. Everything is going right for P7 Notorious. If you are Telluride Bush, you have to do the unexpected. And that's win an overload to give yourself a chance in this series.
Wow. Jay, I'm not often lost for words, but I'm lost for words. Exposure overload.
The scores we not expected to be like this, bro. Like,
Nah,
not
fam,
like this.
Nah. I mean, this is not good, especially going to an exposure overload where, again, Bushes have not been great in overload, generally speaking. I mean, some sign of life needs to be established in this map. Because you go to a Blackheart, we already know what P7 does there. We saw them do it against Falcons, and they look great on the map. So you need to show us something immediately if you're Telluride Bush Gaming. You cannot wait any longer. Not after these first two results. If the maps are closer and you dropped 0-2, it's like, okay, well, like, okay, there's that. The other thing, here's the little new minutia that may have been different in between that and playing other opponents. But these have been blowouts. It's just not at all what was expected based on the run that Bush put together in the upper bracket.
Absolutely not, my friend. On your best hardpoint, you get a 100-point club. On one of your sturdy search and destroy maps, you only secure 1 round. Everything is just not working for Telluride Bush. And now you are staring down the barrel of an exposure overload where you are obviously feeling the pressure. You know what your team is capable of, and overload victories is not one of them. You just need to put it all together right here. Catch them off guard, because if you go down 0-3, going to Project 7's best hardpoint on Blackheart, we saw what they did versus Falcons Academy. We might end this Thursday night very quickly. So Telluride Bush, you need to come alive here. Mook, Saz, Temp, Jerry, you got to get the boys locked in right here, right now.
Yeah, right now, for sure. Whoa. Well, a chance to take a breath if you're Bush, but
no breaths. No, you don't got no chances.
It's labored breath. It's short breath. It's labored breath. It's time to go.
Got an oxygen tank.
Exposure
over there,
overload. Huh?
They got an oxygen tank over there. They're running out of breath. They're running out of air with these first 2 maps.
Breathing helium right now. Goodness. We got to have it. That's the setup. We're here in lobby is loaded on up, and there we go. There's the fly through. P7 Notorious looking to take a convincing edge and be up 3-0 with a potential quote-unquote bread and butter hard point for map number 4 to come on Blackheart. Bush, how critical is it for them to find an early score, Jay? Not just like these back and forths. Like, you need to find something convincing, like just to say, yo, we're fine, we're okay. There's the long series, because right now they haven't had any signs of life at all.
Yeah, break-off needs to be outstanding. Like, you need to catch them off guard, potentially with a right play break-off, where you know potentially there's going to be an opening. If we can get a very quick score, we can set the tone early into this game, because it seems like they're obviously lacking in their playmaking ability and also lacking in their slaying. If you're going to lack in both of those categories, especially in overload, you're most likely not going to have a good time. So usually the break-off leads to early success. It needs to be there for Bush.
I agree. Especially in a map like Exposure, man.
Oh, yeah.
Legitimately, it just feels like we've seen so many exposure overloads where it just turns into 3 minutes of TDM before anyone can even pick up the EMP. So, yeah, this opening break-off, at least giving yourself a chance to move the device around is key. Just to try to make sure that you're not just stuck. Because that's often what it feels like, especially with, like, we see it often with, like, lower CDL teams and overload on this map. It's just like, what do we do? What is the perfect situation? When can we actually make a move on the EMP? It ends up being 3 minutes of TDM, and you just cannot afford to be stuck in that slog if you're Bush. So here we go, jumping out into the mix. No more vamping, all action all the time. It's gonna be P7 looking to go quickly. Prolith though How important is it for him to find some heat? He gets the first and a second, and this is a good break off here for Bush.
Yeah, you already have your lead blocker already clearing out that point over towards B. So just get the EMP carrier over to Abe because he whips out an M15 off the break off, and this is the perfect start for the Bush boys. Get early on the board, up 1-0 within 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's big. Awakening untallied over to P4, but eventually dealt with. Being snapped over and unfortunately found a low health pool of his teammate of Afro, so give credit to Awakening for 2. With the EMP over the top of P2. A little bit more loose, a little bit easier to grab. As these battles are often a little bit more convincingly won on one side or the other, but for Bush, we're full stacked over towards panel side. Beans in the corner, lots of action towards Prolude. Afro looking for the trade, but can't quite find Prolude initially, who slides out, finds the second, and now Bush have numbers as they try to grab and potentially get a quick score on B.
Yeah, you already have your lead blocker in Prolude clearing out the space. Can he find a lead blocking kill? Will he stall time for Abe to just get the score on in? And that's exactly what happens. Bush quickly up 2-0 in the first minute and 30. P7 drastically now have to switch up their pacing here. You already have your lead blocker and Eric Boone clearing space out towards A, but your teammates now need to win fights through the middle of the map.
Yeah, and Awakening is able to stop the EMP from being covered. It's actually just going to grab it and stay away from Eric Boom. Move over to the middle of the map, and Abe, long distance, able to find Eric just over the top of dirt. So numbers now for Bush. And this has been a rejuvenation to start. Afro in trouble at P4.
Beautiful.
Prolude taking away the space. Can he keep his life in this position? Move the spawns around. May not be needed, but the hit from the front falls apart, and now Abe is the last one left at mid, and he's low.
Yeah, the stop is good there for P7. Abe's still trying to maintain long position on 4 in a row. Does get cut down by Beans. Now your teammates come off the respawn and are instantly in a position to shut down that EMP carrier, but it's Beans single-handedly lines up 4 in a row. Now the rotation out of the EMP because Afro's clearing out space towards B is going to catch Bush off guard.
Yeah, Bush thought there may have been someone who snuck through P5 and dirt. That was not the case. It's a quick transition over to the B zone and a quick score in retaliation for P7. Beans with the score plus 4 kills in a row has him potentially onto a hellstorm here if you can find one more through mid. And this is, action's not done yet. This is good stuff here for Beans, who almost finds all of Awakening, but he will fall. Eric grabs the EMP, and P7 will control with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they're just trying to clear out over towards B. Afro gets a little bit over aggressive on the backside of Jens. And as the lead blocker doesn't find that kill, but now DC on the opposite end is able to catch 2 players off the cross. So EMP full form over towards this 8-point. Eric Boom, the only one on that side of the map, is able to get one, but it's stopped there for the Bush.
DC in some trouble here is Prolude. Ooh, trigger
Big
discipline.
plays.
Yeah, he's going to sneak past a couple of defenders. Eric has no idea. DC, last seen up top. Nice shots from Prolude. Can't quite finish, but it's enough damage to allow Abe to push through, find the score for the 3rd goal for Telluride Bush. Much, much better, especially out of Prolude. Abe is 12-6, and this is looking good for Bush again with a couple of kills moving their way over towards the tank.
Yeah, just got to get back over towards the reset because 2 players are still camping the spawn. And you're allowing P7 to have full EMP control, but Fire lines up a double through mid connector. Abe eventually sets up the pinch, and now Bush looking to end out halftime sooner rather than later as they are dominating on this first half.
Yeah, nades and stuns are landing. The Fire is weak, but he's able to find the last pistol shots to get us to that accelerated halftime. Is it just like opposite day or something today, Jay?
I don't know.
Like, what are we talking about? This is so much better out of Bush.
Without question, man. You answered the call early on for the first score. Instantly put yourself up by 2, but then just the map control, the way that they're able to maintain it, the routes that they're hitting to create these openings as lead blockers is super clean. So far from the Bush here on the overload. Desperately needed to try to pull momentum back on their side. This is exactly how you get it done.
Wow. I don't even know what. Like, it's just one of those situations that it just, again, feels like opposite day. Unbelievable. Afro, able to find an opener. Let's not rule P7 out of the picture as of yet. Because legitimately, it does feel like things could move quickly. So far, though, things staying pretty stable. Bush controlling the EMP for now. And, well, trades are decent, but P7 cannot control the EMP yet.
They do have players in a position to at least have a stop here at the goal line. ProLoot does find one. Trades go back and forth, and the EMP carrier, unfortunately, is going to fall. But now, Abe, your job is to just get one, get out. Unfortunately, he is going to get traded, and you still have teammates in the vicinity just keeping it safe. 4 minutes left on the game clock, and P7 just have to continue to play at a pace that they don't want to.
Well, the park the bus strategy is one that we've seen often on this map, and it's definitely one that can come into play here for Bush. Just keep playing trades. Don't let anyone slip through. And with these extra tools like fire on 9, yeah, that'll work. The EMP is picked up and is threatening over towards A, but Abe is in a position likely to stall that out. Kills are there, and now it's just down to how far can the killing spree go for Fire.
It's just leader's advantage. It's very easy to dominate the map. Eventually, Fire is going to fall on 10 in a row. Because you can whip out those extra M15s, just be nuisances behind enemy lines, but Eric tries to be a nuisance.
Yeah.
And wins one-on-one gunfight to potentially get a score, but now that leads to 4 dead, and Telluride Bush looking to get score number 5 on the board.
And with this help from Awakening, it looks like they're going to be good for it, especially with the Hellstorm to support. So 5-1 will be the count. And yep, this just feels like the wake-up call finally has come through here for Bush. And go figure, it happens on Overload. 4 in a row for ProLoot again. Fire finding kills. And it just feels like every perspective right now for Bush is one where they're dominating. Caster curses, DC gets 2. Abe following up. ProLoot behind him, but no, DC now all of a sudden on 4 in a row, and P7 will control.
Gotta hit the rotation because you know those close spawns for Bush are gonna be over towards that B point. You have Beans clearing out lanes over towards A, so this is gonna lead to the score here for Project Notorious. But it's still a tall ladder to climb to get yourself back into the mix. Still down by 3 scores. Reset is gonna be towards low dirt. And at least for now, off the respawn, Bush have been able to maintain the trade fights through the middle of the map.
Yeah, DC will need some good timing here, and he's gonna find one for free under fire. If Awakening drops, there will be a chance to put some pressure on the map, but both of the forward defenders, or maybe the forward blockers more appropriately said, for P7 will drop. So now you need to recontrol the map, and Afro's gonna give you a double. Keeps the spawns moved over towards the A side of the map, but the EMP's actually kind of baiting it back over to A. Afro's still in a bit of a spree, and Bush get caught a little bit unexpectedly over towards A. Now it's only a 2-score game.
A minute 30 left to go. P7 starting to rally at the very end of this game. Minute 30, down by 2 scores. Telluride Bush just need to keep the EMP safe. That's why you see Abe start to hit some of these long routes. Got corners being camped by DC. Can't get the better there of ProLoot. But as long as you keep the EMP right in the dead center of the map, no need to worry if you're Bush.
Yeah, that's right. But Eric, Afro, both find kills. Chance to grab. Abe is the only one who's behind.
Uh-oh.
And this could start to lead to some disaster. Abe cannot find a line of sight onto Afro yet, who's backing on up, and that's where Abe's eventually able to stop the EMP. Tough. I mean, it's just the spawns are not fully moved up to B. You want to try to rewrap that over to dirt. Doesn't really work out. Now we're under 50 seconds. P7 have to scramble.
Yeah, that's just what Overload is. Sometimes all it is one kill to make a difference on the play. And Abe values his life, strikes at the right time. Now there's only 40 seconds left. P7 got to get a move on it.
Yeah.
Lead blocker is going to be Eric Boom over towards B. He has one-on-one gunfight. He's thinking there's going to be a lot more, but there's only one player here. It's going to be Abe.
There's a slide out, and Eric and DC are going to find the detonation. 4-5 the count. DC, if he can stay alive here, could be critical. Pops up, but no. Fire's able to find the kill. EMP about to spawn. Afro, next one up. Can he double down?
No way.
Yes, he can. Uh-oh, but Awakening's double may have just saved the map for Bush. He's got a free avenue of approach, but instead it's just going to let these last couple of seconds tick out and likely win the map just off the clock. Goodness gracious, did it get a little bit too close for comfort, but Bush are on the board with their first map win.
Yeah, definitely went down to the wire at the ending of the game, but Telluride Bush gives themselves an opportunity now in this series. They knew that they are desperately struggling in Overload, but a must-win map. Give yourself a chance in this series to not go down 0-3. You start off on the right foot. Basically a perfect first half. Give yourself the leader's advantage going into the second. Abe gave you so many opportunities in that clutch factor with just one gunfight every single time. He popped takeover in that overload, and even when it got nitty-gritty towards the end, it was awakening off of the reset, popping a double, securing the EMP, and finally allowing Bush to get one map in this best of 7 underneath their belt. And now that could potentially pull momentum on their side, because I know that they weren't expecting to get that win, but when you desperately need it, yeah, it could be the turning point that you were looking for.
Yeah, I hard agree with that. It's just one of those like, okay, here we go. Now we're gaming. I will say though, like, and this is one of those things that I often like, I hear other casters do, and I hear myself saying these words out loud, and I kind of cringe at myself, because it's just like, it's not a tangible storyline, but you look at the map of how it started versus how it finished, and even though Bush get it over the finish line, it still doesn't feel good to have to save the map at the end with a late grab from Awakening just to avoid a possible overtime situation. So as much as you love to see it from Bush, you also are like, yeesh, like we couldn't close that thing out a little bit cleaner, because now you're going to consider a Blackheart hardpoint. And after what P7 did you in map 1 and what we've seen them do on this map to other teams coming up, it makes you sweat a little bit again, because as much as, yes, you had a better map for Prelude, and yes, obviously you're getting some better success across the board from all 4 members, Notorious almost found their way back into an overtime situation. So not as comfortable as the other 2 map wins for P7 were. That's kind of the long and short of what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, without question, man. And that's sometimes like the reasoning of the game mode and overload. Like when you had that leader's advantage, you're thinking all we have to do is just keep the EMP safe, not really keep our foot on the gas when you talk about always trying to get scores up, because there were a lot of moments on that second half where they get 2 to 3 dead, but instead of retrieving the EMP, they're more willing to just maintain the map control. And that's where you gave opportunities for P7 Notorious to just try to fight their way back into the game, because you were playing a little bit too safe. But thankfully, you're still able to close it out. Regardless, a win is a win. So going into this Black R hardpoint, where technically it's a square up for both teams, both sitting at 4-1 in this elite stage on Blackheart, this is another situation where, realistically in my mind, it's got to be a must-win for Bush.
Agreed. I mean, absolutely. I think just to reset the energy from what we saw in map 1 also gives you a little bit of alleviation towards, again, having to win the last 3 maps in a row, which includes 2 search and destroys and an overload, which it just still feels uncomfortable. Yeah, I agree with you that this needs to be a 2-2 series for Bush coming off the Blackheart hardpoint, which is easier said than done, especially considering the success, like we continue to talk about, that P7 Notorious have had on this map. So I don't know about you, Jay, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I need to see Prelude take over. I mean, there are a couple of great moments there in the overload, but here on Blackheart hardpoint, you could not get caught in SMG blender. You just can't.
Oh, yeah, you definitely can't, man. You saw what A was able to do last map with the M15, some lives with the Dravik in hand. He was able to pop take alongside Fire, who goes on 10 in a row. So everyone has given their moments. So without question, you're looking at Prelude, who is their playmaking SMG, to control the map, to not allow it to get out of hand, to just be able to cut your losses on some of these hard points, because P7, what they did on map number 1 was outstanding. Just continuously putting you in a bad position, forcing you to try to break from one angle, and that's not going to lead to success. So on a map like Blackheart, where the chaos can be brewing, where you have to drive through the chaos, you need to also be able to stabilize the map a little bit and control the map so you can set it up the way you want to.
Yeah. Okay. Hearing that our lobby is filled and ready to go, just comes down to hitting the start button and getting it on. I mean, it just is. You know, we're at a point where, especially the caliber of players we have in this lobby, you cannot afford to have a bad map here if you're Prelude. You just can't. And it sucks to sit there as a commentator and point to one guy, but as bad as things went on map number 1 and map number 2, you're gonna need to get some heat into Byron's hands. And if he can provide that, okay, different ballgame altogether, because then all of a sudden the tempo he brings to the map is extreme, and you need that to keep up with P7 here. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see if Prelude can have his bounce back, but just not to really focus on Prelude individually. The whole team got smoked. You just need to not get smoked by a roster. So hopefully the entire team is ready to rock and roll here on the Black Car. And you can already see that they are, as they dominate the early gunfights for that P1 control. And you're forcing P7 to start to hit some of these rounds.
How about Big Ben Beans, number 196 on the map?
Oh, hell no.
He's thick and ready to go as Abe falls off the map. Can't quite get through the effects of the stun. And P7 will own some time here with the P2 side of the map in their favor. Beans up top. Abe trying to nade him out of position. A couple of tags are through, and Beans wants blood. Holds this front door at square, and Bush are spawning in the worst possible position. Oh my gosh! If he turns on him, yikes. But instead, it's P7 finding trades and spawning still over towards P2.
Now we got to start to hit some of these long routes. Fire's going to win that opening gunfight through Dub's windows, but instead of hitting the OE, oh no, yeah. Now you're going to have your teammate going alongside you. So Eric Boom, your job to hold down this P4 positioning, to shut down the pressure, to potentially flip these spawns. The Fire gets the trade. Abe from the front door is going to give Telluride Bush the number, skip the break.
Good trades coming through. DC, last one in the hill. He's got the knife out, and that's going to work. Eric Boom trying to help out on the rotation. His Fire was trying to work away the back, and how about it? P7 doing what they do best. 28 seconds left in the hard point. DC waiting for a little bit of help. Gets a reveal on Awakening's position. Shuts him down in the last 20. Well, at this point, this is just down to how long can you stay alive? Because look at the minimap. P7 already in control of P3.
Yeah, this is a bad sequence right here for the Bush, because all we needed was a trade onto DC, and we would have secured the back spawns. We would have been able to suck a majority of this P2 time, but we're not willing to give up the full 60 for free. Fight back, be laid off the rotation over towards New, and you desperately need a very quick break here.
Yeah, you need something. I mean, you're not getting anything on this route. You've got numbers from the front, but you can't find the opening first blood. Follow-up from Prolude, only able to take down one of the needed two, and with the trade still favoring P7 Notorious, they're going to spawn up and reinforce. Awakening caught, and it's just no structure from Telluride Bush from the front. They're not getting a chance, Jay. Every single time someone spawns up, you've got someone from P7 running to the middle of the map and forcing staggered spawns all the way across the map.
Once they shut down that long route, you know all of Bush have to bombard their way through the front door to even stand a chance. And this has been 40 seconds uncontested. The money map here for P7 Notorious. And they are already finding themselves almost up by 100. And this is where it gets a little bit scary. Because if you're Bush, you need these gunfights to go your way to secure the better side of the map for that P4. But with Afro finding 2 or Eric Boom finding 2, you start to become the aggressors. And Bush now on the back foot.
I just can't get behind that little push out from Prolude. For 8 seconds of scrap time, you're the one who's trying to guard the rotation, but now P7, even though they're not necessarily in the hill, they are set up from the front. Here comes the multifaceted attack, and it's a clean break. Prolude, last one left. Teammates spawning behind him on the second hill. You need to find these trades. You need to get back in and start earning some time.
Need to win some fights, man. Prolude finds the initial, finds a kill number 2, and Awakening strikes for number 3. So it's looking like it's going to be Bush's 30 seconds to walk away with. This P7 aren't going to take too many risks with the lead advantage that they have. Just want to secure the rotation over towards P5, but Prolude now starting to get hot.
You need it. You need to have it. Spawns are out right now for P7 Notorious. Interesting spawn here for Abe. It's DC, though, who gets a read. Should open up space for Eric to dive on in and find this trade, and that's indeed the case. Fire over towards P3. Finds one, keeps his life. Chance to contest around the back. Meanwhile, you're waiting for 2 players to structure and set up from the front. There's the jump up and over. Shut down, though. Hardpoint still in control for now. P7, but the spawns are going to move.
Fantastic work from Fire behind enemy lines. Secures the back spawns, and that leads to a clean 4 dead for the Bush. But already off the respawn, P7 taking a lot of space on the OE. DC and Beans combined for 2, but as long as you keep on trading, you're going to secure this side of the map. So Bush making up for a lot of the difference in that score. Only down 40, and it could be more.
Good 30 at the end of the 4th hard point, and a great P5 has Bush right back into this game. Awakening with the slow starts almost back to level. That is incredible news for Bush fans. And he may not be done yet, as a lot of nades are headed over the top. Abe trying to cut off the rotation for this scrap time. But it's Prolude, who again, we needed to see this. Having himself a much better go here on map 4. And even though P7 will own this opening hardpoint as we rotate back into it, Bush are just down 15.
Yeah, besides that one misplay where DC just breaks them down at the B2, Bush have been outclassing them here on the Blackheart. Now we go into the second half. You quickly need to find a break in towards the P1. Trades going back and forth, but it's Fire and Awakening coming out on top with those ARs. Now you know exactly where the spawns are coming in for P7. You're playing for another wave.
Yep, indeed the case. 33 seconds left in the hardpoint. Awakening in some trouble. Beats there for the shutdown. Oh, no. And Fire can't quite get his feet on stable ground, will fall off, and P7 are going to get gifted a break with 23 seconds to fight for on the first hill, and of course, the rotation currently locked over towards the muddy hill of P2.
Yeah, it's a bad sequence there for the Bush because you had the numbers and you throw it away, not to the opponent's play, but to your own hands, but just falling off of the map. You allow P7 to retake through the middle of the map with their numbers and now secure the better side for P2 again off the rip. Two players already across off the map, and now Bean single-handedly trying to hold it down. He does find two, and now DC, your turn.
Yeah, he's going to get a little bit of shot in towards the front, looking for the pitch setup through the jump wall. Not going to work out, leaving Eric by himself. Able to find one, but not the second. Beans caught between a couple of different members, trying to finesse, trying to play his life, open up routing for his teammates to make their way over through the window room. But Awakening on 3 in a row has gotten a solid read. 33 seconds to fight. Bush looking to claim their first lead. If they can find Eric, it should be good. And then the turnover over to Beans. Not quite there. Prolute. Septex down. SMG up. Trying to find the wins. Not going to happen to P7. Will have the spawns with a chance to break back Tony.
Yeah, they have the numbers as well to just fight their way right through the front as Afro or Eric Boom on the bottom right locates 3. Now, what does it do to the spawns for the Bush players? You're not going to be fully set up off the rotation. Eric Boom and the rest of P7 Notorious contesting around the back lines with Prolute and Fire combined for all 3 off the rotation. So, a big moment here for Bush to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, Prolute, nice cutoff route. Able to find one more to keep front square locked up. Keeps the ARs focused on the front. Here comes the break attempt for P7, already contesting on the hill. Nice little jump over the back, but Abe, who's had a slow game, hits a key timing around the back for the pinch, and that will lock things down for Bush. They should take the lead here for the first time. Prolute gets a read in the route around the back. Fire next one up. Tag dealt with. Here come P7.
Abe, you gotta
tie
get there.
game. Bush able to take the lead for a moment, but there will be a chance to break for this back 20 for P7.
Yeah, Abe eventually have to get back into the play. I love how he pushed out towards the front side of P4. You force P7 to instantly work their way through the middle of the map and the OE. Eventually, you got to get yourself back into the play because your teammates were outnumbered. So P7 get the break at the ending of this P3. And now you have Afro trying to contest off the rotation. He wins one gunfight, has the second player weak. But the Semtex not good enough to secure the spawns there. Bush off the rotation towards P4 setup.
Ooh, but nades are landing. Eric Boom on the jump wall. Able to get one. Prolute able to find the trade. Now over towards the staircase. 2-man hit. Make it maybe possibly 3 on the way. Prolute still dancing. Good timing on these chows. Gets himself 2, and then there's number 3. Prolute clears out the front. Bush back in the lead, and Prolute's not done now on 5 in a row.
You were calling this guy out the entire series, Al. You know it was only a matter of time before Prolute, a.k.a. Byron, starts to pop takeover. 30 and 25, gets shut down on 6 in a row before earning himself the Hellstorm. But this has been a fantastic hold from the Bush to give themselves a little bit of a comfortable lead going over towards P5 because now they're getting all the kills while soaking up this time. Just need to take some space to potentially spawn P7 across the map. There's one player out, so now you just need to win this next wave of gunfights and you win the rotation and potentially the game.
Where does DC spawn? Look for number 8 in the minimap. He's going to be in the bottom right-hand side. Abe looking to create space through square.
Movement.
Tagged up.
Oh!
Over, able to find DC from behind. Now it's just down to can you win the spawns, and with that the game if you're Bush. And Fire will find 2. Last attempts for P7. Have to be by way of the front. Couple of kills come out. Abe onto 4 in a row. Gets himself close to level. But P7 have broken in from the front, and they've also moved the Bush spawns around.
And now Fire just needs to stall time. He knows that he's the only player behind enemy lines. Thankfully, he's able to get one before falling. Now you put your teammates in a situation where they have the numbers, and you had players like Awakening hitting the OE. Back spawn secured. Bush looking to close it out now.
Looks good for it, especially with that double from Fire. Whoa, buddy. It looked disastrous for a moment. P7 Notorious in that first rotation looked clean until The back 30 at P4, the full 60 on P5, and ProLoot says, I've finally arrived. Give him best play on this single and hold of P4. Whoa, did Bush ever need that? 3,300 damage, ProLoot doing a lot of the work from inside the hill on top of that. Great news for Bush, we're tied at 2.
Oh, man, big shout out to the Bush boys, man, for showing fight, especially early into that game where it looking like it was going to get nasty. And it's all shout out to that P4 money hill for them, man, because the first set you get 30 seconds. The second set, you're pushed up, backs against the wall, and you're able to hold it down for a flawless 60. And all the guns start to get hot. Abe was hitting every single route possible to make the game a lot more difficult for P7 Notorious. So 22 and 26 is a perfect stat line when you're making plays like that, because your Slayers came to play. AR's locking down their lanes. The brains behind the operation in ProLoot came alive here on the Hardpoint. And even though Bush looked beat up, battered, thrown away in the first 2 maps, the series is tied at 2 going into map 5. What a performance there for Telluride to tie the series up.
Yeah, and like you called before we jumped into the map, how needed was that map to get this to a 2-2 count with, of course, the back 3 maps being 2 searches and an overload. Key, especially considering just the general recovery after the start of this map. The first 2.5 hills were all P7 all the time. I mean, we called it. As we were going to 4, it was almost a 100-point game. And then we get to 4. It's heavily contested. Bush get the back 30, and then they open up the map over to 5, another full 60, gets them right back in the game. They don't take their first lead, Jay, until it's like 170 to 170. So a late surge is the exact right definition of how Bush were able to kind of keep hanging, keep clawing their way back until finally they had an edge.
Yeah, this little moment right here tends to be a little bit scary there for the Bush, because you gave up that mid-map control and you gifted the rotation over towards P7, but it was awakening through the front doors, basically taking a page out of DC's book and just popping multi-kills in towards the hard point for your teammates to get into the play, because all you needed to do was just keep yourself in the mix. When you got back over to the money hill at the P4, you see what it did to the scoreline. You're up 40, just need 1 wave of kills to close it out, and it was Abe, it was Fire securing the back spawn, everyone putting in their 25% to close out this Blackheart HP. Momentum heavily now in favor of the Bush, because you got 2 search and destroys to close out this best of 7. You couldn't have found yourself in a better or ideal situation if you knew that the series was going to be tied at 2.
Absolutely. It just comes down to, are we going to get P7 Notorious like we had on Raid, where they looked like a brand new team in Search and Destroy? Or are we going to get the P7 that we've often seen in Search, which kind of lacks diversity, lacks variability to what they're setting up? And I think just mostly, you know, kind of reflecting on the maps that we've watched for P7 in the Search and Destroy, the times that they've gotten or let the map get away from them largely comes in the mid round, when they're dealing with like 2v2s, 3v2s, like low number situations. After their first play falls apart, what do we do afterwards to kind of build a second, third, fourth layer to a round? That's where they often had been kind of beat up, especially, you know, watching them in that opening round 1 versus Falcons, but also seeing them kind of drop maps throughout the round robin and even a couple of searches here in the playoff run. So we'll see what we get. It's going to be Bush on the opening offense here for the exposure map 5.
I think if you're Bush, you just don't want to give up that early first blood as much as you did in that map number 2, because it was 6-1 in that column. A majority of these rounds you're starting man down. You're just giving P7 the advantage. So now with 30 seconds already wiped away, you do get some information of them getting aggressive up through mid, but trades go down to the 3v3.
Oh, Beans doesn't have the pistol out. It's able to get the backside of the recon to hit, but cannot follow up with enough damage to trade out fire. So numbers for Bush. 3v2. DC making his way over, and he's got check this corner, and he does. Whoa, okay, hold on a second. Opportunity to move over to B. There's no defenders here.
Just don't give him another one-on-one gunfight, because Eric Boom's not going to waste any time on getting this objective down, and both players from The Bush boys are going to hit their way through connectors, looking for timing to go their way, and they get it.
But Eric Boom, good for the first trade. Stun comes out, Awakening affected. What a chow! Huge 1v2 on the backside of panels. Perfectly played for the trade and the follow-up off their own stun.
And those are just rounds you can't give away if you are Bush. You find trades after the first up of engagements, but then you take one extra to put yourself in a man advantage. There's no reason why anyone should ever get put into a one-on-one gunfight when you're man up. But somehow, some way, you sniff out fire in the corner, you're uncontested post plant, and then you get the perfect read if you're Eric Boom to secure 3 on the round, and for P7 to find the opening.
Well, how do you get through as DC is looking for info at B, and you've got forward defenders making moves up through mid? And Awakening is going to have to play very reactionary to this. In fact, he's already out, and if he doesn't keep his head on a swivel, this setup approach towards B could fall apart quickly.
DC's just scouting for information, is able to get out before getting blooded. And now you know the play is developing at B, but P7 are going to get the bomb down. They're just going to be trapped afterwards.
Well, this post plant is stacked on the site. That's a big first from Fire. Good damage onto a second. Help is on the way. Oh! What a win. So now it's just down to DC. He's got really nowhere to go. And no, can't win the first gunfight. That is massive on the backside of Tank to keep the flank safe and to get 2. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it usually does not look like that. When you're the ISO player watching the pinch, there's so many angles you need to put your eyes on. But Fire just catches timing at the right time, gets the first blood, information onto the second, while your teammates already gathered that they have the advantage on the site with the numbers. He single-handedly holds down the pinch, and that gets it done there for Bush to tie the game.
Wow. Couple of the big plays. Beans scope out. Looking for something down towards dirt. No one's home. Stun checks over the top of window. Not going to connect either. This setup for P7 is very passive. Oh, but Beans is able to still connect as Abe throws his shoulder to check. Also sees the foot of Prolude, who has to smoke himself to some safety. Awakening is able to get one back, so 3v3.
This guy's eating so many nades.
Yeah.
Prolude's able to get out with his life, still making it 3v3. And now Beans with the scope lined up for the rotation. Finds another one on the round. Prolude and Fire left to clutch up.
Pistol out for Beans. Prolude stuck in a corner, trying to hold his ground. Not going to happen. I'm telling you, Beans is quick on the trigger with that pistol. And he will profit off the reload with the final shot needed to keep things moving.
And that's one of those rounds there, if you're the Bush, like you set up for an immediate B push, but then you wrap back into no information and try to be the aggressors. You just got to take your time there. Once you realize the play is not developing at B, because you give up that first blood. We saw what happened in that map number 2 when you're giving up those early numbers. Just allowing P7 to capitalize on those moments. Now up by 1 round. Back to the defensive side they go, and Bush are just using their spread setup to their advantage.
Eric taking a little bit of a tour in the top container. Hasn't seen anything. Help below. As looks like DC's going to run with him. It's Awakening up top who's the one who's going to be in some trouble here. And it's actually going to be Afro for first blood. Bomb has got freedom though at B. So even though it's a 4v3, you're going to get a post plant here for Bush.
And how do Bush decide to play this out? Because you push to their spawn, you can potentially run right into the pre-aims, or right back to your spawn and be trapped. They take the opposite side of the map, still man down.
Yeah, they get the opposite side like you call, but throwing shoulders for info is dangerous with Bean still up. Fire up close and personal. Holds the angle, finds some damage, backs away. Abe Double checks to make sure no one's on for the defuse. Here comes the double chow. He's able to find the first, no problem. Afro also getting tagged. Here's the flamethrower on the back. Beans, or DC, pardon me. He's able to find himself 2. Pistol out, time running low. Has to win this battle right here, right now. He's able to get a lot of it, but not the full value. So the kill will come out, and we will go to a 2-2 count.
That's a big clutch there from the Bush boys. Your island player gets picked off on the opposite side of the map. You waste no time on getting the objective down. And thankfully, once you get that bomb down, there's no one from P7 on their side of the map, indicating what the setup on the post plant looks like, because you push through, time's already being wasted. At that point, you know everyone is on the pinch for P7. And the crossfires are good enough, even in a man down, to secure the round. So big plays out of Bush to tie the map.
P7 now on the offense. Beans, once again, checking down towards dirt. And for Bush, not going to give any information away as they hold back deep on this defense. And Afro is going to say, all right, you guys don't want to check through window or bottom window. I'm just going to take away some space at Zig. We're just going to plant it A. Just comes down, can Eric get away? No chance there. Awakening will find first blood, but Afro is the problem here.
And a very good positioning is going to be Afro. Has low dirt cross, but he knows his teammates are going to be outnumbered. Chooses timing at the right time to turn around. Wins a one-on-one. Everybody else secures a one-on-one, and now it's a 1v3 for Fire.
Well, he gets the first. Smoke will dissipate. Trying to clear out dirt. Shoot, good luck with 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah, checking for a corner. Doesn't see it. Beans just playing a little whack-a-mole on the corner. No problems there. That honestly is just like, again, first blood, you love to have it, but Afro's position is everything. And that's something that Bush cannot afford to keep doing. Playing that far back defensively to allow an A plant to happen that quickly.
Yeah, we need to have a little bit more spread setups to gather information early on, because like you said, Afro just getting into that position 15 seconds into the round, he tells his teammates, A bomb is completely open. Get it down. We're going to stand a pretty good chance of holding a post plant. And it just turned into one-on-one gunfights all around the map once A fell. And it leads to a very clean round there from P7. Back up by 1. Back to the defensive side they go. And if you're Awakening, I know that this guy possesses a lot of individual gun skill, but sometimes we need some team pushes. You can't get caught isolated in a bunch of these rounds.
Yeah, he's just looking for info right there, and he does get a view of Eric on that corner at dirt. This is interesting. Bush may be considering to move up towards stairs to A, but they don't have anyone watching mid, so you just don't have any intel there. Instead, we're just going to 4-man flood B. DC on the back corner. Has he seen enough? Well, that'll help. First blood already in. There is a trophy system down while Prolude plants, so it's just receiving this. Next 4v3 retake attempt.
Oh, well, you lose 2 numbers, but Awakening makes up for it. Now it's a 1v2. Giga's able to give you 3. Can he get out? He cannot. The smoke grenade, Beans is able to look through it. And that's just a different look there from P7 on their defense. Every single time it's been Bush getting the bomb down at B, having to focus on their pinch, but this time P7 stacked every single player on their side of the map, find the first blood, instantly turn it into a 4v2, and just keep the numbers going their way. Gets a little bit scary, but P7 successful on the retake, now up by 2.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that after DC gets that first blood on the back steps, defensively, that Prolude still tries to force the action top platform. Instead of trying to play the post plant a little bit further back towards panels, which is where the bomb was planted for, but the damage out, almost a lot Awakening, a special moment, but that's just too many to deal with. Trophy system down at mid. Quick action here for P7. They're going to smoke out bottom window, and this is beautiful. Now you've all of a sudden got Bush worried about A after the quick hit from the round prior, and instead you smoke, you keep the defense planted, and now you've got action at B.
Yeah, but the longer you wait, the quicker Bush are going to be off the rotation. Now all 4 players are going to be here to shut down this play at B. Beans trying to hold an angle with the scope as the bomb is going to get planted. Abe is going to spot him, but you can't do nothing about it. 4v4 opportunity now.
Nothing at all. And trying to jump into the action. Ooh, that helps. Up the wall bounce. Beans will drop. Now the back staircase becomes an access point. Abe, oh goodness. Moment around the backside. Leaves DC by himself. Proloot seen on that shoulder. A little bit of space given. And wow, DC has read this so nicely. Isolates the 1v1, but Proloot is able to win it. Awakening more than enough time for the defuse, and the Bush are just back down to just one.
Beautifully played right there from Telluride. Fire gathers the information. Big plays out of him to just not fall when all those stuns and nades are connecting. And then you wait for your teammates to assist you on the retake. Works out to perfection. Puts them in a 2v1 to close it out. It was a DC 1v3 for Proloot. Big brain plays. Knows that he doesn't have enough time to hit the OE. He has to commit through mid-cut. And stay strong on his angle for Bush to stop the bleeding. Now we go into the swing round.
Yeah, this is a big one right here. Mostly due to the fact that what we've seen out of Bush offensively, I won't say it's been one-dimensional, but it's been heavy-handed.
It has been one-dimensional, Al. Every single round has been.
I wasn't going to be so aggressive. I was going to say they've just been kind of flooding a little bit, but the offense has been a little stagnant. Awakening gets some info off that nade at mid. Does that commit the decision-making for the Bush on offense? Doesn't look like it has as of yet. But we are making moves towards B again.
I'm trying to work inner. We're now going to work towards the outskirts, and it's on DC to just scout for information. You still have the frag in the back pocket, and most likely everybody else on Bush have some tags to work with for this retake, because you know the plays on this side of the map.
Keep in mind, Eric's got an AR out this round. Stun check works, but Proloot's already planted. He's just looking for info on Plat. He's going to get what he wants. Ooh, careful there, young Ranger. Ooh, catches a nade to the chest. Here comes the retake attempt, but the damage is out, and it's a flawless round for Bush. Dealing with that full flood retake attempt, a huge round late into the map. 4-4, we're tied.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Al. That's 3 successful post plants at B. One that was shut down off of the retake when every single player from P7 were stacked up with tax on the backside of that B site. But you get the bomb down uncontested, and you also find the first flood, an easy hold there for the Bush. They've been able to tie up this search and destroy, basically take out Beans' sniper in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Now it's anyone's game.
Well, here we go again. A little bit of a different setup this time for Bush. Proloot playing on top of A gets caught, though. So first blood comes through. P7 now have 60 seconds to work the 4v3.
You're just trying to draw them out. You are P7, and now Fire's going to make up for it, though. Takes a one-on-one gunfight, makes it a 3v3. He's thinking he's going to be trapped and is able to get out. Big plays again out of Fire.
Yeah, that's huge. 10-5 for him. And with 35 on the clock, P7 had to decide what they're really going to commit here. I mean, you don't have a choice, really. You're worried about the flank at the moment, so you're going to stop, kill some noise, create maybe a little bit of doubt. But P7 are a little bit stuck, and Bush are re-clearing the map at A and mid. They're going to know this is a B hit.
Yeah, they've already shut down the play at A. So, all right, where? Delay is going to be over towards B, and they have 2 players in the position over towards Jen. It's just, do you spot out this positioning out of Beans?
That was maybe a decent enough check, and yeah, you double team him out. Eric able to give you 1. Help has now arrived. DC on the corner. Little bait and switch jump out. DC trying to throw shoulders in response, but he's tagged down low. Gives Eric a chance though in the corner. Now down to the 1v2 for Fire. He's able to find the first cleanly. Eric, boom. Last one standing. Under 20 seconds. You got to start making a move. And Eric is going to give away some space. Does Fire commit? No, he doesn't. Has to hold it right here, right now. Last shoulder from Eric will guarantee the round. Fire will get to 5 in a row, but P7 take the round, and now they're on map point.
They find the first blood onto Proloot. And even in the 3v3, when time is starting to dwindle on down, you go over towards B, and it's uncontested once you get that bomb planted. And even though Beans gets blooded, once those sequence of gunfights goes down, Your teammate on pinch wins a one-on-one gunfight, so now you know all your focus is on the front. You had the crossfire set up to now put you at game point.
Can you get it done on the defensive side? For Bush, we've seen B hit after B hit. Beans this time is playing on the inner angle at mid. We haven't seen this out of him much in this map. So that's a different setup here in terms of how P7 want to handle any early feels out at mid.
You see the adjustments on their setup so far, though, Al. There's Shikatati getting planted at B, so 2 players this time around are going to be stacked over towards the site, and Beans is trying to line it up with the sniper. But when you have a sniper, you take those risks. You got to make it count, and you don't get the trade on the A. Bush have the numbers.
Yeah, and they're going to find one more, and that cross back over through dirt side. It's a bold setup. It's a bold challenge for P7. It gets punished. You saw what the idea was, but DC has already 1v3'd once. Clean shot to Awakening. Can't quite finish. And the wall bangs have DC down dramatically low. Abe's stun comes up and over. No problem to clean that up. We're going round 11.
And these slow and steady wins the race rounds out of Bush on their offense have broken down P7 every chance that they have gotten. You keep on trying to make adjustments to shut them down at B. You double stack it that time around, but they don't even go there. They're just isolating onto Beans with the sniper on a very aggressive angle. He hasn't found a kill in the last 4 to 5 rounds. And now we're all of a sudden at round 11.
It's going to be P7 on the attack. And they're looking for this same setup they had in round 1. Beans aggressive this time with the scope. We're not seeing anything in dirt. Stun lands. Loot has maybe been seen, but Awakening's delayed peek over through dirt gives him the angle and will give Bush first blood.
And there's no need to do anything else if you are the Bush. Force him to beat you by getting the bomb down or just running around with your numbers and playing trades.
I love this. You know that there's not going to be an A hit just with that position on Awakening. Eric gives you 1, but the follow-up is too good for Bush. DC responds, gets out of there. 15 health and a dream. Down to the 1v2 in what technically would give him a second 1v3.
Don't give him an opportunity with timing. Awakening is just going to take timing into his own hands. And I know it says P7 Notorious got the win, but it's Bush Gaming clutching up in the search and destroy, rallying back 2 rounds in a row to secure the exposure, search and destroy. Big time players making big time plays. Fire had his moments, but Awakening, G.I. Joe, in round 11, finds the first blood and closes out with the final. Bush have rallied 3 maps in a row to now be at game point here in this best of 7.
What a turnaround. 13-6 for Fire, 11-6 for Awakening, both over the 1,500 damage mark. Wow. I mean, I just cannot believe how that map started to unfold, because it looked like initially, based on how P7 were playing the map, that they had a little bit more opportunity. I think just especially considering the Bush defense was so reserved that it just allowed free A hits to come through, free positioning for players like Afro. But really outside of that round where Afro gets loose inside a Zig, that's the last time we see P7 finding success on the more reserved Bush setup defensively. And I think some of that is like they commit later in the round to like, okay, we can play passive to start, but after we get through the first 45 seconds of the round, let's try to hit something out, whether that's an aggressive flank through mid, whether that's a heavy-handed stack over towards this B site. It's just they change it up enough to where P7 can't find the same success that they had early in this map, nor could they find the adjustments to beat it late.
Yeah, P7 just needed to make one adjustment in my mind, and that's for Beans to just put away the sniper. Like, there was a lot of rounds where early into this game, he made his impact be felt, but a lot of situations at the ending of this game where you just have an M15 in your hand, especially in post plants around that B site where you're the guy up on the bomb, you need to have an M15 instead of a sniper, man, because he was sitting at 7-3 and then takes 5 deaths in a row, with 3 of them being the first one. That's just tough, man. You got to be able to make your adjustments because they take your sniper out of play, and his impact was not felt anymore. But Bush, like I said, have rallied 3 very close maps back to back to back to put themselves in a position to potentially close it out on the Scar overload. But just what a fight from the Bush, man. After the first 2 maps, we thought that they were going to just roll over and die. But when you got experienced players who are not willing to give it up for free and only need 1 moment to get it done, just seeing an exposure overload go your way was all that you needed to now take advantage in this series.
And here's the interesting tidbit as we look at the Scar overload for map 6. P7 Notorious haven't played this map at all in the bracket. So hard to say if it's like one of their hard vetoes or not, but this is the advantage that Bush get coming out of the upper bracket final. You get a chance to choose what the overloads essentially are going to be, and that will lead us to Scar. When we come back on the back side of the break, can Bush get it done at 4 in a row, or are we going 7? We'll find out. Don't go far. Through 5. It's 3 maps in a row for Bush to give themselves an edge after being beat up, battered, bruised, and bullied in the first 2 maps. 100-point club followed up by a 6-1 search, but everything feels like we're back to where we should be. Scar overload, both teams fighting hard after the exposure search has us eager to find out, can Bush go 4 in a row, or will we see that Colossus search for map number 7? Jay, this has been fun, man. I'll tell you, Prolut's woken up, and he has been a key part and a key reason why Bush are now fighting with full form.
Hey, man, the team is on point, brother. Like, all it took was 1 moment, and that's just seeing an overload go underneath your belt, because ever since you get that W, everyone else has given their 25% when they need to. Someone is going a little bit above and beyond in some of these rounds, especially in that last search and destroy. But Bush have rallied together, like you said, 3 maps in a row. Now at game point with a potential closing map in front of them, Scar overload. It's tough, man, because history tells, like, they're supposed to lose this one. We're supposed to go to a game 7. But you can throw history out the window because these guys have already found an overload win in this best of 7. Why can't they find another?
Yeah, I hear you on that, man. I mean, especially considering how quick the Bush were to start things off. I mean, that exposure overload reads in a very weird way because it was a quick start. 4-1 was the first half, and then all of a sudden things get a little bit antsy. We start to kind of chew on our fingernails a little bit as P7 were coming back with the fury, almost able to get it to an overtime situation in the last couple of moments. It's Awakening who saves it. But for Scar, different ball game completely.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you to the fact that for P7, they just don't play this map. They just have, at least not in the bracket they haven't. We had to go back through all the group results to figure out if they played it at all in their flawless group run, but this feels like an advantage to Bush, just based on how the vetoes and everything have kind of gone.
Yeah, it should be, right? Especially with also the way that they are playing, man. Like, everyone is firing on all cylinders. Guns are hot. Communication is flowing. And even when you find yourself in disadvantaged situations, you're still walking away out on top. That just shows you that the teamwork is making the dream work. All you just need is one more map of teamwork. And you desperately need it on Scar, too, because I think between Exposure and Scar Overload, those are the two worst overloads that we have. Den is actually the best one because you can somewhat understand what the spawns are looking like. With Exposure, you're spawning into situations where you don't have a chance to try to play defense or instantly putting yourself in a position to play the OE. It can also happen on Scar. So if you're losing those mid-map gunfights, you have to be willing to always consistently wrap back to the EMP spawn because that's what gives you your best chance.
All right, well, let's take a look to see if the in-game minutia will turn into an advantage on one side or the other. Break off here for P7, making their aggressive move through the plain side of the map. Even Awakening able to at least out-trade and keep things neutral. So P7 were trying to flip the map around, and now all of a sudden it's Bush with the numbers through mid.
Yeah, P7, that's an insane push because your teammates lose the gunfights over towards plane. You still try to retrieve the EMP outnumbered through the middle of the map. Now you are all coming off the respawn, and this is quickly going to be the first one on the board for Bush. They did it on the Exposure in 30 seconds. This one took an extra 10, but Bush are on point in Overload.
Yeah, looking really good, really good. I mean, it's an interesting idea for P7, but once you lose out on that long flank and you give away mid-map control that quickly, yeah, it leads into players getting to your top green and moving spawns around quickly. But P7 quick to recover here, have the EMP in their hands. Now are threatening front blue. Fire keeping his eye the entire way on the EMP, and is able to turn over to find another one, including an opportunity to grab the EMP and make a move.
Spotted player also in DC already made his positioning known. He is going to be towards mid-cup. Now the respawners are making them impact be felt. They clean up house on the OE. P7 have all the map control to quickly try to tie this game because you've got players in blue. You have players over on the tank, and B's just going to slide on in for free or not because Fire gets a goal line stop. Doesn't matter. Afro slides it in 1-1.
Okay, tie game. Back over to Motel will start to go. ProLute cooking one up. Tossing over the top as Awakening is able to win the good gunfight up top on the red rafters. EMP now in hand for Fire. Awakening just trying to give some space. Beans, yeah, right there to deal with it defensively, and now we're looking to push Fire back out, but he's able to win one with the pistol in a second. And now you've got numbers here for Bush moving their way through mid-map. The only player in position to deal with this would be Eric for now. DC over the top. Oh, stuns and nades are landing and making a mess of Awakening's aim, but he's still holding his life. Damage is out, but the wins are not there. P7 hold.
Big plays out of Eric Boom. Be the only player on the backside of red steps and lines up a double to shut down that play. Now you're looking to go on the offense, but every opportunity you take and all the spots you don't clear on out. Abe is now behind enemy lines. He doesn't find that lead kill that you were desperately looking for if you are Bush. And now this turns into P7 being on the attack.
Well, a lot of it shut down as this position at red is being bunkered up on right now by Bush. But the kills are starting to lead to opportunities for P7. Fire's got nowhere to go. EMP now grab. ProLute, a big win right there. Looking for more on Afro, and that second is perfect. Pinch shut down as well. And now you're in a position to where, again, things will start to reframe in favor of Bush.
Now it's just both teams are looking for kills to go their way in sync. Awakening might have found timing for the first. Now he's going to apply pressure through the middle of the map. You need your teammates to run the rest of them. Awakening gives you 2. Awakening gives you 3. Now you can quickly get score number 2 on the board because Fire is already snuck by behind the box, and now he's continuing to slay. Push up by 1, a minute 30 left to go.
This is looking solid for Bush. They are playing the counterattack beautifully. They P7 is not playing poorly whatsoever, but these runs are so well structured. Knowing how to move the spawns, when to push up versus when to play for the wave of kills. So clean from Bush as they get it to a 3-1 tally. 60 seconds to fight. And these kills now from Awakening create a more forced opportunity straight down the gut of P7.
Oh! There's only one player in the vicinity to try to stop this. It's going to be DC. The only player who spawns over towards Motel. You at least stall time for your teammates to shut down and play if they decided to commit. But Prolo's not willing to give this one up. Finds an opening frag. Teammates not taking space to the mid. We're on the rotation to B.
Yep. He was just showing that, hey, we're going A, hey, we're going A. And, well, the forward defenders are able to move back over, slide the defense towards B, and stop Bush from, again, getting us to an accelerated half. Trades through mid-map, favoring P7. 24 seconds to go. Prolute holding his ground here at Shops. Last player is Beans, and he will not be able to do too much. What a half from Bush. 14 seconds. We may not be done yet, as we're going to get a square up right through mid-map.
More than willing to just stall out the game if you are Bush, because you know that EMP reset is going to be over towards plane, so you need to maintain your side of the map. And the EMP is going to be recovered for a final 30-second push, but instantly going to get shut on down. Bush, fantastic on that first half. Like you said, my friend, in the counter ability. Off the rip of the game, you could just tell P7 definitely miscommed or something, because there's no reason why we should lose 2 players at plane, and in a man disadvantage, we should try to run it up the middle of the map, because that turned into an immediate counter for Bush. Then everything else after Bush was just looking for the opportunities with kills in sync. Up 2 going into halftime, 5 minutes until they are your Elite Stage 2 champions.
Okay. The frame up could not have been put more plainly. Go time for P7. No cheekiness off their break off this time. Let's just take the battles when they come to us. And we've got some quiet here on this opening 20-second break off.
No one wants to make the mistake. No one wants to give up that first blood early into potentially a push. But kills go down, and the majority of it is now Bush ending out on top. The only player alive for P7 is going to be Afro. He's going to try to maintain the EMP control and stall time for your teammates to get into the play. But the longer you finesse, the better it is for Bush to come off the respawn and put themselves in a position to stop it. Hello.
Yeah, I'll say. Prolutes.
What?
Meets with Beans, and then the little bump back reset allows him to take the fight on his terms. But hold on a second. These kills are fine, but Afro!
Oh!
He slides a little bit too far right. He gets to the goal line, but the slide is just not quite linear with the goal. He doesn't get the score, and now all of a sudden Bush can make their way back up to A.
Another counter opportunity as they find all 4 in the feed, and Bush get the score number 4. And now have an opportunity to quickly change it to score number 5, but your 2 lead blockers lose the gunfights in the spawn. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. You're just basically defending the EMP as long as you can.
Wow. Talk about if this changes circumstances. Instead of a 3 count, we're 4-1, and now Abe's on a route, and there's nowhere for Eric to go. This might be mixed feed. Okay, we're back. I don't know what just happened, but we're back in. Awakening still getting the job done, but it's Abe who gets the benefit of the kills, and this could be score number 5 here, Jay. Last one, Laugh Pro gets the win, and Bush are all gas.
A 5-1, 2 minutes and 40 seconds until they crown themselves champions. And they are not willing to let their foot off the gas. Awakening already finds 2. Fire finds kill number 3. Reset is going to be over towards Motel. And these 2 guys are trying to single-handedly get score number 6 in. And you almost slide it in if you are Awakening. But you're more than willing to continuously die in their spawn because P7 are consistently running out of time.
Yes, they are. It just takes extra clock to make moves happen. Awakening a little bit turned around here as someone top green has created a bit of a distraction. Kills on the rest of the defense, or here's Prolute, shuts things down. Last one left alive though, it's Afro. He's able to collect and score. Still time here for P7 Notorious. Just comes down to, can they put together a bit of a relay? Nice moment from Afro after the score comes through, but the follow-up is not instantaneous. P7 are looking for more kills.
Yeah, you need to control the entire map for the rest of this minute 45. You want to stand a chance. You cannot allow Bush to get trades around it. And so far, it's Fire and Awakening every single time. Just finding clutch kill after clutch kill, but 3 go down in the feed. Now it's all on to Prolute. EMP is going to be rotating over towards A, and the only one that can stop it is going to be Awakening. Head on the swivel is not going to put them to the stop. And now P7 giving themselves a life, only down 2.
And you've still got one player through A, and Beans finding kills may have an opportunity to grab the EMP and make a move. That's the problem, though, because of the positioning on the map in mid for Bush. The spawn is so far away, but that's a huge win. DC trying to do his job, not quite able to. Beans gets one more with the pistol, but Fire shuts it down. An hour under 67, and the clock may expire on this comeback for P7.
It's just the spawns that P7 Notorious had. You're thinking, all right, we want 2 lead blockers. The third guy needs to retrieve the EMP. Now you're looking to instantly try to chain it to another opportunity here. 2 close spawns come in for Bush. They just need to iron up. Fire finds the first. This stop wins you the game.
Sure does, and there's one from Abe, one more over the top. Yeah, Awakening's there for it. One more chance to grab. Doesn't reset, but the problem here is that it has to just be Eric Boom. Doesn't have any help through mid, and Telluride Bush, after being put in the 100-point club, come out flat in the second map for a 6-1 beatdown. Show up in a major way on the first overload. The comeback comes up short for P7. They handle the Blackheart. They handle the exposure search. And how about Bush getting it done with 2 overload wins? The mode that had escaped them through a lot of this stage. Bush Gaming, your Stage 2 North American champions.
Wow, Al. Just what a performance from the Bush boys. When you get beat up the way that you did in the first 2 maps, you're thinking, all right, we just weren't ready to play today. But the fact that the backbone of your team has been Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, you don't win those. And the crutch for your team has been the overload. You're able to walk away with both here in the best of 7. That's very typical, man. Unbelievable performance to start off with the exposure overload, to win it in such a slight margin, up by 1. You get to a black hour hard point, which is a square up for both teams. We're looking like it's going to get it out of hand, but then you start to control the game. And then when you get to 2-2, it's a round 11 search and destroy and another overload in the back pocket. Everyone just started to turn up when they need to, man. Prolute struggled early on. Everyone basically struggled on for the Telluride Bush because of how you got beat up in those first 2 maps. But the fact that they were able to bounce back the way that they did when their worst game mode so far throughout the stage, or even in the first stage of the Elite, they were able to right the wrongs there and win 4 maps in a row to take down the top seed in Group B. Wow. Just what a performance from the Bush. I know Mook, I know Sass, I know Jerry, I know Donnie Tim, and I know all the players have to be super excited because Bush get the win. They are Elite 2 stage champions, but I don't know how long these guys are going to consistently have players like this because all these guys need to just be called up.
I hear you on that, brother. I mean, in particular, I think you look at a player like Awakening who has really asserted dominance through challengers to this point.
Yeah, he's back to back now, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think just on top of that, we talked about this last week, talking about the stock of a player like Fire who was thrown into some really awkward situations in his time at the league. And it was short-lived. Never really got a chance to reaffirm himself. He has looked really good this stage and this year in general.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you could tell the story of any of these 8 players. There have been so many moments, but I would say just looking at Bush, Awakening, and Fire right now, definitely the next 2 that I would have thrown a lot of weight towards just based on how they've played so far this year and especially this stage.
And the crazy thing is, I'm sort of comparing Fire in this title compared to Craze in last title. Because Craze won every single Elite stage. It didn't matter what his teammates were. And obviously for the Bush, you've already had players get called up to the big leagues. Shout out to Spark and shout out to Capsidal. But the two guys who have so far been consistent on this Bush lineup have been Prolute and Fire, and they have consistently been able to find a lot of success. So it's only a matter of time before these two guys get their shot again, because they desperately deserve it with the way that they have been playing, man. Big shout out to the entire Bush squad, because the coaching staff has to be outstanding, because the level of play is out of this world down here in the pit, man. It's just unbelievable to see how consistent they are with new players coming in. I know that they just had players who were just pros a couple weeks ago, but they needed to figure out a new system, and they did it very quickly to be your Season 2 champions, man. Very typical out of the Bush.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And just to throw a little bit of, the extra flowers, how about Abe coming off of a just terrible situation in the league? Felt like he was not put into position to play the role that we saw him dominate with all through last year, including a really respectable performance at EWC, finishing 3rd, by the way. But now you're in a position to where you get back into Challengers, you win your first season of Elite back, and you do it in a way that's much more similar to what we had seen last year, playing off of whatever role fits best for the situation that you find yourself in. So again, more flowers being thrown around here. Again, there's a look back at the series. What a start for P7 Notorious. I mean, they stonewalled Bush after P4, essentially, the first time that we were there. 250-93, followed up by a raid search where it just looked like Bush had not loaded in yet. But then you start to get the return of all 4 members, getting the job done. A very extremely hot start on the exposure overload. How badly did they need that? Up 4-1 at the half. They just barely get over the finish line. And then kind of the same story for the Blackheart Hardpoint, the round 11 exposure, and then finally a convincing win here in the Scar overload.
Yeah, definitely a convincing win on the final map, and that's exactly how you want it to look. We've been battling these last 5 maps in a row. Finally, we could take a breath of fresh air and breathe a little bit. As we dominated on the overload, we got to take a look at the bracket again, man, because P7, they try to do the unthinkable from losers round 1, trying to work their way all the way to the grand finals and walk away victorious. But it's the team through winners bracket. Telluride Bush, final score 4-2. Walk away as your champions, man. What an elite stage it was, my friend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, I thought we were about to see the Giga run from the bottom of elimination round 1, man, after how this series had started. But it's $20,000 richer to Telluride Bush Gaming, 10 grand for P7 Notorious, and of course we saw the Falcons Academy Green roster get knocked in the elimination final earlier today. They will finish 3rd with $6,000, and the points that come with it are definitely going to help things out for seeding at Birmingham. And of course, on top of that, you guarantee yourself a good position going into stage 3 of the Elite with your finishes. So great stuff across the board. For the bottom 4 teams, Stallions, Huntsman, Cabal, and Fries the Bag will have to requalify. Everyone else, pending they hold the majority of the roster, will be automatically qualified back in for stage 3. 1 cup this weekend, and then Birmingham is surely to be a movie. First time the EU Challengers teams haven't had to fly around. But for the North American guys, I'm telling you, they're ready to go. We've got Prolute with us for our post-game interview. There's my guy.
How you doing, Alan?
I'm doing great, Byron. How you doing, my man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It was a gritty series. We came out really slow today. Obviously, they played a series before us. The first 2 maps, I think I was lagging out, but felt good to actually turn up in the rest of the series.
Hey, man, you might have lagged out on those first 2 maps, Byron, but it don't even matter, bro, because I wasn't expecting you guys to win an overload, but you won 2 in this best of 7. Can you tell me, how did you prepare yourself going into this final week to prepare yourself in that mode alone? Because without question, we all knew it was your worst.
Yeah, so in our winners round 2 match versus following them, we ended up playing Star Overload. And I feel like ever since then, we got a good explanation of how to play it. Now just a good concept, essentially. I feel like before we were just off our breakoffs, we would just die 4 dead, and we're instantly down 2-0 and late 30 seconds into the round, and then we're always on the back foot. So we really focus on not just getting wiped instantly off the map. And then essentially, whenever we don't get wiped, we're gonna get kills. And then as soon as you saw it, as soon as we were getting kills today, we were just scoring on them all day.
Dude, it literally.
Stage, man.
I'm saying it just like
Same.
I think the thing that we really noticed today compared to like the rest of the stage and Overload in particular was not just your ability to quickly clear out and find kills, but how quickly you guys were to evaluate, we can take this much space forward. Like you guys are putting pressure on the map instead of just like reacting and reducing kills on the map. You guys are now turning that into opportunities to like pivot around and score, which is great news overall. Speaking of finding adaptations and adjustments though, take me through this exposure search, because defensively early, it looked like you guys were getting caught, like playing a little bit too reserved. Afro gets through you guys underneath bottom window at one point in time, clutches up around. Where were the adjustments for you guys on the search and destroy and exposure to give yourself the edge in the series there?
Yeah, so the first few defenses, they kept calling out that he kept getting to the P5 pillar. So if you go back and watch it, like the last like 2 or 3 defenses, I was like, all right, like the way we're playing right now, I keep going B, we're doubling B, and they're just taking the whole mid map from us. So I was like, I'm gonna come help you guys, and then like we're gonna see what they're doing. Basically, if I just help them, we'll know what they're doing off the rip of the round. But like at first, like I was just like playing towards B side with fire, and then like I was trying to find a gap through B, and then I was like, all right, this is not working. Like I'm just gonna come back and help my team.
It's big time plays out of you, Byron. We know you're the brains behind the operation, man. So congratulations for being a Stage 2 champion. But I know this is not where you want to be, man. You've already seen 2 of your teammates get called into the pro scene. When is it your chance? Like, what are teams waiting, or what are teams going to get when you get called into the big leagues?
I mean, I've been playing in Challengers for a while, so I've been waiting a long time to have a shot again in the CDL. So whenever they let me in, I'm not going to leave again. I mean, I'm one of the best players in Challengers. I've been one of the best players. My placings always have said that. And I feel like I can really bring a good mind in Search. And Search wins championships. So as long as, like, I mean, if we can win a Search, you can win a respawn, and then you're game 5. And by the way, shout out Temp for the Overload. He's been like he's our main coach right now. He's a great help for that.
I was just about to ask, like, to kind of close out the interview here, what is it like after your last time in the league was playing with Temp, now you're playing for Temp? Like, what's that relationship look like as you guys move through this rest of the Challengers year for now?
We have a great relationship. Like, obviously we've been teammates, and I've known him for a while, so we can like troll a little bit together. Whenever we need to be serious, like he always like keeps me in check. He made sure I'm not bullshitting, and he just tries to help us, honestly. Like, it's a big difference with like him not being like on the team, because he's not like, when he was playing, he was like very emotional, and now he has like no emotions towards it. So the only thing he has in mind is to help us get better, and that's all, to be honest.
I love it, man.
Tell her
I
like
love
it is, you know? He ain't gonna beat around the bush. He's gonna tell her like it is.
Exactly.
Man, congratulations on the win. I know you guys are looking forward to getting flights out to Birmingham. I'm sure we'll see you there, my man. Safe travels. We'll see you in the UK.
See you guys there.
Congrats, man.
What a win for the Bush, my friends. What a win for the Bush. And this is just one of those things, again, just kind of like he's talking about. Like, it really is kind of surprising. Like, I don't know about you, Jay, but when I think about like Byron's career, it's just like I'm still thinking back to the time he was thrown into sub in for Optic during all that chaos that happened years ago. It feels like yesterday. That was like Vanguard year, dude. What a fever dream it's been. But Byron's absolutely right, man. Prelude has been one of the most consistently high-placing players in Challengers, and that includes a number of elite wins prior, and now this one here. Feels good, like Bush are really amped up to get ready to go for Birmingham, especially with the improvements in Overload that he was talking about.
Yeah, what? They got second at Dallas, trying to get first this time at Birmingham, so good luck to the Bush, man. But what an elite stage it was. We continue to see so much talent down here in Challengers, and we know that the CDL rosters right now, some of them are struggling, so it's bound to be some roster changes. You continue to shine down here, you're most likely going to get your call. I already got a couple names in mind, but we'll just have to wait until after Major 2 to see who gets picked up, man. But what a stage, and thank you guys for watching, man. It was a great day.
I mean, I'm telling you, the watch parties, you guys have been unreal with the amount of dedication you guys have been able to show, and more eyes means more love across the board. But we're done with Challengers Elite Stage 2. Of course, Stage 3 will be gracing us after Birmingham, but we got to get through that first. It's going to be an absolute movie. First time we'll be back in the UK since CDL London, my man. Holy cow, that was 5 to 6 years ago. What? That's insane. Make sure you tune in last week in the CDL qualifiers this weekend, and then we'll be heading over to the UK across the pond. Make sure you set your alarms. You don't want to miss any of the action out there. It's going to be insane. Till that point, though, we'll catch you guys this weekend. So long. Bye-bye. Farewell.